Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Wilson present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy have landed on a small planetoid. At this moment, wearing their spacesuits, they're approaching the airlock of a prospector's cave, where a criminal is believed to be hiding.
Where did that come from? Someone's firing at us. That one came from the other direction. The airlock won't open. There's no other protection out here. Whoever's controlling those weapons can just keep firing till they hit us.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Magic Space Pictures. Hi, gang. It's nighttime here on the planet Terra. All is quiet. But in just a second, you'll hear news that'll rock this planet like an explosion. Watch out. Here it comes. Yes, sir. The news is out, and here it is. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex now come to you in a brand new package with a big picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the front. Gang, you can cut these pictures out and paste them in your scrapbook or pin them in your room or clubhouse. And listen, inside of these wonderful new packages of Chex, you now get the Magic Space Patrol Space Picture. Here's how it works. Stare at the Magic Space Picture. Who is it? What is it? It's hard to tell. But when you look into the sky or at a wall, presto! That's where the magic comes in. You suddenly see a giant picture that looks like Buzz Corey himself, or a real flying saucer, or a real rocket ship. Now, gang, there's 24 of these pictures, all different, and you get one in every new package of Chex. So start collecting the whole set of 24 today. Just look for the new packages of Rice Chex and Wheat Chex with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the front and the Magic Space Pictures on the inside. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the Magic Space Pictures. Excitement is high at the Terra spaceport today. Rumor has spread that Commander Corey himself is to blast off for a test flight in the XR-51, the new experimental rocket ship which has been under top security guard for weeks while technicians installed secret equipment. In his central office at Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corey is now making a last-minute check of charts and technical data as Cadet Happy bursts in.
Commander, somebody's made a terrible mistake. Excuse me, sir.
That's all right, Happy. What's the trouble?
Well, I just received special orders from the Technical Training Command.
Let me see them. You'll report to Recognition School for a special briefing course at 1100 hours Universal Start Time today.
No, I thought I'd better report the mistake to you right away, sir, so I wouldn't be marked AWL.
There's no mistake, Happy.
But, sir, I thought that...
You thought what?
Well, you are taking the experimental rocket ship up today, aren't you, sir?
Yes, in about an hour. Why?
Well, I figured you'd be needing me, and if I have to be at Recognition School...
I put those orders through, Happy.
Then I don't make the test flight?
Not this one. I'm taking Lieutenant Jeff Fisher. He's been working on the project since it started. Anyway, the whole flight won't take more than an hour or two.
I see. Well, sorry I bothered you, sir.
In a few days, I'll be starting a whole series of flights in the XR-51. You're going to Recognition School, so you'll be able to help me.
Oh, well, that's different.
Here, look at this.
Well, it's just a negative picture of the planet Saturn. Anybody'd recognize that.
It's a special kind of negative picture, Happy. Look at that tiny spot in the center. Keep gazing at it.
Yes, sir. I still don't see anything unusual.
Don't take your eyes off that center dot.
Well, if this is a sample of what the course is like, it's going to be a cinch.
All right, Happy, now look out the window at the sky. What do you see?
Nothing. Just a... Uh-oh. I must be going crazy.
What's the matter?
Why, Saturn's right out there in space, just the way it looks from a spaceship. You see it, sir?
I can't see it, because I haven't been looking at the Magic Space Picture.
I don't understand.
This is only one of 24 Magic Space Pictures you'll get in the basic training course, Happy. You're going to see a lot of images in space.
But how does it work?
You'll learn that at the school. Uh-oh, look at the time. I've got to run over to the spaceport now to see one of the technicians. Well, good luck, Happy. See you when you get out of class.
Oh, Commander Corey, may I help you?
Oh, yes, Vanek. I just dropped in to see if Lieutenant Fisher picked up all the equipment we need for the test.
It's all in the ship, sir. I checked it myself.
Fine. I want every bit of extra image reactor equipment removed from this building and returned to the security lab. That includes diagrams, check sheets, everything. Is that clear?
Yes, Commander.
Good. Then I'll go over to the ship. I want full security measures observed. Tell your men that, Vanek.
All right, Commander. Good luck. Juro Vanek at Station 4, calling Station 6. Station 4, calling Station 6. Acknowledge with Code Y. Code Y received. Send 3 men and a surface truck to Station 4 to pick up some special equipment. Get it aboard my private spaceship before the security lab starts checking. I got Corey fooled. With a little luck, I can blast off for Planetoid 9-4 this afternoon.
Oh, what a day.
How'd you get along in class, Happy?
Okay, sir, I guess. But I can still see planets and spaceships and special equipment floating in space.
Oh, you'll get used to it.
Well, they had us look at pictures and, well, the way I did here in the office. Only we were in front of a sort of brainograph machine.
That's right. You've seen how our brainograph screen shows an image of a person's thoughts.
Yes, sir.
Well, our scientists have found a way to make those images send electric impulses to relays and motors and instruments.
Oh, just the way our brain sends impulses through the nerves to the muscles.
Exactly. Only the image reactor is much faster. Ordinarily, when you think of an action you want to perform, your hand throws a switch or moves a control. With this new device, your thought throws the switch.
Oh. And the purpose of these magic space pictures is to train us to project the correct image at the right time.
That's right. After you've mastered the technique, Happy, you can maneuver the XR-51 from blast-off to landing with your hands tied behind your back.
Wow. So that's the big secret of the XR-51.
There are a lot of bugs to get out of it before we can equip all Space Patrol ships with it, but we want a supply of trained pilots ready to take over.
Your private spaceophone, sir.
Space Patrol headquarters, Corey here. Oh, yes, Robbie. What? When was this discovered? I see. Spaceophone and all planets alarm. I'll blast off right away. Corey out. Come on, Happy, let's get to Terra 5.
Well, what's wrong, sir?
Some of the image reactor equipment and the key designs have been stolen from the security lab.
How?
All we know is that a technician named Juro Vanek has disappeared. Major Robertson says Vanek blasted off from here about 20 minutes ago. Come on, Hap, we're going after him.
If that was Juro Vanek's ship the patrol sighted, he could be going either to Mars or Jupiter.
But in the meantime, he could have changed vector, and probably has.
Well, Commander, what could Vanek gain by stealing that equipment?
He may be planning to sell it, which would be pretty risky, but more likely he's working for someone who doesn't want to see the Space Patrol become too efficient.
Yeah, and with those image reactors, our ship could outmaneuver anything in space.
Vanek has been with the project ever since it started. He's probably been waiting for months for a chance to make this break.
I hope we catch him right away. I don't want to miss any of that course.
If we don't catch him, the training program might as well be suspended. According to that last report from Major Robertson, Vanek got away with most of the reactor cells, the heart of the whole device.
Space Control Terra calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5. Space Control Terra to Commander Corey.
Corey here. Go ahead, Space Control.
Commander, Space Patrol Ship T-523 reports an unidentified private cruiser heading for the planetoid belt. The patrol ship gave chase, but the cruiser got away.
Do you have the vector for cruiser?
An approximate one, sir. 23 degrees, Sun-Mars orientation, 300,000 DUs outside the Mars orbit.
He's way off the Jupiter lanes. Space Control, inform Major Robertson. I'll proceed toward the planetoid belt in Sector J. Corey out. So Vanek isn't going to Jupiter.
Well, he can't hide out in the planetoids very long. They're just chunks of rock with no atmosphere and no food.
How about all the prospectors who live on the planetoids?
Well, even they have to make trips to the nearest planet 2 or 3 times a year for supplies. Vanek is probably just trying to throw off pursuit.
Yeah, we'll see.
Just a minute. Cut your rockets. I'm coming. Well, Juro, welcome to Planetoid 94.
Here, Barrett. Take some of this stuff. And let's get out of this airlock.
My, you have got a load, haven't you? Here, I'll give you a hand.
Just set it down. And close that inner door.
Sure. Oh, you'll get out of that space suit, and I'll give you some nice hot Venus coffee. Well, this business of being a Space Patrol agent must be tiring.
It is. I got to blast off again right away. But I will have some coffee.
Say, that's, real interesting-looking equipment there, Juro.
A special secret lock for the outer hatch to your cave.
A lock? Why, Juro, I never had a lock on the place at all. So you started coming and storing your Space Patrol stuff here? In fact, last time I went out, I nearly forgot the key.
Well, with all this secret Space Patrol equipment here, it's got to be locked up. Suppose some enemy of the Space Patrol tried to steal it.
Oh. Couldn't have that happen, of course.
And with this new lock, you don't need any key. You just think of a certain image, and the outer door opens.
I do what? Think of an image?
Yes, an image that only you and I know.
That's too steep for old Trogbear.
Not only that, but I got some special weapons I'm going to install on the rocks, all around your cave. They work on the same principle.
Weapons? Well, what in the name of purple comets do I need weapons for?
Why, in case space bandits try to steal the Space Patrol equipment, I'll install a view scope outside. And if anybody lands on this planetoid, we just think of this certain image, and the controlled weapons fire at the criminals.
You talk like you plan to stay here, Juro.
I will, after I get back from my next mission. But I'm going to install these weapons and the secret lock before I blast off.
I don't know, this image business, that's worse than a key. Suppose I forget what the image is.
It's a good point. It ought to be something you couldn't forget. I got it. Your face.
Huh?
Just think of your own face. Think real hard, and the outer air door will open. I'll set up the image reactor right now and show you how it works.
Juro Vanek must be in another part of the planetoid belt, sir. All we've seen in the viewscope are those chunks of rock. Hundreds of them.
Happy, look at the viewscope to starboard.
The spaceship. It was hidden by that planetoid.
He must have seen us. He swerved toward Jupiter.
Hey, he's really kicked down the power.
Let's get him, Happy.
We're gaining on him, sir.
He'll crash into one of those planetoids if he isn't careful.
Yeah, or we will. Hey, he's gonna... Wow, that was close. Did you see him veer away just in time?
Yes.
I'll say this for him. He's some pilot. Hey, where'd he go?
Change vector again. He's trying to keep a planetoid between him and us.
I can't locate him, sir. We've lost him. Hey, what was that?
The rear viewscope, look, Happy.
There he is. He circled around behind us. He's on our tail.
He's firing cosmic torpedoes.
Yeah, now we'll have to use evasive action.
Brace yourself, Happy.
That ought to throw him off. Wow, that was closer than ever. Vanek's nearly as quick as lightning at those controls.
He is, Happy. Vanek's ship is equipped with an image reactor. Unless a miracle happens, his next shot will blast us to bits.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, here's big news. Big news. Remember that picture of Saturn, the one Commander Corey told Cadet Happy to look at? Remember what took place after Hap looked at it? Hap thought he saw the planet Saturn in the sky. Well, gang, how would you like to have some magic pictures that work just like that? Here's where you'll find them. Inside the new Rice Chex and Wheat Chex packages. The new packages with a picture of Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the front. Now, there's 24 of these magic space pictures, and they're all different. And you get one in every new package of Chex. Saturn, Commander Corey, Cadet Happy, rocket ships, these and 20 other fascinating pictures appear on the Magic Space Pictures. You'll want all 24. Here's how they work. You stare at the mysterious picture. What is it? Who is it? You can't tell for sure. Not till you look at the sky or at a wall. That's when the magic goes to work. Floating in space is a giant picture that looks like a real rocket or a real planet. Man, oh man, it's lots of fun. So, gang, hurry. Get the new packages of Rice Chex and Wheat Chex with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the front and the Magic Space Picture inside. And now back to Space Patrol and the Magic Space Pictures. Space Patrol scientists have developed a spaceship control device that reacts directly to the pilot's thought commands. Juro Vanek, a disloyal Space Patrol technician, has stolen several of these image reactor units and hidden them in a prospector's cave on a small planetoid. The prospector, Trog Barrett, innocently believes he's assisting an honest Space Patrol agent. Buzz and Happy suddenly came upon Vanek's ship in the planetoid belt and gave chase. But Vanek, with his image reactor control, executed a series of rapid maneuvers that enabled him to attack Buzz and Happy from the rear with cosmic torpedoes.
He's laying those torpedoes closer every time he fires.
It's like he knows what we're going to do before we do it.
Stand by to fire rear torpedoes.
Standing by, sir.
We can't use automatic aim and fire because these planetoids will confuse the selector. Fire when you get him in your sights.
Oh, I missed him a mile. He swerved just as I fired.
He certainly didn't miss us by much.
I'll try again, sir.
Hap, you can hit a big target easier than a small one. This time, aim at one of those planetoids just when Vanek passes near it.
I get it, sir. What an idea.
I'll hold the ship steady for a few seconds. It'll make us an easy target, but you'll have a chance to aim.
Vanek's moving toward one now, sir. Here goes.
Nice going, Hap.
At least I hit the planetoid.
You got Vanek's ship with some of the planetoid fragments. He's in trouble. Good shooting, Hap.
It was just luck, sir.
We'll circle back and pick him up. There's a chance he's alive. I'll board his ship. Get my spacesuit while I join airlocks.
Cadet Happy calling Commander Corey.
Go ahead, Happy.
Are you all right, sir?
I'm just entering Vanek's ship now. No sign of him so far. He's got an image reactor control, all right, both on his rockets and torpedo fire control.
The way he handled his ship, he must have been giving himself private lessons.
It looks like he got away.
Got away? Where could he have gone?
He probably jumped out in a spacesuit right after his ship was hit.
He could be hundreds of DUs from here by now.
Coming back, Happy. Notify Space Patrol Jupiter to pick up this wreck. We'll search for Vanek.
We're calling Truck Barrett on Planetoid 94. Vanek to Barrett.
Hello, Juro. There's nobody on Planetoid 94. I'm not there.
Barrett, is this Truck Barrett?
Yep, who'd you think it was?
Barrett, listen, I'm in trouble. You've got to help me.
In trouble? What happened?
I'm in a spacesuit, adrift in the planetoid belt.
Well, what in the name of Jupiter's moons are you doing out there?
Don't ask questions, just listen. I was attacked by space bandits. They went after my ship and it's damaged. They don't know I got away. You got to find me and pick me up before they come back.
Space bandits? In the planetoid belt?
Yes. Where are you?
In my ship. I'm heading for planetoid 867. I'll pick you up, Juro.
Hurry, please. Here are my coordinates as closely as I can give them. I'm approximately...
Just a second. I'll be with you. Here, let me help you open that helmet facepiece here. There you are, Joe.
Get back to the controls, Strug. Let's get away from here quickly.
Oh, sure.
Oh, thanks for picking me up.
Oh, that's all right. After all, it's the only neighborly thing to do. You all right, Joe?
Yeah, I'm okay. Now, let's see. You better take me to Mars.
To Mars?
Yeah, I'm going to have to pick up another ship and some special supplies. Then I'll come back to Planetoid 94.
Well, I was going prospecting, but I guess the Space Patrol comes first.
I admire your attitude, Barrett. Drop me off at Lowell City, and then you can go prospecting. Remember one thing, though.
Yeah?
If anyone contacts you, remember you haven't seen me or my ship. Now get me to Mars as quickly as you can. Wow, Juro really disappeared. I'll swear we've covered every cubic yard of space he could possibly be in.
We must have miscalculated, Happy. Happy, look at that planetoid.
Hey, there's a spaceship there.
I'll head for it. You turn up the viewscope sensitivity control.
Yes, sir. There's a man in a spacesuit near the ship, sir. See? Crawling up that hump of rock?
Judging by the type of ship, he may be a prospector. When we land, we'll get the man aboard ship and see what we can find out. How do you do? As you probably know, we're space patrolmen. I'm Commander Corey.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Commander. I'm Trog Barrett.
May I ask what you're doing on this planetoid?
Oh, doing a little prospecting. Thought I detected a deposit of Illurium over there. Anything wrong in that?
Not a thing. Have you seen any other spaceships in this area recently?
Oh, no, I haven't. I don't have much company in the planetoid belt, you know.
You haven't seen anyone at all or picked up any signals from anyone?
No, Commander.
I see. Where do you live, Barrett?
On Planetoid 94. Got me a cozy cave with my own air supply equipment.
I see. Oh, thanks, Barrett. He won't keep you from your work any longer, but if you sight any ships, notify Space Patrol Mars or Jupiter, will you?
Oh, you bet, Commander. It's been nice chatting with you.
I hope you'll find that Allurium.
Thanks. So long.
Close the inner hatch, Happy.
Yes, sir. Commander, did you see what I saw?
The back of a spacesuit?
Yes, sir.
It's a fairly recent Space Patrol issue with the insignia almost rubbed out.
Well, what would a prospector be doing with Space Patrol equipment?
He might have stolen it. Still, he seems to be an honest old fellow. Let's blast off. We'll check on Barrett by spaceophone with both Mars and Jupiter Space Patrol headquarters. And if we find anything suspicious, you can pay a surprise visit to Planetoid 90.
Everything's in good shape back aft, Commander. I made a thorough instrument check on the power and air control.
Good. I just got a report from Mars headquarters on Barrett. He's got a clean record. But early this morning, his ship landed at Lowell City Spaceport. A man got out, and then Barrett blasted off again.
But he told us he hadn't seen anybody.
I'd like to know who that man was that Barrett dropped off on Mars. We're going to circle back to Planetoid 94 and find the answer to that question.
Howdy, Joe. Oh, what a trip I've had. When did you get back from Mars?
A couple of hours ago.
Hey, that's a dandy new ship you got.
Barrett, what are you doing in that spacesuit?
Why, I had to put it on to get to the cave from a ship, you know that.
But that's my suit. The one I was wearing when you picked me up in space.
Oh, so it is. Same size as mine. Oh, almost forgot. Some Space Patrol fellows landed on number 867 and asked me some questions.
What?
Oh, well, I didn't tell them anything. I said I hadn't seen anybody or any ships. You'd have been proud of me, Joe.
What did they want to know?
Oh, what I was doing. So I told them prospecting. Then when I told them I hadn't seen anybody, they blasted off. Real nice fellas. Commander Corey was the one I talked to.
Corey? And he saw you in that spacesuit.
Why, sure, what's wrong with
blundering fool.
Joe, what are you getting all upset about here?
Get out of the way. Let me turn on the viewscope.
Now, look, Gerald, this is my home. I don't like being pushed around even by my friends.
Get away and shut up. Look at that. A spaceship. And it's headed for a landing right near the cave. See what you've done?
Well, I haven't done anything. I don't see what you're so steamed up about.
Don't I? That's Commander Corey. You let him here, you bungling old fool.
Now, you see, he's your commander. You can explain I was helping you to...
Shut up. Just wait till Corey gets out of that ship. I'll fix him. I'll blast him off that planetoid.
Joe, what are you talking about?
Those weapons I rigged to cover the cave entrance from every angle.
Why, you're no space patrolman.
You learn fast, Barrett. Get your hands off of me.
You're not going to harm the commander. I won't let you.
I said let go. Oh. Now, keep out of my way. After I get Corey, I'll finish with you. And don't try anything else if you value yourself at all.
Have your ray gun ready, Hap. I'll see if I can open the cave airlock.
Yes, sir. Hey, where did that come from?
Someone's firing at us.
Hey, that one came from the other direction.
Quickly, run for the cave.
They're getting closer. One chunk of rock nearly hit me.
The airlock won't open. Whoever's controlling those weapons can keep on firing till they get us. We've no protection out here.
We're trapped.
Hap, there's an image reactor unit here.
Then Juro Vanic's inside.
Yes, watching us through a viewscope.
If we only knew what image would unlock this hatch.
He's got us bracketed now, Hap. If we don't get in the cave, the next one will get us sure.
Think of me. Think of me.
Hey, who's that?
Someone's on our suit spaceophone frequency.
This is Tog Barrett. Think of me.
What's he talking about? Hey, Barrett, what do you mean?
Happy, he's telling us how to open the airlock. Think of what Barrett looks like. Think hard.
Oh, gee, I only saw him once. I don't remember, except that he had a beard.
Let me in front of that reactor, Happy. Let's see. Gray beard, blue eyes, space tan face.
Commander, it worked. The airlock's open.
Get in quickly. Close it behind you. Hurry.
Wow, that was close.
Through the inner door.
I got Barrett. They were right in the line of fire when I... Corey.
That's right, Vanek. Drop that ray gun.
Stand back, Corey. Hey, nice going, Commander.
Vanek, you don't seem to do so well when you have to depend on your own reactions. All right, get up.
Commander, you You made it.
Yes, Barrett, thanks to you.
I tried to stop him from firing at you.
Thanks, Barrett. We'll take care of you from now on, Bannock. Get up.
Okay. How did you get into the cave, Corey?
Barrett Spacer phoned us the right image to use.
You worked the image reactor after seeing Barrett only once?
That's right, Bannock. I wouldn't expect you to know this, but a person can get in most anywhere with an honest face.
That's my commander.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. But first...
Commander, look at how fast that boy is running.
Hap, that's the fastest running I ever saw.
That boy's running to the grocery store, Commander. He just heard the big news.
You mean the big news? Rice checks and wheat checks now have a brand new package with a big picture of the commander and me on the front?
Yes, sir. Plus the news that inside of each of these brand new packages, you now get a magic space picture.
Hope you'll follow that boy to the grocery store, gang. I'm mighty proud of those new packages of checks with my picture on the front. Hope you'll cut my picture out and paste it in your scrapbook.
And hey, gang, you can also get rice checks and wheat checks now with my picture on the front. You can cut out my picture, too, and hang it in your room or clubhouse. That sure would make me happy.
Don't forget, inside every one of those new packages of checks, there's a magic space picture.
You stare at them, look in the sky, and wowee, you see a big rocket ship floating in space, or a speeding jet car, or whatever the subject of your magic space picture happens to be. There's 24 of them all together, and they're all different.
And you get one in every new package of checks. So start collecting the whole set of 24 magic space pictures today.
Just bring home the new packages of rice checks and wheat checks with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the front and the magic space pictures inside. And now, an action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in a magnetic tunnel car. A tunnel car in a mine shaft deep below the surface of the planet Venus. As they rise toward ground level, Happy prepares the weapons they hope will enable them to rescue Tunga from two criminals.
Hey, what was that?
Explosion. Dratcher has blown up the entrance to the tunnel.
We're sealed in.
Now brace yourself. Our tunnel car is going to crash right into the debris.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Caverns of Venus, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Norman Jolly and Bela Kovac. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC TV station. Consult your newspaper for time and channel. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a magnetic tunnel car. A tunnel car in a mine shaft deep below the surface of the planet Venus. As they rise toward ground level, Happy prepares the weapons they hope will enable them to rescue Tunga from two criminals.
2 ray guns each. That ought to be enough.
We'll have to be careful. We can't give them a chance to harm Tunga.
It'll be dark in an hour or so. Then we can sneak up on them. What was that?
An explosion. Dratcher has blown up the entrance to the tunnel.
We're sealed in.
Well, brace yourself. Our tunnel car is going to crash.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Caverns of Venus.
Space Patrol!
A cyclone? Just Johnny Jones rushing out the door to the grocery. Gang, he just heard there's a swell surprise inside of every new package of checks.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Johnny's found the surprise.
A magic space picture. Wowee.
Wowee is right. Gang, with a magic space picture, you can have the time of your life. First, you stare at the mysterious picture. What is it? Who is it? It's hard to tell. But then you look up at the sky or at a wall, and suddenly...
Jumping Jupiter! I can see a flying saucer in the sky. Gosh, this picture really is magic.
Magic, and how? Why, with Magic Space Pictures, you can see all kinds of objects floating in space. Objects so big and clear, you'll think they're real. Flying saucer, rocket ship, planet Saturn, Buzz, Corey, Cadet Happy. These are just a few of the Magic Space Pictures. Altogether, there are 24, all different, and you get one inside of every new package of checks. So start collecting the whole set of 24 Magic Space Pictures today. Look for the packages of rice checks and wheat checks with Buzz, Corey, or Cadet Happy on the outside and the Magic Space Picture on the inside. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Caverns of Venus. Buzz, Corey, and Cadet Happy, aboard their space battle cruiser Terra 5, are en route to the planet Mars to see Tonga, who's been in the Mars capital, Lowell City, for several weeks. Under orders from Major Robertson, she's been investigating repeated disappearances of critical materials from government and private manufacturing plants. At this moment, the commander is briefing Happy on their procedure for contacting Tonga.
Tonga's code message didn't give us much information, Happy. However, she seems to have uncovered a clue on how the robberies are being committed.
Where do we meet her, Commander?
There's a small science library on a side street in Lowell City. It's used by engineers and other technical workers. At 1700 hours Universal Star Time, Tonga will be in the number 4 microfilm projection room.
Well, sounds like a nice, quiet place. I'm really anxious to hear what Tonga's found.
We'll know in an hour or so, Happy. Contact Lowell City Space Control for landing procedure.
Right, sir. Cadet Happy aboard Terra 5 calling Space Control, Lowell City, Mars. Cadet Happy aboard Terra 5 calling Space Control, Lowell City.
Here we are, Dratcher. This is her apartment.
Try the door.
It's locked.
Here. This electronic key will open it. We'll have to work fast. She may come back any minute. Close the door. Okay, Wharton, get busy. Look through the desk. I'll search these built-in drawers.
Okay. Well, personally, I don't think the girl's a Space Patrol agent at all.
Oh, you don't, eh? Well, she's only been working at the electronics plant for 3 weeks, and she wanders all over the factory, into every section.
That's just a gadabout. You know how some women are. Maybe she's just ambitious. Wants to advance.
Well, she's too ambitious to suit me. Here. Look at this.
What is it?
Notes on various employees at the plant. Just listen to this. Hastings frequently last to leave his section after work. Drives expensive service car.
Maybe she's got a crush on Hastings. Anyway, let her watch him. Hastings isn't one of our men.
And here's a sketch of the shipping room and a schedule of the departure time.
Well, still isn't much to worry about. She can't find out how we operate.
Maybe not. But I will have to watch her from now on. Come on, let's get out of here.
All right.
Hey, wait a minute. Look at this.
It's just a pill.
Yeah? Look at it closely.
One of the Amuse-a-Dream pills.
That's right.
We better take it before she has it analyzed.
How do we know this is the only one she has? If she finds out there is chemical in these tablets which will give a person a partial lapse of memory.
She'll know how we smuggle things out of the factory.
We can't take any more chances. Find her, trail her. And the first chance we get, we'll fix her so she won't cause any trouble.
Yeah. Here's projection room 4, Dratcher. The microfilm projector's running.
Yeah, I hear it. She must have the lights off if she's running the machine.
I know where the switch is.
Good. Open the door and turn the lights on quickly.
Come in. Oh, I'm sorry. This room is unused.
Yeah, we know. Shut the door, Wharton. I'll turn off this projector.
What's the meaning of this? Get out of here right away. I'll call the attendant.
The attendant is locked in the cloakroom. There's no one else in the library.
I don't know who you are, but I've seen this other man at the factory. I'll report him to the superintendent.
You won't report anything to anybody. You've done your last bit of spying.
What are you talking about?
What are you holding behind your back? Come on. Let's have a look.
Here, hold it.
Let go of me.
It's an envelope. Addressed to Commander Corey of the Space Patrol.
What's in it, Dratcher?
A copy of the papers we found in her apartment. in the security department chemist's report on the anti-radiation pills. He's listed 2 grains of amnesidrin among the ingredients. His comment is, enough to cause temporary and partial lapse of memory for a period of 1 hour.
Oh, lucky we followed her here.
Come on. We'll take her out to the back door to our surf car.
Why not finish it off here?
It's not a bad idea. There's nobody in the building.
Take your hands off me.
There's no use struggling, sister. All right, let's go, Ohio. It's Corey. Get him. If he's laid on Morton, I'll get him with this chair.
Commander, look out!
It's out cold. Now let's finish them both.
No. Corey may have somebody outside. Get those papers and let's get out of here through the back door.
Right.
Commander. Commander.
Now we've got to stop them.
Commander, somebody locked the attendant in. Tonga, what's happened?
2 men knocked the commander out. They ran out the rear door.
Are you all right, Commander?
Yes.
They took the evidence I had for you.
We'll get more. Meanwhile, we know who we're after. Let's get to Lowell City headquarters and send out an alarm. We'll put guards at the spaceport. And this fellow Wharton worked at the electronics plant, huh?
That's right, Commander. Dratcher I'd never seen before. Oh, it's the intercom.
I'll get it. Colonel Carter's office. Commander Corey here. Oh, I'll take the message. I see. Well, good work, Major. Thanks. That was Major Blake. He's making a complete check of the electronics plant. The employees you mentioned will be brought in for questioning.
I'm afraid that would do much good, Commander.
Oh, yes, the amnesidrin. As Dr. Ryan explained it to me, the amnesidrin doesn't interfere with a person's ability to carry out routine tasks. If he's told to do some apparently harmless act, he'll do it. But an hour or so later, he'll have forgotten it.
Well, then it's no wonder Dratcher and Wharton's gang could get away with thousands of credits worth of equipment and materials. They had perfectly honest people doing their dirty work.
Why did you suspect the pills in the first place, Tonga?
Well, it took a lot of little incidents before I really got to wondering. Once I misplaced a test meter. One of the girls said I put it on a bench.
Mm-hmm.
I was certain I hadn't. But there it was. I had no recollection of putting it there. Later, I noticed other people forgetting things. All of a sudden, it occurred to me that in every case, we'd been given an anti-radiation tablet.
Commander,
Oh, yes, Happy.
the duty officer just got a report from the captain of the spaceport guards.
About Dratcher and Wharton?
Well, no, sir, at least not directly. But they've traced some stolen equipment to a small robot cargo ship at the port.
Have the guards removed the equipment?
No, sir, they're standing by for orders.
Oh, that's a break. Now maybe we can find out how Dratcher and Wharton dispose of these stolen supplies.
How, Commander?
We're going to put a miniature spaceophone tracer transmitter in that ship. By keeping spaceophone fixes on it, you'll know where it is from the minute it blasts off till it lands. Come on, Happy, let's get to the spaceport.
Well, there's no one around the ship, sir.
Okay, Hap, let's get aboard quickly.
It's dark enough at this part of the field.
Don't flash your atomo light, Happy. One of Dratcher's gang may be watching. Got the transmitter?
Right here, sir.
Come on.
Maybe they won't take a chance of blasting off this robot ship, Commander.
I think they will. I want to get this evidence out of the way. Open the hatch, Happy. Now, wait till I close the hatch before you turn on your atomo light.
Yes, sir. Where we put the tracer transmitter, sir?
Up in the control compartment. We'll conceal it just in case someone comes aboard before blast-off.
They must not be planning to blast off right away. Space Control Tower hasn't been notified.
Let's take a look at this cargo section, Happy. I'd like to see what's in here so we can identify it later.
All right, Commander.
Shine your light around.
Wow. This hold is really loaded.
Look at this stuff. There's a fortune and equipment in here.
And stolen by people who didn't even realize what they were doing.
Whoever loaded this robot ship knew what they were doing all right.
Hey, how did that passageway door close?
Slam. Open it, Happy, and prop it open until we finish inspecting this hold.
It's stuck.
Here, I'll give you a hand. It's locked.
Somebody slammed it on us. I didn't hear anybody out there.
We have tripped an automatic mechanism. Electronic beam.
Well, how are we going to get out? Hey, Commander, hang on. The ship's blasting off.
It's as though we'll find out where the ship's going sooner than we expected. We're lucky we got that tracer transmitter.
Yeah.
You could send a distress signal. Turn it on, Happy.
Sir, I haven't got the transmitter.
What?
I left it in the forward compartment, and it isn't even turned on.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. How does he do it, gang? He sees flying saucers in the sky. He sees a robot man on the wall. He sees the planet Saturn floating in the clouds.
You bet I do. And sometimes, up there in space, I see a rocket ship or a speeding jet car.
Gang, how does he do it? What magic power does this boy have?
No magic power to it. Magic space pictures. That's my secret.
Yes, sir, gang. That's the secret. Magic space pictures. And with these wonderful pictures, you can see flying saucers and robot men in the sky, too. You can even see pictures of Tonga in the sky and Mae Robertson and Carol. Pictures so big and clear, they practically look real.
It's fun, gang, and it's easy. You just stare at the magic space picture, look up into the sky, and zowie! The magic goes to work. There in the sky, you see the magic space picture, real big and real clear.
There are 24 different magic space pictures, and you get one inside of every new package of checks. So start collecting these wonderful magic space pictures now.
Swap them with your pals. Be the first one in your gang to have the whole set of 24.
Just get the new packages of rice checks and wheat checks with Buzz Corey and Cadet Happy on outside and the amazing magic space picture on the inside. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Caverns of Venus. Buzz and Happy entered a robot spaceship at a Lowell City spaceport on the planet Mars to install a tracer spaceophone transmitter. In this way, Buzz hoped to learn the destination of a ship being used by a gang of thieves to transport stolen equipment. But Happy left the transmitter outside a cargo hold. While they were inspecting the stolen loot, the door slammed shut, locking them in the hold. Then the robot ship blasted off, leaving the unwilling passengers with no way to summon help. For hours now, Buzz and Happy have been trying vainly to force open the heavy metal door.
Happy, notice the deceleration?
Yes, sir. Hey, we're gonna land. It's about time. We must be nearly to Pluto.
It hasn't been as long as it seems, Happy.
What a bad break, my leaving the transmitter outside the hold. I've gotten us into a fine mess.
Oh, it wasn't your fault the door slammed shut.
But, sir, nobody knows where we are. We don't even know.
Well, we know this much. When that door opens, we're going to be in for a nice battle with whoever is going to unload this stuff.
Commander, I just thought of something. What if we land on a moon without air? The men will be wearing spacesuits and we'll be finished.
But if there is an atmosphere, we stand a fighting chance. Get your ray gun ready, Hap. The ship's landing.
Commander, aren't they going to open that door? We've been sitting here for an hour.
Maybe they just wanted to get the ship off Mars.
Yeah, and just leave it sit here on, well, wherever we are.
It's not a very cheerful thought, but it's a possibility.
Sir, we can't stand this much longer. The oxygen must be just about all gone as it is. I'll get kind of sleepy.
I'll try to stay awake, Hap. When that door opens, we've got to be ready to give a good account of ourselves.
Sure. I'll do my best. I'm awful sleepy, but I don't...
Happy, wake up. Hap, don't go to...
Now, isn't that touching? Both of them sound asleep.
Yeah, their ray guns in their hands. It's lucky I forced the sleeping gas under the door.
Well, what do we do with them?
We'll take them to the stone house and lock them up. When they wake, we'll find out how much the Space Patrol knows about us.
Then what?
We'll wait to see if this robot ship has been trailed. If not, we'll know we're safe here on Venus.
Well, if the ship were being followed, whoever it was would be here by now.
Let's play it safe. If we're cut, I want to produce Corey alive. I'll carry Corey. You take the cadet.
Okay, gotcha. That's heavier than he looked.
Corey's no lightweight either. All right, let's get going. What was that?
I guess I kicked one of their lights rolled over there somewhere in the dark.
Take it easy going down that ladder. Come on, Corey, wake up.
You two cadets have had a nice long nap. Snap out of it.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Leave him alone.
So Corey's awake. Now we can talk.
Dratcher and Wharton.
That's right. Our meeting in the library on Mars was somewhat brief, but I see you managed to catch our names.
Too bad that girl spy of yours isn't along, Corey. This would make a nice reunion.
She's back in Lowell City getting information on you guys that'll fix your rockets for good.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Now tell us, what information does she have? Come on, let's have it.
Corey, you and the cadet better speak up. You're a long way from help.
Where are we?
You're on Venus. A very rugged, remote part of Venus.
Oh, that tells us a lot.
Well, it doesn't matter. But since you're so curious, do you know the Gorbeton Mountain region?
Yes?
You're right in the heart of that range, near the old tungsten mine.
This is your chief hideout, I suppose.
Now, it's more than that. This rock house is only a part of our merchandising venture.
Yeah, quite a bit of it is underground. We got thousands upon thousands of credits worth of equipment stored away in the lower levels of the mine shaft.
And enough food and water to last us for years, along with a supply of weapons.
All set to stand a siege, huh?
If necessary. However, I don't think that situation will arise. You see, Wharton and I are the only ones who know you're here.
How did you get off Mars? You weren't in the robot ship, were you?
No. We managed to get a ship belonging to a member of my organization. We controlled the robot ship from there.
One of our men saw you get aboard and Spacer phoned us the information.
Mm-hmm. Now that we've been so free with our information, suppose you tell us...
Listen.
What?
Thought I heard a spaceship.
I don't hear anything.
Guess I'm getting jumpy.
Yeah. All right, Corey. Just what information does the Space Patrol have about Wharton and me?
You're wasting your time, Dratcha.
I have plenty of time. Sorry I can't say the same for you. Perhaps a few hours or days without food and water will loosen your tongue. Come on, Wharton. Let's leave our guests alone for a while. Lock the door as we leave.
Gee, sir, I'm sure hungry.
Try not to think about it, Happy.
Yes, sir. I wish there was some way to break out of this place. The walls are a foot thick.
If I could be sure where Dratcher and Wharton are, we might try the window.
We better do it before we get too weak.
The Polaroid glass won't break.
We could pry the lock loose, but there's nothing to pry with. I've looked. There's not even anything under the bed, if you can call that hunk of junk a bed.
The bed. That's it.
Huh? Well, how can we pry it with a bed?
It's got a steel frame, Happy. If we can work the bolts loose, we can use one side of the frame as a crowbar.
That's great, Commander.
Let's get to work. It's going to be a tight squeeze getting through the window, but as soon as you hit the ground, head for Dratcher's spaceship.
Right, sir. Well, at least we've got one break. Hey, these bolts are loose. Looks like we won't have any trouble with this.
Now, Corey may not be ready to talk yet, but I'll bet that cadet's getting mighty hungry.
What you ought to do is separate them. We could probably work on the cadet if the commander wasn't there to bolster his courage.
You may have something, Wharton. It's worth a try. We'll go to the stone house and take the cadet out to our shack.
I got you. Look, they're out. They're running for your ship.
Quick. Head them off.
Hurry, Happy. Into the ship.
They're cutting us off. They've got ray guns, too, sir.
Head the other way, toward the mountain.
Yes, sir.
We'll hide till it's dark.
Let him go. Why waste our breath running? What are they going to do out there in the mountains? There's no food or water.
Yeah, you're right, Dratcher. They'll come crawling back in a few hours.
Well, if they don't, we just saved ourselves a nasty job.
We've got to keep watching those spaceships, though.
Yeah, we'll take turns. Wharton, just keep walking and don't turn your head.
What's the matter?
You did hear a spaceship after all. That fool girl has come here.
What?
Yeah. She's hiding around the corner of the shack.
She armed?
Yeah. Ray gun. Pretend we're going to walk right past the shack.
I get you.
Okay. So, why should we take 10,000 credits now when we can get twice that much by waiting a few weeks?
Huh? Oh, yeah, Dratcher. But on the other hand, we could use a little ready cash.
Well, I'm not saying we can, but... take the ray gun, miss.
Oh,
We said drop it. Hold still and you won't get hurt.
You made a very bad mistake by coming here, Tonga.
What have you done with Commander Corey and Happy?
They aren't around right now. But I think they'll be back before long. When they get a look at our new visit.
I guess they aren't coming after us.
No. We'll wait till dark, then try to surprise them. Let's rest a minute.
They're standing down there by the shack. I can... Hey, Commander, looks like there's somebody with them. Smoking rockets, Commander. It's Tonga. How did she get here? You just pop out of the ground?
Wharton did hear a spaceship after all. She must have landed on the other side of the mountain.
We can't leave Tonga with those two rats. What'll we do now?
Wait a minute. Dratcher said there were food and weapons down in the mine shafts.
Hey, that's right.
There must be an opening up there. A few hundred yards. Come on.
Hey, we're in luck. A tunnel car. But it looks like there's no power.
It's a magnetic car with self-contained power unit. You can zip down the shaft and come back with food and ray guns. Get in, Hap.
Hey, this thing's just like a miniature spaceship.
Only much simpler to operate. Shut the door and shove off. Here we go.
I locked the controls of the robot ship and my space cruiser, Tunga, in case Corey and the cadet tried to pull a fast one.
They'll find a way to get you.
Yeah? Well, I found something, too, in the robot ship. This miniature spaceophone transmitter. So that's how you traced us here.
Not entirely. When the commander and Happy didn't come back from the Lowell City spaceport, I blasted off on the trajectory that Space Control said the robot ship was on. I didn't hear the tracer signal until the robot ship had landed.
What? Wharton must have kicked it on when he dragged the cadet out of the ship.
Dratcher, we got a problem.
Wharton, I told you to go over the mountains and smash the controls of Tunga's ship so Corey can't blast off.
He's not going over the mountain. He's going under it. Corey and Cadet have gone down in the mines.
What?
They've taken the tunnel car. They'll be back up here in a few minutes with weapons of their own.
We got to stop them.
How can we?
Get some cosmic detonators and close out the opening.
No, you can't do that.
I'll watch the girl. Hurry. Blast that tunnel lantern.
2 ray guns apiece. That ought to be enough.
We'll wait till dark, then sneak up on them.
There's the entrance up ahead. What was that? Hey, Commander, look out, up ahead. Stop!
The tunnel's caved in. Brace yourself. We're going to crash.
Wow.
Are you all right, Happy?
I just bumped my head a little, but I'm okay.
Yeah, they've blown up the tunnel entrance. There are tons of rock between us and the surface.
How are we going to get out?
Get out of the tunnel car, Happy. Bring your atomo light. Hey, shine your light over there. Seems to be a small side passage this side of the cave-in.
That's funny. I didn't notice that passageway when we came in.
Let's have a look.
You can't leave them down there in that shaft. You can't.
And just how would you suggest we go about getting them out?
You'll pay for this.
Watch the girl.
No, you don't.
I'll fix both of you.
Oh, you will, huh?
Tie her up. We can't watch her all the time.
All right, Dratcher, Wharton.
Call him up. Look out, Commander.
Take care of Wharton, Happy.
Well, Wharton won't bother us for a while, Commander.
That's enough, Corey.
Get up. Have the guns, Happy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Commander and Happy. I thought they had you sealed in the mine.
Now, we found a passage leading to a small opening several hundred yards up the slope.
Another opening. I didn't know there was one.
The explosion must have opened up an old passageway in the mine.
Huh? That just shows you, Dratcher. You don't know your own mine.
We'll be back in just a moment with a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yes, sir, gang, there's 24 different Magic Space Pictures. And Buzz Corey wants you to have all of them, just like real Space Patrollers do.
There's 3 of Buzz Corey, and they're all different.
There's 2 of Cadet Happy.
And 2 of Tonga.
There's a Magic Space picture of Buzz Corey's insignia.
And the Space Patrol badge.
There's a Space Liner pilot.
A picture of Major Robertson.
A jet car.
A flying saucer.
A rocket ship.
The planet Saturn.
A space pirate.
The Deadly Iron Fist.
And all kinds of other Magic Space pictures.
They work real easy, gang. First, you stare at the mysterious picture.
What is it? Who is it? You can't tell.
Then, you look up at the sky, or at a wall.
And hocus pocus, the magic goes to work. You see a giant space picture floating in the sky.
And it's so big and clear, it almost looks like the real object or person. Fun, man oh man.
So, gang, start now. Collect all 24 of the Magic Space Pictures. There's only one place to get them, and that's inside of every new package of checks. So look for the new packages of rice checks and wheat checks with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the swell Magic Space Picture on the inside. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are exploring a deserted city on the planet Saturn. As they enter a room filled with precious gems, a stealthy figure slinks to the door and aims a ray gun at them.
Look out, Commander. He's got a ray gun. He's firing.
Quick, Hap, run down that passage. Keep going. He's right behind us. It's dark in here. He won't be able to see us.
Uh-oh. Commander, it's a dead-end passage. We're trapped.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Forgotten City, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol!
Boys and girls, this is your commander with a vital message. Answer the call of the helpless by giving like a real space patroller to the 1953 American Red Cross Fund.
Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Glenn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Nina Berra, Bela Kovac, Ken Mayer, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This transcribed program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are exploring a deserted city on the planet Saturn. As they enter a room filled with precious gems, a stealthy figure slinks to the door and aims a ray gun at them.
Look out, Commander. He's got a ray gun. He's firing.
Quick, Hap, run down that passage. Keep going, Happy. He's right behind us.
It's dark in here. He won't be able to see us. Uh-oh. Commander, it's a dead-end passage. We're trapped.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Forgotten City. It's the cereal of the future, the real space cereal. The cereal that's different from any other cereal in the universe. The cereal you see on Commander Corey's own breakfast table. Delicious Rice Chex, the cereal with a flavor like no other flavor in all the universe. Delicious Rice Chex. Crisp shredded rice, spun in that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. Delicious Rice Chex, a real space cereal. Gang, those bite-sized biscuits have space inside so they can fill up with milk or cream. Try Rice Chex today. The only bite-sized rice cereal in the universe. Rice Chex. The only official Space Patrol rice cereal, Rice Chex. The super cereal that helps to supercharge you. Rice Chex at your grocer's in the brand new red and white checkerboard package with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the magic space picture on the inside. Rice Chex. Rice Chex. Rice Chex. Rice Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Forgotten City. Buzz and Happy are flying low over the Cinder Mountains on the planet Saturn, searching for a trace of a meteorology specialist believed to have crashed in his atmosphere ship in the rugged region. So far, their spaceophone receiver has failed to pick up a signal from the automatic transmitter carried by the scientist, Byron Stearns.
Professor Stern's transmitter must have finally conked out, Commander.
According to Space Control Saturn, we're very close to the point from which the signal came. Watch your viewscope, Hap. We may be able to spot the wreckage.
Must have been a pretty good crash to knock out that automatic transmitter.
And let's hope Stearns had time to get a spacesuit. His ship's hull was smashed. He couldn't survive very long in this part of Saturn.
Well, what was it he was trying to tell Space Control just before the emergency transmitter cut on?
There was a lot of interference, Happy. Almost like a jamming signal, according to Space Control.
The operator thought Stearns was telling him about sighting another atmosphere ship making close passes at him.
Stunting or on a lab ship?
If we can prove stunting was responsible for whatever happened to Professor Stearns, some pilot will be grounded permanently.
If he saw Professor Stearns was in trouble, he probably got away from this area as fast as he could. We may not be able to trail him.
We'll see. If that was the case, the pilot was further negligent in not notifying Space Control that the lab ship was in trouble. We'll just keep searching. The last signal from the professor's emergency transmitter tells us that his ship was grounded.
I hope he didn't end up in one of those narrow ravines.
There's a chance he might have landed on the other side of the mountain range. We'll round that peak and circle back.
Commander, am I having hallucinations?
What do you mean?
Well, I was sure we were 100 DUs from the nearest city, but isn't that an atmosphere shell way up there on that mountain?
That certainly is. And it's no hallucination. That's the dome of Rubeck.
Rubeck?
Yes, Rubeck, the forgotten city of Saturn.
Well, what's it doing out there in the Centaur range?
It was built centuries ago by one of Saturn's first space pioneers, a man named Lucian Rubeck. It's the last remaining privately owned city in the solar system.
It doesn't look very big by modern standards. Still, it's pretty impressive, stuck way up there in the mountains.
It's been deserted for nearly 100 years, Happy. Lucian Rubeck's descendants lived there for several generations, and they gradually drifted away to the largest cities on the planet.
The Forgotten City. I'd like to visit it sometime.
It's pretty interesting. I understand it may be reopened by the government as a museum or put to some other use. That is, if none of the surviving Rubeck family object.
Well, why should they object? They are using the place.
Technically, it's still their property. The government's legal staff has been trying to locate the Rubeck heirs, if any are still alive.
Space Control Saturn calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5. Space Control Saturn calling Commander Corey.
Corey here, go ahead.
The commander of a space patrol ship has located Professor Stearns.
Is he all right?
Oh, yes, sir. He was wearing a spacesuit and wandering around in the Vulcan range, dazed and shaken.
The Vulcan range? That's 100 DUs from the Centaur region.
Yes, sir. The automatic transmitter could have been out of adjustment.
I'm glad he's been found. Did he say how he crashed?
He wasn't able to give much information, Commander, and we haven't found the wreckage of his ship.
Where is he now?
He's being brought to Saturn City Hospital. He's under the care of a space surgeon in the patrol ship.
Withdraw all patrols except the squadron in the Vulcan range. And proceed with the search till Stern's ship is found.
Yes, Commander.
Corey out.
Well, that's rather strange, isn't it, sir?
About Stern showing up in the Vulcan range?
Yes, sir.
He was probably confused about his exact location. The important thing is he's safe.
Yeah, and very lucky. His best bet would have been to stay with the wrecked ship instead of wandering through the mountains.
We'll give Stearns a chance to recover from his ordeal before we question him. In the meantime, are you still curious about the Forgotten City?
Yes, sir.
Then get out our spacesuits. We'll land outside the dome and do a little investigating.
Here's the lock control switch.
Hey, that doesn't look so ancient.
Syndurium. Just as shiny as if it had been installed yesterday.
I hope the power's still on.
We'll know in a minute. I'll open the switch housing. Let's see. Where's the inside control? Oh, here we are.
Well, so far, so good.
Now let's try the interlock and go into Rubeck City.
Once you get inside the dome, this city really looks big.
100 years ago, Rubeck City was one of the most important settlements on Saturn, Happy.
Yeah, and now it's completely deserted.
Hap, check your atmosphere indicator.
Yes, sir. Say, that's funny. According to the indicator, the city's air is fit to breathe after 100 years.
Now then we can open the faceplates of our helmets.
Say, the air is really fresh. How do you account for that, Commander?
Well, there are two explanations. The dome is so well constructed that none of the poisonous Saturn air has leaked in, or else the atmosphere washing plant is still in operation.
After 100 years?
Well, it wouldn't have to work very often. Nothing inside the city shell to use up the air.
Hey, that's right. Smoking rockets, this is some city. Look at that tower up there.
Rubeck Tower. Lucian Rubeck designed it himself. He had his headquarters on the top floor.
And now Rubeck is a ghost city, completely deserted.
Makes you realize how impermanent human beings are. Uh-oh.
What is it, sir? What'd you find?
A small bottle lying on the sidewalk.
Oh, probably thrown there by one of the last people to leave Rubeck.
It's a medicine bottle. Space sickness formula, CH-12.
And whoever threw it there hasn't been troubled with space sickness for 100 years.
Well, not so sure. This is a new formula, Happy. Hasn't been on the market more than 6 months.
What?
Keep your eyes open, Hap. Evidently, Rubeck City isn't as deserted as we thought.
Come in.
Orlana. There are visitors in the city.
I know, Shefka. I've been watching them from the tower room. They're space patrolmen.
What are they doing here? We got to get rid of them.
Don't get excited, Shefka. By their casual attitude, they must think the city's deserted.
But no one ever comes here. They must know something.
If they suspected what we're using the city for, they'd have brought more men with them. Let them snoop around. It isn't likely they'll come up here.
But suppose Graken comes back while they're here.
I've contacted Graken by spaceophone. He'll keep away from the city until the space patrolmen leave.
Did he get rid of the lab ship pilot?
Yes. Turn him loose in the Vulcan Mountains. Pilot's already been picked up.
Suppose he tells them he was shut down near Rubeck.
Oh, he's in a very dazed, confused condition. Graken saw to that. Space Patrol will assume the pilot was mistaken. Besides, you removed all trace of the wreckage of the ship.
Yes, and I destroyed the automatic transmitter.
Then there's nothing to worry about.
But Orlana, the space patrolmen in the city...
I know why they're here. The government's getting ready to take over Rubeck.
We'll have to leave before they find the stolen jewels and space credits we hidden here.
They won't search the city when they find out I'm the great-great-granddaughter of Lucien Rubeck.
What? You are a descendant of Lucien Rubeck?
No, of course not. But I can convince the government I am. I'm having special documents forged in Saturn City right now. I'll be able to convince the most skeptical attorney that I'm really the only living legal heir to Rubeck City.
I hope so. But I still don't like the idea of those space patrolmen snooping around.
Let them snoop. And don't interfere, understand?
Hey, this is some building, Commander.
Yes, Happy. Rubeck spent a fortune on this one building alone.
Here's the elevator, sir. Shall we go up to the tower? We could get a real good look at the city from there.
Just a minute, Happy. Look at the carvings on this door. I'll bet anything Lucien Rubeck had this imported from the planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
The looks of it, the door was taken from an ancient Oriental temple.
From a deserted city on Earth to a deserted city on Saturn.
It's a massive handle. You don't see metalwork of this kind anymore, Happy. I wonder where this door leads.
Commander, there's a light on in there.
Oh, it flashed on automatically when I opened the door. Let's have a look. We'll go up to the tower later.
Yes, sir. Say, this must have been Lucien Rubeck's treasure room.
It's amazing. Look at those gold and silver goblets, old-fashioned candlesticks.
And look, an ancient platinum electric lampstand.
I thought Rubeck's descendants had cleaned out everything of value from the city, but apparently I was wrong.
Imagine all this stuff sitting here for hundreds of years and with no lock on the door.
Hold on a minute, Happy. This object isn't 100 years old.
Why, it's a model spaceship, studded with jewels.
Yes, and a very recent model, too.
Look at it. Diamonds and rubies.
Happy, listen. I heard a sound at the door.
Uh-oh.
Somebody's out there.
Look out, Commander. There's a man with a ray gun.
Hold your fire. We're space patrolmen.
That's why I am shooting.
Quick, Happy, down this passage.
You aren't going to escape that way.
Keep going, Happy's right behind us.
Yes, sir.
It's dark in here. He won't be able to see us.
Commander, it's a dead-end passage. We're trapped.
That's right. You're trapped. And I'm going to wait right here and pick you up. One at a time.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, gang. Captain Dick Tupel speaking from the planet Earth. Doing a Man on the Street broadcast this morning. And to see what some of these kids here on Earth think about the 3 official Space Patrol breakfast cereals. Now, here's a sharp-looking lad. Say there, what'd you say the very first time you tried bite-sized wheat checks?
I said, mmm.
And here's another fine-looking chap. Son, what did you say the very first time you tried bite-sized rice checks?
I said.
And here's still another youngster. Tell me, what's your opinion of Instant Ralston, the hot super cereal made of rich whole wheat?
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
Try 'em yourself, gang. You'll say the very same thing.
Mm-hmm. Man, oh man, oh man.
Yes, get 'em today, boys and girls. Rice checks, wheat checks, good hot Ralston.
And remember, checks now have a brand new package with Buzz Courier Cadet Happy on the outside and the Magic Space Picture on the inside.
And now back to Space Patrol and the adventure of the Forgotten City. Buzz and Happy were searching for an atmosphere ship crashed in the Cinder Mountains of Saturn near the deserted city of Rubeck. After learning from Space Control that the missing pilot has been found 100 DUs away, Buzz and Happy decided to visit the deserted city. They entered the atmosphere shell without any trouble, but unknown to the space patrolman, Rubeck is being used by a woman named Orlana as a hideout for stolen jewels. While Buzz and Happy were examining a treasure room in the base of a tower, they were fired upon by Orlana's henchman, Shefka. Now Shefka has them cornered in a darkened passage and is waiting to shoot them with his ray gun.
Happy. Yes, sir.
He can't see us. Lie down flat on the floor and then make a scuffling noise with your boots. When he fires at the place he thinks you are, I'll rush him.
Yes, sir.
Don't try to sneak up on me. I can hear every move you make. I warned you.
I'll take that ray gun. Have you got him, sir? No, stay down, Happy. He broke loose. After him, Hap. Yes, sir. There he goes through that door. He's locked that door on us. We're in a spot. It's opening, sir. After him, quickly. He's in the elevator, Commander. Come out of there. Oh, he's going up to the tower. He'll take the stairs. Come on, Happy.
Shefka, you fool. You blundering fool.
But they were in a treasure room at the base of the tower.
What if they were? I could have explained everything that's there. I'm going to have a difficult time now after your idiotic interference.
I'm sorry, Orlana. I only did what I thought was best.
Attacking space patrolmen. They'd never have known anyone was in the city if you'd obeyed my orders.
What are we going to do now?
I'll have to face them and make an explanation. They're probably searching the tower now.
If you get me another gun, I could still fight them off.
No. Get in the next room and contact Graken. Tell him to come in whether the space patrol ship's outside the shell or not.
I thought that...
You've done all the thinking you're going to do. From now on, just do what I tell you. If I can explain our presence here, I can explain Graken. If the space patrol's skeptical, well, Graken's a good man to have around.
Yes. Graken can handle them.
If you keep your mouth shut, we won't need Graken. Now go on, make that spaceophone call.
Yes, Orlana.
I'll go out and look for our visitor.
This is the top floor of the tower, sir.
Yeah. Now be careful, Happy. We'll search every room.
Wait till I get my hands on that character.
Hap, hold it. Someone on the other side of that door.
Oh, there you are. I was hoping I'd find you.
We're looking for someone, too.
Oh, you mean Shefka, my assistant. He told me what happened. I'm terribly sorry.
Where is he? I want to talk to him.
Well, please step in here. He'll be right out.
Thanks. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir.
I'm Commander Corey of the Space Patrol.
And I'm Orlana Rubeck.
Rubeck? Then you're related to the Lucian Rubeck who built this city.
Yes, that's right. He was my great-great-grandfather.
I was under the impression that the city was deserted.
Well, I came here a few months ago with a couple of servants. Shefka, the man who fired at you, has been with the family for years.
Does he always treat visitors so cordially?
Oh, really, I'm awfully sorry about that. Shefka has a great sense of loyalty. He thinks his chief duty is to protect me.
So why do you live here in this deserted city?
Well, I'm not surprised that you're curious, but the explanation's very simple. I'm writing a book about my family.
And you like to work in solitude, huh?
Yes, it's a great inspiration to work right here in Rubeck City, where so much of Saturn's history was made. And, too, there are many ancient records and family documents right at hand.
I see. I suppose that you can prove that you're a member of the Rubeck family.
Oh, naturally. I can refer you to some influential people in Saturn City.
Fine. Now, would you bring your servant out here, please?
Well, yes. I'll be only a moment.
Well, sir, what do you think?
I don't know. I guess writing a book is as good an explanation for being here as any. As a matter of fact, a book about the Rubecks would no doubt be very popular. But we'll see.
Hey, Commander, look at this plastic folder that was on the desk.
Let me see it.
Looks like a official identification folder.
Happy, this is Byron Stern's ID folder.
What? The lab ship pilot?
Yes. He was found in the Vulcan Mountains. His identification folder is here in Rubeck City.
Wow. How could his...
She's coming back. Act as though nothing happened.
Oh, here he is, Commander. This is Shefka.
Commander Corey, please accept my apology. I was greatly in the wrong. I acted from a mistaken sense of duty.
If you thought we were intruders, there would be some excuse, but have you forgotten that you seemed to accept the fact that we were space patrolmen at the time?
Well, I acted on impulse, Commander. Again, I am sorry.
All right, Shefka. Miss Rubeck.
Yes, Commander.
I was just telling Cadet Happy that a book on the Rubeck family ought to be very popular.
Well, I hope so, Commander.
I'd like to look over the first few chapters of your manuscript.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm merely in the note-gathering stage right now. There's really nothing down in manuscript form that anyone could read but myself.
I see.
Then would you show me around the tower? I imagine you must have a lot of family curios.
Well, is this an official search, Commander?
No, I don't have a warrant, but if you object to an informal tour...
Oh, no, not at all. Shefka and I'll be delighted to show you around.
Judging by a few items Happy and I saw down below, this ought to be very interesting.
Well, I think you've seen just about every room in the tower, Commander.
How about that room over there?
Oh, that's just a closet for cleaning supplies.
Would you mind opening it?
Well, really, Commander,
Or I could come back with a warrant and a squad of patrolmen.
Very well, if you insist. But there's really nothing in there. Unlock it, Shefka.
But Orlana...
Open it, Shefka.
All right. Wow.
Well, some real old family heirlooms. Stacks of space credits.
And brand new.
All that money in a closet for cleaning supplies?
I suppose it is rather odd. But then here in this deserted city, one place is as good as another.
I'd like to ask you something, Miss Rubeck. How do you happen to have an identification holder belonging to a Space Patrol scientist named Byron Stearns?
Byron Stearns? Oh, I don't understand.
Stearns was reported in trouble in this area, then was rescued in the Vulcan Mountain region. I'm waiting for an explanation, Miss Rubeck.
Grayson, get them!
Yes, Orlando.
Look out, Commander!
That takes care of the big one. Now for you, my smaller friend.
Take your big mitt off me.
Quit struggling or I'll break your arm.
Ow!
That's better.
I'll help you, Grayson.
Get away, Shepka. I can handle them.
You got here just in time, Grayson.
What are they doing here?
They just wandered in. But they know about that lab ship pilot. They found his identification folder.
Then we'd better take care of them for good.
I don't want any slip-ups this time, Grayson.
You better let me take care of it. He fumbled the last one.
Don't listen to him, Arana. I can fix them. Hold still, cadet.
Ow! Oh! My shoulder.
You'd better hold still. Grayson's capable of breaking you in two.
Yeah. And Shefka, too, if he doesn't keep his mouth shut.
That's enough of that, Grayson. I need both of you.
You see, you big Venus buffalo.
Shefka,
Stop that bickering. Watch those two space patrolmen.
It's Grayson's fault we're in this mess. He left the lab ship's pilot's folder in your office.
That's enough of that, Shefka. If it hadn't been for your stupid behavior, these men would never have known we were here.
Well, what did he do, Arana?
Doesn't matter. Just hold on to that cadet.
Hold still, cadet, or I'll fix you like I did the other fellow.
The other fellow is Commander Corey, the commander-in-chief of the Space Patrol.
Oh? Oh, what do you think of that? I have knocked out the great Commander Corey.
That's just fine, Grayson. But I've got more work for you to do.
Oh, yes.
You and Shefka get rid of the commander's ship. Shefka, take the ship far away from here and hide it securely. Grayson, you'll take my ship and bring Shefka back.
Very well.
But first, we've got to dispose of Corey and the cadet. I don't want any trace of them, in case Rubeck City's searched by the Space Patrol. There's a room in the sub-basement of the tower. Seal them in there, Grayson. The room behind the stairs.
Yeah.
And make sure you seal the door up completely. I don't want anyone to suspect that there's even a room there.
You leave it to me, Orlana.
Shefka, you help Grayson take these two down to the sub-basement.
Yes, Orlana. All right, go ahead, Grayson.
Orlana, what did Shefka do while I was gone? To bring the space patrolman here, huh?
You just follow my orders, Grayson. And Shefka, don't stand there with that smug look on your face. Both of you report to me when you're ready to hide the
Commander. Commander.
Yes, Happy.
We've got to do something quick.
Where are we?
In a room in the sub-basement of the tower. Orlana has one of her men sealing us up in here. Then they're going to get rid of our spaceship so nobody will come looking for it. That big bruiser is out there. See, you can see him through the window.
Is there anything in this room we can use as a weapon?
No, sir, I checked. All there is some old books and filing cases. There's Grayson grinning in here at us. He's getting ready to seal over the window.
He's a monster of a man.
He certainly is. He carried me down here under one arm. What are we going to do, sir?
Well, if we only get him to open the door for a moment. But whatever we do, we've got to do it quickly.
I don't see what we can do, sir. The door's locked and practically sealed. And when Grayson and Shefka get rid of Terra 5, nobody will ever even come down here looking for us.
Where is Shefka?
Up on the surface level, I think, waiting for Grayson. I don't think those two like each other. They both seem to go out of their way to make the other look stupid in front of Orlana.
They do, huh?
Yeah, Grayson kept asking questions about what went on while he was away. I got the impression he wasn't very smart, but he's awfully inquisitive.
And suspicious, perhaps. We'll see how curious he really is. Let's go to work on those books and filing cabinets, Happy.
Huh?
You take the files, act as though you've found something about Grayson, point at him. Pretend we've found some information about him.
Oh, I get it. As though Orlana had a secret file on her henchman here at Rubeck.
That's the idea.
If we can arouse Braken's curiosity, we might have a chance to get out of here. Is he watching us, Happy?
He sure is. He stopped cementing up the door, and he's gawking in through the window.
Point at him again. Laugh. As though we had a great joke on him. It doesn't matter what you say. Point at the files, too.
Yes, sir. Hey, what a dope this Graken is. You know, he's just about dumb enough to tear down that concrete and open the door and find out what we're doing in here.
Keep it up, Happy. We've got him going.
Yeah. Hey, look at that big, dumb face. He's just aching to know what we found in here in the files, Commander. Commander, I think he's going to open the door.
All right. Ignore him for a moment. Act very interested in the files.
Here he comes.
Hey, what have you got in there?
Nothing.
Oh, don't try to fool me. I've been watching you through the door. What does it say about me in files?
Why would there be anything about you in here, Graken?
There's something in there, I know it. Some lies Shefka told Alana. Oh, sure. That's it. Shefka's up there now laughing at me. He figures he's tricked me into sealing up evidence against myself, right where he can get his hands on him when he needs it.
Graken, there's nothing in these files about you.
Get out of the way. You can't fool Corey.
Well, I guess that's right.
Corey, you can't.
Got him, Commander?
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, try to hold me, will you? Now, Corey.
No, now, you Graken.
Happy. Yes, sir. Hey, Commander, you knocked Graken cold.
Yeah. Let's get out of here before he comes to.
Shefka, hasn't Graken finished sealing up that room yet?
No, Orlana, but I could have done it in half the time.
That clumsy oaf. We've got to get Corey's ship away from Rubeck City right away.
While Graken and I are gone, you might hide the stolen money and jewels just in case the Space Patrol squad comes here.
It's a good idea. We won't take any chances. Go down to the sub-basement and see what's taking Graken so long.
I'm afraid that Graken got a little too curious, Alana.
Corey! Shefka, do something!
Come back here, Shifka boy.
Get him, Happy.
Let go of me!
Come on, Shifka. I've got him, Commander.
Take Shefka's ray gun. Go down and bring Graken up here.
Yes, sir. Oh, Commander, while I'm down there, shall I bring up some of those files?
What for?
Well, sir, I just thought that Orlana might really decide to write a book about Rubeck, because, well, after all, now she's going to have plenty of time on her hands.
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure follows in just a moment. It's a fire, a 4-alarm blaze on Terra, but hey, what's the matter with that atomic fire-controlled jet car? Oh, too bad. It's trying to get along on ordinary fuel. But wait, that fire control officer's filling the tank up with super fuel. Wow! Listen to that fire-controlled jet car go now. It's supercharged, that's what. Supercharged with super fuel. Yes, sir, boys and girls. To really get going, the answer is super fuel. That's why Buzz Corey eats a good breakfast with the super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Ah, there's a couple of really swell-tasting cereals. And both of them have that modern, bite-sized design for easy eating. So, gang, get a quick start in the morning like Buzz Corey does. Eat a good breakfast with a checkerboard super cereal and get supercharged. Get them today. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. The grand new packages with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the magic space picture on the inside. And now, an exciting action preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are searching for a saboteur in the vat room of a plastics factory on Jupiter. Cautiously, they duck under pipes of hot gas feeding into the vats.
All right, Happy. Keep your ray gun ready.
Yes, sir. Ow. Drover was right about these pipes being hot.
Be careful. I'll get behind this one. Let's try number...
Wow. What was that?
One of the pipes has exploded. Blew a valve, probably.
Smoke and rockets feel that heat.
Happy, come on. We gotta get out of here.
My throat, I can't breathe.
It's the gas from the broken pipe. That gas is poison.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Vanishing Lake, when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and Knoxville, Tennessee. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Bela Kovac, Ken Mayer, Virginia Hewitt, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are searching for a saboteur in the vat room of a plastics factory on Jupiter. Cautiously, they duck under pipes of hot gas feeding into the vat.
Wow. What was that?
One of the pipes exploded, blew a valve, probably.
Oh, can rockets feel that heat?
Happy, come on. We gotta get out of here.
I told it. I can't breathe.
The gas from the broken pipe. That gas is poison.
And now for the complete story of today's thrilling adventure of Space Patrol. For more than 50 years, the manufacturing colony on the shores of Lake Tarnhelm on the planet Jupiter has been supplying the United Planets with the amazing product called Vitaplast. Vitaplast, made from a sticky, clay-like substance scooped from the banks and bottom of the lake, becomes an almost magic material of 10,000 uses under the manufacturing genius of the people of Tarnhelm. But for unknown reasons, the lake is drying up. Skilled workmen are without jobs, and industries from Mercury to Pluto are facing a shortage of the vital material. That's why Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are in the office of Thomas Purvin, Director of Tarnhelm Industries.
Commander, unless something is done right away, Tarnhelm will have to be closed down. There will be no more Vitaplast.
Can it be made synthetically?
The best chemists in the United Planets have been trying to find a way for 50 years, and they have failed.
I'll be frank, Mr. Purvin. The United Planets government feels that Vitaplast is an important product. But what I must know is how you intend to use the money.
We are working right now on a new type of Vitaplast. A discovery that makes all of the uses as primitive and crude as the automobile or the mechanical etching machine. I'll finance it with my own funds until the shortage of raw Vitaplast cuts down our revenue.
In addition, Mr. Purvin, we've been hearing reports of trouble between various factions of workers here in Tarnhelm. The government can't put money into a venture where people are working at cross purposes.
Oh, I admit we had some difficulties. A few families have left because of lack of work. And a few hotheads have tried to stir up trouble. But I assure you there is nothing serious.
Well, Mr. Purvin, there's been some more trouble that... Oh, excuse me. I'll talk to you later.
Oh, wait a minute, Zoga. We're keeping nothing back from the Space Patrol.
Well, okay.
Commander Corey, this is Mr. Drober, one of my foremen.
How do you do? Glad to know you, Commander.
The commander and the cadet are here to consider our problem, so speak out.
Well, 25 men in the block pressing section are quitting. They demand immediate transportation to Jupiter City. What's the trouble, Drober? They're sore because the Vitaplast tubing workers got their full check this week, and the block pressers didn't. They're pretty much worked up.
Pay them in full, including what they would have made if they had been able to turn out their full quota.
Boy, this disappearing lake sure is causing enough problems.
Mr. Purvin, is there any Vitaplast in the other two lakes?
Are there two lakes?
Yes, sir. We saw them on our way in. One is up in the hills, a couple of miles from Tarnhelm Lake, and the other is down in the valley.
Well, the lake in the hills has no trace of Vitaplast, and there is no lake in the valley.
Oh, I guess it must have been a mirage or something.
Yeah, sure, that's it, a mirage. Well, I'll pay off the workers, Mr. Purvin.
All right, Droger, thank you.
Now, Mr. Purvin, about this special research you're carrying out.
We kept it a secret, but if you and the cadet will come down to the lab, I'll show you.
All right.
Hey, Commander, I feel pretty foolish about seeing a lake that wasn't there.
That's all right, Hap. I saw it, too.
Halstead here. Go ahead, Drober.
I just fixed Purvis. Right in front of Commander Corey.
Yeah? Where are you now?
My office at Tarnhelm. Purvis had just finished telling Corey there was no real trouble at Tarnhelm when I rushed in and told him about the walkout in the block dressing section.
How did you get the men to quit?
Some of the boys spread a rumor that Purvis was trying to cheat them. We had them convinced their jobs were finished for good.
Nice going. Is Corey still there?
Yeah. Purvis is still trying to promote a government loan.
Now, don't miss a trick to make Purvis look bad in front of Corey. And if you have to, you'd better pull some rough stuff. Make the morale look really bad at Tarnhelm.
Right. Now, have you still got the drills going in the Brockside camp?
Yeah. The quicker the lake's drained, the better.
I don't know. Corey's cadet saw some water in the valley. Apparently the drainage from the lakes isn't staying underground.
What?
It's nothing to get excited about. I didn't have any trouble convincing them it was a mirage, so there couldn't have been much water.
I'll stop the drills for a few days. It won't take the water long to sink into the valley. It's mostly sandy soil.
How much longer can you hold out with that fake mining operation?
Several weeks.
Purvis can't last much longer. If he can't get government help, he'll be willing to sell you an interest in Tarnhelm.
Uh-huh. And after I get my hooks into him, the lake will start filling up again. And we'll have a share in the Vitaplast profit.
Good. Now, do you have any further ideas on what I should pull off next year?
A little sabotage ought to fit in pretty well about now, if you can arrange it without any risk.
I think I can. As a matter of fact, I have a little idea.
Now, Commander, if you and the cadet will step over here to this flat bench, I'll show you our new project.
You've done wonders here, Mr. Purvis.
We're very proud of it. Here's what I want to show you. See this shapeless mess of Vitaplast? I would like you to feel it.
Very much like soft rubber.
Squeeze it in your hand, cadet.
Like this?
Yes.
It feels soft and doughy.
And now I will apply a small electric current.
Wow. Hey, it pulled right out of my hand like it was alive.
I saw it move.
That's right. Now watch it. I will vary the intensity and polarity of the current running through the Vitaplast.
Look, it's curling up at the edges and crawling. It is alive.
No, not alive. Just responsive to electric current. You noticed it was blob-shaped a moment ago. Now watch it.
Why, it's drawing itself together. It's rolling up.
I advance the current, forming into a ball. Almost a perfect sphere. Pick it up today. Don't worry, you won't get a shot.
Why, it feels something like a hard rubber ball.
Bounce it on the bench. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, that's wonderful.
And now throw it down again. Hard.
Okay. Better stand back, everybody. It'll probably bounce all over the lab. Hey, what happened? It's not a ball anymore. It just spread out flat the way it was at first.
Mr. Purvis, this is the most amazing substance I've ever seen.
Wait till I show you some Vitaplast in tube shape. It can be made to crawl or coil itself tightly around any object or release it, all by electric control.
This is a tremendous discovery. Its applications are limitless.
Exactly. Now, when you consider that this type of Vitaplast works the same in extreme cold or intense heat, it's obvious that
Mr. Purvis, there's been some more trouble.
Yes, Drover, what now?
Someone's been tampering with the automatic control panel in the refining plant.
What?
The whole process routine's been thrown out of order. We may have to throw out thousands of tons of Vitaplast. Let's get over there right away. Lead the way, Drober. I want to see this.
The master control panel is right here, Commander.
Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir.
How did you discover this, Drover?
The foreman at stage 17 drew up a routine test sample. Didn't even look like Vitaplast. He called me and I checked the master panel. You know what the trouble is? You see where those red lights are flashing? That means something's wrong between stage 16 and 17.
This is terrible. It could put us out of operation.
Commander, I just saw somebody look in that door and then duck back. Let's get him. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize him, Drober? No, but I think he was wearing a regular plant uniform.
Hey, here's some stairs here.
He may be hiding down in stage 3. If he is, we've got him. What do you mean? Well, the only way out is back up to the control room. Is there any place down here where he could hide? Well, there are big vats of raw Vitaplast. He may try hiding behind one of them. Oh, be careful of the pipe. What pipe? The pipe leading to the vat. They're hot. They're full of hot dioxazine gas, which is being pumped through the Vitaplast. Okay, Drober. Down the stairs, Happy, quickly.
Here's the vats, Commander.
All right. Get your ray gun. We'll search behind this one first.
Yes, sir. Ow. Drober was right about these pipes being hot.
Be careful, Happy.
find this one. Let's try number 2.
Hey, what was that?
One of the pipes burst through a valve, probably.
Hey, feel that heat.
Happy, come on. We got to get out of here.
My throat, I can't breathe.
The ditoxylene. It's poison gas.
Buzz and Happy are on the planet Jupiter in a manufacturing colony which is the only producer of Vitaplast in the entire universe. Production of the urgently needed substance has fallen off, partly because the water in Lake Tarnhelm is sinking into the ground, and partly because of sabotage within the plant. Unknown to Commander Corey, both the disappearing lake and the sabotage are the work of the plant director's assistant, Drober, and Drober's partner, Halstead. Pretending to see a suspicious character in the plant control station, Drober has tricked Buzz and Happy into searching among the Vitaplast vats. Due to Drober's tampering with the control process, pipes carrying poisonous ditoxylene gas have burst under the enormous pressure. Now, with the heated gas fumes searing their lungs, Buzz and Happy are trying to get out of that room.
Don't try to go back that way, Happy. The gas is worse there.
Where's that other door that Drober told us about?
It must be this way.
Commander, my lungs.
Happy, listen. Drop down to the floor. Crawl.
I can walk.
No, get down low. Hot gas will rise to the ceiling. There won't be so much of it near the floor.
All right, Commander.
That's it. On your hands and knees. Keep your head down low.
It is easier to breathe like this.
All right. Come on.
Commander, you're safe.
While you were in stage 3, we discovered someone had allowed the pressure to build out to the bursting point, and there was no way to warn you.
I was pretty close. Oh, does that fresh air feel good?
Well, we got the gas under control now.
Drober, that man you saw did go down to the vat room. He's still there. We didn't see him.
We didn't look very close, though. We were busy crawling out.
Yeah, looks as though I was mistaken about us going down to the stage 3. Sorry I put you two in such a spot.
Well, it proves one thing. Tarnhelm isn't exactly the proper atmosphere for scientific research. Mr. Purvis, I'm going to have to recommend against the government putting money into your Vitaplast project.
But, Commander...
Obviously, there's some people here who are willing to wreck the entire plant, even if it costs lives, just to ruin Vitaplast production.
This is only the work of 1 or 2 dissatisfied persons. I'm certain. If the plant were backed by the government, there would be no more sabotage.
The way the Space Patrol works, Mr. Purvis, we stop sabotage first. I'm going to Jupiter City now to file my preliminary report to the Secretary General. And I'll assign some special agents to track down the persons responsible for this incident today. But I'm afraid you're going to have to wait a while for government financing. Come on, Happy. Let's get to work.
Stover calling Halstead at dark site number 1. Stover to Halstead.
Halstead here. Go ahead.
Now you can start selling the drilling equipment for junk. We're in.
You mean the government won't back Purvis?
Not after what Corey saw today. He's going back and report that this is a very bad risk.
Good work, Drober. When do you think Purvis would be receptive to another offer to buy into Tarnhelm?
Right away. Why don't you give him a call?
I'll do that.
I can't figure it out, sir. Why should some of his workmen sabotage Mr. Purvis's plant? Hey, it's not his fault the lake is drying up.
I'm going to recommend that the Secretary General send a couple of scientists out there to talk to Purvis. There may be some other plastic that could be made with the same properties. Something not as rare as Vitaplast.
Look, there's our mirage again. The lake in the valley.
That's no mirage, Happy. That's real water. Not very deep, but no illusion.
There doesn't seem to be as much of it as when we saw it before.
No, very likely it sinks into the ground quite rapidly.
Isn't that strange, sir? Lake Tarnhelm is disappearing, and this one shows up a few miles away?
When we get to Jupiter City, we'll consult a geologist. This happens to be part of the water that's been lost from Lake Tarnhelm. There may be an underground spring fairly close to the surface.
Yeah, with Vitaplast clay in it.
Perhaps. But a few rare factors must occur to produce Vitaplast. It isn't just the water itself, but minerals and even bacteria in the ground. However, our main job is to get to the bottom of this sabotage that disturbs this plant.
I tell you frankly, Mr. Halstead, if that lake wasn't drying out as rapidly as it is, I wouldn't even consider your offer.
I understand, Purvis.
Controlling interest in exchange for your financial backing of my Vitaplast research.
Right. And that's more than fair. Use your rapidly shrinking assets. The lake, I mean.
I suppose it is. But still, I'd like a little more time to think it over.
You don't seem to realize, Fervent, that I'm doing you a favor. I'll give you 4 hours to decide.
All right, Mr. Halstead.
You'll have my answer.
The communications operator said he'd notify you when he contacted Mr. Purvis, Commander.
Fine, Happy.
Have you had a chance to find out about our wandering lake?
Yes. I got a geological map of the Tarnhelm region. Through past mining operations around there, they've got a pretty good idea of the location of underground springs. Here, take a look.
Doesn't mean much to me, sir.
The mountains around Lake Tarnhelm were formed by an upthrust of rock billions of years ago. Underground springs flow in the opposite direction, away from the valley.
Well, what do these marks mean, sir?
They indicate an old bauxite mine that was first worked about 15 years ago. They hit a promising vein of bauxite ore, but it played out just about the time the mine shafts were flooded.
By an underground spring?
Yes, so they abandoned drilling. It costs more to keep the mines pumped out than they get from the bauxite.
Oh, I see.
However, the geologist says the mine has been reopened on a small scale. Some fella has the idea that there's bauxite in another part of the mountain. According to this scientist, though, the man's just wasting his money, or somebody's money.
No bauxite there, huh?
There couldn't be. On Jupiter, bauxite is only found above a layer of solid rock. Except for this small pocket that's already been worked, that mountain is all rock, right to the surface.
That guy must be crazy.
Perhaps. Still, geologists have been known to be wrong. And he might be lucky enough to find something besides bauxite.
That's probably Mr. Purvis, sir.
Corey here.
Commander, this is Purvis at Tarnhelm.
Mr. Purvis, can anyone there overhear this conversation?
No, Commander, this is my private frequency.
Good. I'm sending out 2 men to go to work at Tarnhelm.
Oh, your agent?
Yes.
Good, Commander. By the way, I got some good news. I got private financial backing for my Vitaplast research.
You have? Fine, I'm glad to hear it.
Yes, I made an arrangement with a man named Halstead. He's got a little money he had made in mining and wants to get into plastics. I had to give him controlling interest in the business, but then I need the money.
I see. Well, Mr. Purvis, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Commander. Goodbye, Commander.
Happy. Did you hear what Purvis said about his new partner?
Yes, sir.
This man is willing to buy into a business that is sinking into the ground.
Halstead must be as crazy as that bauxite miner.
Halstead is the bauxite miner.
What?
He seems to have a mania for doing stupid things. Happy, we're going back there and meet Purvis's new partner. He's sound. Come in. Oh, it's you, Drober.
Yes, Mr. Halstead. I thought I'd pay my respects to my new boss. We put it over, didn't we? How do you like my new office, Drober? Oh, great. Or maybe I should have said, how do you like my new Vitaplast plant? That's more like it. Well, when do we get the water back into the lake? We'll wait a few weeks, but it'll be easy. Here, look. Here's a cross-section of the mountain. And here's the mine. We close up this passage when the water's been draining out of the lake. Then we reopen this one. And the underground spring flows back into the lake, just like it used to. And we're in business. Speaking of business, would you like to go down to the lab and look at this new Vitaplast? I most certainly would. That's sensational. We'll make a point.
This is quite a surprise, Commander. I had no idea you were coming back here.
I wanted to meet your new partner.
Oh, this is his office. I don't know whether he's in or not. Oh, he's not here. Oh, he should be back very soon.
Oh, we'll wait. If you have something to do, Mr. Purvis, just go ahead.
As a matter of fact, I do. I want to make a list of some equipment I need now that I have financial backing.
Go right ahead. We'll be all right.
Thank you. Oh, I just happened to think where Mr. Halstead might be. He said something about wanting to look at the lab.
Well, if he doesn't come back soon, we'll wander down. Yes, Happy, it's all very strange.
About Halstead, you mean, sir?
Here's a man who mines a territory that has been proved worthless. And he demands controlling interest in a business that virtually doesn't exist anymore.
Maybe he has faith in this new Vitaplast thing.
How did he know about it? If he did, why didn't he ask for a share in the profits from that?
Yeah, it is sort of, but... I don't know. Here's a chart, something like the one you showed me back at Jupiter City, see? It's partly folded over, but I could tell it was a cross-section drawing.
Smaller section, but part of the same territory. Lake Tarnhelm. Some mine shaft. Look how this is marked. Underground spring to lake.
And it's filled in for a short distance.
This shaft is marked drain from lake. Take us down to the lab, Happy. Perhaps we can get Mr. Halstead to explain it.
It's amazing, Grover. This Vitaplast does everything you say it does.
Yeah, now watch, Mr. Halstead. There's about 50 feet of Vitaplast cable on those two big spools. I'm going to boost the electric current a few amps.
What? It's unwinding, writhing, and squirming.
I can make those heavy strands of Vitaplast go all over the room, then wind back onto the spool. Takes practice, but when you master the control dials, it's easy. You can control Vitaplast for production of anything.
Turn it off. Someone's coming. Purvis hasn't told me exactly what new type of Vitaplast I'm financing, so it wouldn't look good for you to be giving away the secret.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, hello, Dober. Hi. Commander Corey. And this, I presume, is Mr. Purvis' new partner, Mr. Halstead. Huh?
Yes, that's right. I'm glad to know you, Commander.
This must be quite a change from the mining business.
Oh, yes. Of course, I don't know much about plastics yet, particularly Vitaplast.
And I don't know much about mining. Happy, would you give me that diagram, please?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Mr. Halstead, I thought maybe you could explain this to me.
Where'd you get this?
It was on your desk.
Since when does the Space Patrol have the right to enter a man's private office and go snooping around his private papers?
Just a minute, Mr. Halstead. I was admitted to your office by your partner, Mr. Purvis. I didn't think you'd be so upset over a little diagram.
No, I'm not upset over the diagram, not at all.
This is a mine right over the mountain from the lake, isn't it?
Yes, what about it?
If this diagram is accurate, then it might be possible to fill the lake up again by reboring this shaft.
It's just a theoretical sketch. Wishful thinking on my part. You know.
Well, it might be interesting to take a look inside those shafts. Happy, wouldn't it be a coincidence if the shaft exactly fitted this imaginative diagram?
It sure would.
In fact, I think I'll call a couple of mining specialists and space patrolmen at Jupiter City and have them come out.
Well, look here, Corey. Just what are you getting at?
Your controlling interest in this company would mean quite a bit if the lake should accidentally fill up again.
I don't have to put up with that kind of insinuation.
Would you put up with the brainograph test?
Stay where you are, Drober.
Okay, Corey. I'm just going to shut off these controls. Keep an eye on them, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Halstead, I may be wrong about you, but there's...
Commander, look out. Look out for those cables.
Get back, Halstead. Get out of the way.
Those are Vitaplast cables, Happy. Get Drober. Yes, sir.
Ow! Up there, Cadet. These Vitaplast cables can give you the whipping of your life.
Turn that control off, Drober. I've got a ray gun on you.
Yes, so you have. Or did have.
Knocked it right out of his hand. And look at it. It's coiling around him. Hey, Commander, I can't move. I can't either, Happy.
Of course you can't. Not with those coils around your leg. Now I'm really going to tighten them.
Drober, look out. Corey, falling.
Oh, Happy. It's smashed.
Nice going, Commander. What's wrong? Look at the Vitaplast now. It's falling off them.
That's right. Now that the current's off, it's just as limp as spaghetti.
Here's where you two get her working over.
Oh, this is Corey's gun. It's over there.
Don't bother, Halstead. I'll get it in a minute. Come here, Drober.
Well, Happy, guess that takes care of him. As limp as, well, as Vitaplast.
Yeah. But for a while, there sure was a tight squeeze.
Join us again next week for another thrilling adventure with Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol.
Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are being held in a cave on Pluto by two criminals who plan to dispose of them. Now the Commander and Happy have managed to get to a spaceophone in the cave.
All the meters check, Happy. There's nothing wrong with the spaceophone after all. That's great. We can have a whole squadron of Space Patrol ships out here in a few minutes. This is an emergency call from Commander Corey to Pluto City Space Patrol Unit. Send ships to Sector G-18. Look for my ship, Terra 5, grounded near a steep bluff. Professor Walker, Cadet Happy, and myself are being held by...
Warning! Use the ray gun quickly! I want to get Corey permanently!
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, The Prisoners of Pluto.
Hiya, gang. This is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking. I'm just having myself a stroll down the street before I turn in for the night. Uh-oh, what's that light blinking in the window of that house across the street? Say, I'm going to investigate. That light's a signal, and it's a Space Patrol code system. It says, be sure to tell the boys and girls how to get a Space Patrol pocket projectoscope. Hey, that's a real projectoscope that boy's signaling with. Gang, I'm going to get him to tell you all about his projectoscope because you can have one, too.
I thought that'd bring you running, Captain Tufeld. Come on in. Boy, am I glad I sent for this projectoscope. It's really something.
Tell the gang all about it, Space Patroller.
Well, kids, it's not only a keen signal light. You can use it as a film projector in a dark room. Watch me flash pictures with it on the wall, Captain. There. See that picture? That's a picture from a Space Patrol adventure called Mighty Meteor. And it comes with your projectoscope on a strip of film with 3 other swell stories called Space Pirates, Men from Mars, and Robot Invasion. And Buzz Corey and Cadet Happy are in them, too.
And gang, on this one film, there are 24 different pictures.
The projectoscope's a real flashlight, too. A flashlight in the shape of Buzz Corey's rocket ship.
And it's a winner for looks. A neat 6 inches long, made of smooth, tough plastic, with 4 big tail fins and a 1-inch radar antenna.
Just think, a signal light, flashlight, film projector, and model rocket, all in one.
Gang, to get an official Space Patrol projectoscope, complete with bulb, battery, and film, do this. Buy a box of Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the cereals with a wonderful magic space picture on the inside. And then with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 35 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Prisoner of Pluto. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have been in Pluto City awaiting the arrival of Professor Malcolm Walker, who's from another city on this outer planet. Deeply concerned over the professor's failure to arrive, Buzz has ordered patrol ships to search the dark, constantly frozen surface of Pluto. Several hours later, Buzz and Happy join in the search, scanning rocky crags and valleys of frozen air with infrared probe rays from their ship Terra 5. Finally, Buzz sees the wreckage of a small lab ship at the base of a long slope. Now, in their spacesuits, Buzz and Happy are climbing the slope in order to investigate the wreckage.
The ship doesn't look too badly damaged, Commander. Even a tiny hole in the hull would be serious damage here on Pluto, Happy. Unless Professor Walker managed to get into a spacesuit, the intense cold and lack of air would finish him in a few seconds. There doesn't seem to be any sign of life, sir. I don't see any lights in the ship.
Let's get the hatch open. Focus your atomo light over here, Hap.
Yes, Commander.
I'll go in first, Happy. Be ready to open that first aid kit. If the professor's still alive, we'll have to work fast.
It's ready, sir.
Secure the outer hatch.
Hatch secured, sir.
Well, he's not in the control section.
Want me to check the aft compartment, sir?
All right. He may have sealed himself in after the crash. Hey, wait. What's this on the control panel?
That looks like a note, Commander.
Hold your light on it. Ship crashed due to instrument failure. Spacephone equipment damaged by crash. I am not hurt. 2 hours after crash, I thought I saw a flash of light due west. Since rescue at this position is unlikely, I've gone to investigate source of light. I shall appreciate finder of this note relaying this information to Commander Corey of the Space Patrol, who is now in Pluto City. I'm carrying a projectoscope and an atomo light. Professor Malcolm Walker.
Professor Walker should have stayed with the ship.
Well, it's good to know he wasn't hurt. I wonder what caused that flash of light he saw.
There's nothing out here in this part of Pluto, unless another search ship has landed here.
The light was probably a reflection in the frozen air that covers the ground. A reflection from a ship far above this planet.
Well, if Professor Walker took an atomo light with him, it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Let's get back to our ship, Happy. We can head due west, low altitude, and see if we can locate him.
Right, sir.
First, just to prevent any further wild chases all over Pluto, I'll add to this note in the event he returns here. I'll ask him to remain.
Just a minute.
There he is on the sled, just like I told you on the space phone. Found him unconscious, almost tripped over him in the dark.
All right. Let's lift him out of this airlock. Say, didn't you chop any more frozen air, Orman?
Oh, that first load will hold us until we find out who this guy is.
Just set him down here. Well, Anyway, he isn't with the Space Patrol.
Yeah, suit says United Planets Research Foundation.
What kind of a research would he be doing out here?
His eyes are open now, Hagel. Open his face, please, and find out who he is.
Wait, Orman. Chances are he's just lost. If we don't arouse his suspicion, we can keep him here until our supply ship arrives next week without any trouble.
Then what?
Then we will turn him over to the boys. They can get rid of him out in space.
Okay.
All right. Open the face piece, and I'll do the talking. Just take it easy, my friend. We'll have you out of that spacesuit in a moment.
Thank you. My heating unit went out. Guess I'm lucky you found me.
You certainly are. How do you happen to be on this part of Pluto?
My lab ship crashed a mile or two from here. Mm-hmm. I'm Professor Malcolm Walker with the United Planets Research Foundation. Mr.
Hagel. I'm a geologist.
See? I wonder if you would let me use your spaceophone to contact a friend of mine in Pluto City. He's probably worried about me.
Well, as a matter of fact, we're having a little trouble with our spaceophone transmitter. As soon as my partner can repair it, we'll be glad to let you send a message.
Thank you.
Of course, it may take several days.
Several days?
Yes. You see, we don't have much spare equipment here, but our regular supply and relief ship should be here in about a week. You will be able to go back with them.
It's rather inconvenient. What am I complaining about? Here I am, recently saved from certain death, and I'm fretting about spending a few days in a warm cave with congenial companions.
I understand exactly how you feel.
Oh, by the way, was my projectoscope signal light on when you found me?
Signal light? No, just the regular Atomo light, and it was turned on.
Good. There may be a chance that a search ship will see the other light. I remember dropping it just before I collapsed. I'm afraid I was so numb with cold that I don't remember exactly.
You had a signal light?
Yes, as I said.
I see. Professor, if you'll come with me, I'll get you something to eat. I'm sure you must be quite hungry after the ordeal you had. If you just go into the next room and make yourself comfortable. Right through the door. I'll be right in.
Thank you, Mr. Hagel. I'm most grateful.
Oh, you're entirely welcome. Oh, Rorman, could I speak to you for a moment?
Yeah, Hagel, what is it?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to go out again and get some more air, after all.
Go out there again?
Yes, please. The old fool has dropped the signal light. You will have to find it before a search ship spots it. Now get going.
The signal light, that's all we need.
Yeah, hurry. I'll prepare a snack for our guest.
Well, there's not a sign of anybody down there, sir.
Keep your eye on the viewscope, Happy. The professor couldn't have gone much farther than this on foot. Just circle back and cover the area again.
He may not have headed due west after all, sir. Couldn't the infrared beam have picked him up by now?
Unless he's fallen into a crevice.
Yeah. And that would account for our not seeing the lights he said he was carrying.
It doesn't look too good. We better send him for more search ships. Space upon Pluto City, Happy, but still keep an eye on the viewscope.
Yes, sir. Cadet Happy aboard Terra 5 calling Pluto City Space Patrol. Cadet Happy
Now, hold
aboard...
it a minute, Hap. Check your transmitter setting.
Yes, sir. Seems all right to me. Oh, I forgot about the new double scrambler circuit.
You were on two frequencies, Pluto City and Terra headquarters.
Yeah, I'll have to watch that. Terra would probably wonder why we were bothering them with a Pluto search problem.
The double scrambler is a good security measure, Hap. You can send the same message in two different codes, and no outsider listening in can tell that the same message is being sent.
Now, well, I've got it set for Pluto City alone now, Commander.
Fine, Hap.
And look, there's a projectoscope light, Commander, down there on the ground.
That must be Professor Walker's light. Happy, hold that call until we can land and do some investigating.
All right, Commander.
Why doesn't he turn it back on? Must have seen our ship light. Well, got a rough check on the location. Shouldn't be difficult to find him now.
Well, that didn't take you long. Any luck, Rorman?
There's the professor.
He's in the next room meeting.
I found the light. Fallen into a narrow fissure in the rocks.
Was it down?
Yeah. It's pointing downward. I doubt if it could have been seen from his ship. Certainly had a close call at that.
What do you mean?
Just as I was picking up the light, I caught a glimpse of a spaceship's light over to the north. Quickly shut off the light.
You certain they didn't see the light?
I'm almost certain. They'd have had to be looking right at it. Anyway, they wouldn't see anything out there now, even with their brightest Atomo search beams on.
You're right. They never see the airlock opening unless they landed and stood right in front of it.
That was a delicious supper, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're quite welcome, Professor. Now, if you'll come with me, I'll show you. Well, you won't give us any trouble for a few hours.
You asleep?
Yeah, dropped off the moment he laid down.
Look, Hagel, why can't we get the supply ship here quicker? We can space phone them tonight.
That would be pretty stupid, Rorman. With search ships flying around this area. In a week, they'll have given out the search. Then it will be safe for the supply ship to land.
I'm sick of hiding out in this cave. We've been here 10 months. Surely the Space Patrol isn't still looking for us after all that time.
Well, I'd rather be here than in some Space Patrol detention center, undergoing suspended animation.
Yeah, I'd like to know how this differs from suspended animation. Listen, hear that? Sounded like somebody in the airlock. Hegel. Look. Sorry if we startled you. I'm Commander Corey of the Space Patrol.
Yes, Commander. We were startled. You see, we weren't expecting company.
We're looking for Professor Walker.
Professor Walker? Why, there is no one here but my partner and myself.
Professor Walker's lab ship crashed near here.
Yeah, we found a note that it was headed in this general direction.
Oh, and he probably went right on past our airlock. We often miss it ourselves.
I don't imagine he's very far away. You're sure you haven't seen him?
Oh, no, we haven't seen anyone. Have we, Mr. Evans?
No, of course not. In case you hear anything about him, would you please notify the United Planets Research Foundation?
The United Planets Research Foundation? I see.
If you forget the name, you'll find it engraved on this projectoscope you have here on the table.
Projectoscope?
This one, Mr. Hegel.
Hegel? I didn't believe I told you my name.
You didn't. You looked familiar to me when I first came in. I just recalled where I'd seen your picture.
And where was that, Commander?
We have a method of remembering faces we see in the Space Patrol wanted files.
I don't believe I understand.
It's very simple, but I'm not going to explain it now. If Professor Walker isn't here and you haven't seen him, how do you happen to have his projectoscope?
Rorman, get them! Commander!
Stay where you are, Cadet.
Nice work, Rorman.
I saw the commander edging toward the projectoscope. I couldn't grab it in time.
It's probably just as well. Corey and the cadet have forced our hand. Now we'll have to play it safe. Lock them up. We'll get rid of them and the professor, too.
We'll be back with Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, gang. This is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking from the Interplanetary School Stadium on Terra. I just saw a swell baseball game here. Listen to that crowd cheer the winners. Yes, it sure is fun when you're a winner. And here's something like that. But remember, to be a winner, you have to get supercharged. And here's the way to take care of that. Eat a good breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the bite-sized super cereals that help to supercharge you. Delicious! And there's plenty of zing in that Rice Chex flavor. And man, oh man, Rice Chex biscuits are toasted and toasted to make them crisper and crisper. And Wheat Chex? Ah, there's a flavor you'd fly to the moon for. Now, gang, remember, it's fun to be a winner, and hear this. So move right up and be a winner. Move right up to the breakfast table for the breakfast that supercharges you. A power breakfast with the super cereals, Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. The cereals with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside, and the wonderful magic space picture on the inside. And now back to today's Space Patrol adventure, The Prisoner of Pluto. Buzz Corey and Cadet Happy have been led to a secret cave on the dark, frozen planet Jupiter by a projectoscope signal lamp dropped by Professor Walker when he collapsed in his spacesuit near the cave airlock. Confronted by the commander, the two criminals, Hegel and Rorman, first denied they had seen the professor. But when Buzz discovered the professor's telltale projectoscope, the two fugitives rendered Buzz and Happy helpless with a paralyzer ray gun. Now, still under the effect of the paralyzer rays, Buzz and Happy have been carried to a cave room next to the one in which Professor Walker lies sleeping.
Okay, come on, let's get going.
Paralyzer's ray ought to hold them for another half hour. That'll be plenty of time.
Did you hear that, Happy?
Yes, Commander.
Try moving your arms and legs.
I've already tried, sir. The paralyzer rays seem to have worn off.
Good. The spacesuits protect us from the full effect. Let's try to locate a spaceophone and alert Pluto City.
How about the spacephones in our spacesuits?
Remember, we're inside a cave. A long distance from Pluto City. The signal won't carry.
Oh, that's right, sir. Well, Hegel doesn't have a spaceophone, hmm?
We'll search the cave first and find Professor Walker. Then we'll see what we can do about a spaceophone. Professor? Professor Walker. Wake up, Professor.
Huh? What's going on? Who are you?
I'm Commander Corey of the Space Patrol.
Of course. Commander, am I still in the cave?
Yes, Professor, you are.
Yeah, that's a relief. I'm afraid I owe Mr. Hegel and Mr. Rorman an apology.
You do?
Yes.
For a brief moment a while ago, I suspected them of trying to keep my presence here a secret. Isn't that ridiculous? I suppose it was due to my fatigue and fear after cracking up.
Now listen, Professor, there isn't much time. Your suspicions were correct. Hegel and Rorman are criminals. What? The Space Patrol has been searching for them for months. You happened to stumble on their hideout.
Then you captured them?
Not yet, but we will. We'll need your help. Where's their spaceophone?
Spaceophone? They told me it was out of commission.
Well, I'll bet they've got a spaceophone around here somewhere. And in good working order, too. Well, we'll check. Professor, better get your spacesuit on. Be ready to move out of here in a hurry.
I certainly will, Commander.
If we're unhappy, we'll try to locate Hegel.
Put this stuff down here. We can store it away later.
Okay, Hegel. Say, this is a real haul. We got quite a load of supplies out of their ship, didn't we?
Yeah, we sure did. Now, let's get the three of them and put them on Corey's ship. Have your ray gun handy. We may have to give them another blast.
All right. Are you sure you can make the ship crack up look like an accident?
Just leave it to me. We'll take Corey and the cadet to the ship first. Then come back for the professor. Wait.
What is it?
I hear voices in the spaceophone here. Be quiet. I'm going to open the door.
Emergency from Commander Corey to Pluto City Space Patrol. Send a patrol unit to Sector G18. Look for my ship, Para 5, grounded near Steep Bluff. Professor Walker, Cadet Happy, and myself are being held captive.
Roman, bust them with the ray gun, quickly! That takes care of them. Switch off the spaceophone. We got to get them to the ship in a hurry now.
Space Patrol, Pluto City, calling Commander Corey. Message
Hegel,
received.
I heard you.
We have established a fix on your location in Sector G18. Rescue ships will be dispatched immediately. Space Patrol Unit, Pluto City out.
Confound it.
Hegel, what are we going to do now?
We can't wreck Corey's ship. Those rescue ships would eventually locate the cave.
We contact Jackson and Trask. Maybe they can get here before the Space Patrol arrives.
We can do better than that. We can get away from here in Corey's ship.
Yeah, but who's going to pilot it? Where will we go? You don't know astrogation, neither do I.
Oh, I can get it spaceborne. After we're off Pluto, we'll wait till Corey and the cadet come out of the ray gun effect. Then we'll force them to take over and take us to Mars.
Yeah, but what about the professor?
If we take Corey, we'll have to take Walker, too. There'll be a good protection for us in case we're intercepted before Corey revives.
All right. Let's get him into Corey's ship. It won't take long for the patrol ships to get here. We better be gone.
Happy, are you awake?
Yeah, yes, sir. Where are we?
Aboard Terra 5.
Commander, you got us off Pluto. Well, the last thing I remember was having Hegel and Rorman surprise us when we were using the spaceophone. How did you manage to get us away?
I'm afraid I didn't. Hegel and his partner put all three of us aboard our ship.
Oh,
Commander.
Yes, Professor?
I don't suppose you know where they're taking us?
No, I don't. You?
To Mars. They were talking after they used the ray gun on you and the cadet.
To Mars? Why would they risk discovery by blasting off in my ship?
Well, you see, the Pluto City Space Patrol unit replied that they had established a fix on the cave and were going to send rescue ships immediately.
What? I don't see how that's possible. Hegel and Rorman got us before we established contact with Pluto City. Besides, they couldn't have plotted to fix that fast.
It was my voice they heard.
Your voice, Professor?
Yes, sir. I saw them watching you, and I knew they'd never let you complete the call. So I used the transmitter in my spacesuit to make them think you'd succeeded. Perhaps it wasn't such a good idea.
I'm not so sure. At any rate, it was very quick thinking, Professor.
It didn't have the effect I hoped it would. I thought perhaps if they thought their position was hopeless, Hegel would surrender without harming us.
Well, at least it got us off Pluto, Professor.
But we're still their prisoners.
And we've still got a chance. So I hear somebody in the next compartment.
Oh, you've come out of it, eh? Come on, Commander. You and the cadet have work to do.
And if we refuse?
Roman and I can easily find a way to change your mind. All we want you to do is to plot an astrogation vector that'll take us to Mars.
Can't you do it?
I wouldn't be asking you if I could. There's a lot about the ship that I don't understand. And listen, Corey, don't try any tricks. I'll know Mars when we're close enough to see it. And don't forget, whatever happens to the ship happens to you, too.
All right, Hegel.
Okay, up to the control compartment then. Professor, you'll stay here.
All right, Hegel, there you are. We're on automatic control now. You ought to reach Mars at about 2300 Universal Star Time.
And you swear that the vector you set keeps us off the regular space lane?
I said it did, didn't I?
I'm going to watch that viewscope, Corey. And if another ship appears following us, you'll regret it.
Well, can we help it if somebody sees us accidentally?
It'll be up to both of you to avoid that accident.
Yeah. Now look, Corey. I want my men to meet us on the Martian plane and pick us up there. Turn on that spaceophone so that I can contact them.
No fix on this either.
I don't know how this thing works, but I do know when the scrambler circle is set to the right combination.
And which one is that?
Scrambler code 31567. Now set it.
All right.
That's it. Now cut on the transmitter. This is Hagel calling Jet Trask at Satin City. Hagel calling Jet Trask at Satin City.
I hope he and Jackson are near the receiver.
Hagel, spaceborne out of Pluto, calling Jet Trask at Satin City.
Maybe Corey's trying something funny.
Spacephone's on, don't worry.
Hagel to Trask.
Trask here. Go ahead, boss.
Trask, listen carefully. I got a job for you.
How did you get off Pluto? I thought
Just
you were...
listen. I want you to take a ship and meet me on the Martian plane, Sector 5G. We'll be there at about 2300 Universal Star Time.
Got it. I'll be there.
I'll be aboard Commander Corey's space battle cruiser, the Terra 5.
What? Hey, listen, are you making a deal with Corey?
Don't be a fool, Trask. If I were double-crossing you, would I use Corey's ship? I've got Corey and his cadet and Professor Walker here at ray gun point.
Okay, Hagel. I'll pick you up at Sector 5G, Martian plane at 2300 hours Universal Star Time.
All right, Trask. Hagel out. Cut it off, Corey. Roman, take Corey and the cadet back to the compartment. We'll bring them out again when it's time to land on Mars. Nice landing, Corey. And now this is where we say goodbye.
Yeah, we'll miss you.
You won't miss a thing from now on.
Yeah, this is it. For all three of you.
Let's finish them before Trask lands so we won't waste any time getting away from
There's
here.
just one thing I want to do first, Hagel.
Yeah? What is it?
This! Get them happy while they're off balance. Well, I guess that takes care of our friends, sir. Get their weapons happy.
Foreman, why didn't you watch Corey?
How did I know he was going to jolt the ship with a rocket blast? Anyway, maybe Trask can help us.
That's right, Corey. The alert you gave the ship will tip him off that something's wrong. He'll get us out of this.
I think you'll find that Trask is having troubles of his own. Have a look in the viewscope.
Space Patrol ships.
That's right.
Where did they come from?
You told them where to find us, Hagel.
I did?
Yes. And you were talking to Trask on one scramble frequency. The same message was being sent out on the regular Space Patrol emergency frequency. Happy, take them back aft and lock them up. And ask the professor if he cares to join us.
Right, sir. All right. Come on, you two. Be our guests for a change.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. And now, gang, here's Cadet Happy to tell you how you can have fun 10 different ways with that swell new Space Patrol projectoscope shaped like a rocket ship. Number 1.
Show pictures on the wall with it.
2.
Use it as a flashlight.
3.
Give signals with it at night.
4.
Hide secret messages inside of it.
5.
Play Space Patrol with it.
6.
Light it in a dark room. Looks like a rocket flying at night.
7.
Wire it on your bike for a new and different kind of ornament.
8.
Keep it to dress up your room. Stand straight up on its tail fins.
9.
Keep it by your bed at night. Comes in mighty handy.
And 10.
Take the bulb and battery out and use it as a roomy pocket case for marbles, jacks, money.
Yes, sir, gang. The projectoscope is lots of fun. And it comes to you complete with bulb, battery, and film for showing pictures on the wall. To get a projectoscope, do this. Buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are investigating a space factory revolving in an orbit around the planet Venus. Suddenly, they find themselves locked in a freight-handling chamber room, floating in the middle of the room.
Trowbridge has cut the artificial gravity field. We're completely weightless.
Well, how are we going to get down to the floor? Oh, my head. Smoking rockets, Commander. We fell up to the ceiling. There's the floor down there below us.
Trowbridge reversed the gravity field. The pull in this room is toward the ceiling.
Well, now how are we going to get down to the floor?
We'll get down to it all right. The hard way, I'm afraid. Trowbridge will reverse the gravity field from floor to ceiling till he breaks every bone in our bodies.
Be Be sure to listen next Saturday for the exciting story, The Venus Space Factory, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Springfield, Illinois, Terre Haute, Indiana, and Washington, D.C. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket.
Boys and girls, this is your commander speaking. Help science help you. Give every nickel and dime you can to the American Cancer Society.
Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Bela Kovach, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new, exciting Space Patrol! And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC TV station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure and the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are investigating a space factory revolving in an orbit around the planet Venus. Suddenly, they find themselves locked in a freight-handling chamber floating in the middle of the room.
They've cut the artificial gravity field. We're completely weightless.
Well, how are we going to get down to the floor? Oh, my head. Smoking rockets, Commander. We were pulled up to the ceiling. There's the floor down there below us.
They reversed the gravity field. The pull in this room is toward the ceiling.
Well, now how are we going to get down to the floor?
We'll get down to it all right, the hard way, I'm afraid. They'll reverse the gravity field from floor to ceiling till they break every bone in our bodies.
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, the Venus Space Factory. Hi, gang. Space Patrol Dick Tufeld reporting to you from the Terra Airport. Just got back from a trip to Venus, and boy, do I need supercharging. Well, I'll just have myself a Space Patrol breakfast with one of the super cereals, Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They're bite-sized, you know, and so easy to eat and so different and delicious, the Commander made them official cereals of the Space Patrol. Try them yourself, gang, and don't wait. Not for a swell treat like Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Try them today. And say, gang, here's something important. We are swamped with orders for space binoculars. We have plenty of them, but we just can't mail them out fast enough. So if you're waiting for space binoculars, please be patient. We'll soon be caught up. Well, I gotta go get supercharged right now. See you later, gang. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the Venus Space Factory. Swinging in wide orbits around the planet Venus are two gigantic constructions, popularly known as space factories. Power is obtained from the sun by use of solar energy reflectors. These privately owned factories are inspected at regular intervals by Space Patrol personnel to see that United Planets regulations are observed. Right now, in the control section office of one of the factories, Space Patrol Inspector Curtis is talking to Vincent Trowbridge, owner of the plant.
I've completed the inspection, Mr. Trowbridge.
Find anything wrong, Inspector Curtis?
No, nothing serious. The heat insulation on the mercury vapor conduits needs replacing.
Oh, you aren't going to enter that on a report, are you?
Well, I should. But I'll overlook it this time if you promise to have it repaired by the time of my next official visit here.
Of course. You just play ball with me, Curtis, and I'll play ball with you.
Fine. Oh, Mr. Trowbridge.
Yes, Curtis.
About the investment you're handling for me, is everything all right?
Well, it doesn't look good right now.
But can I get my 10,000 credits back?
Perhaps in a few months.
A few months? Well, Mr. Trowbridge, you said last month we could expect a quick profit.
Yes, I also said there were certain risks involved. You remember that, don't you?
Yeah, but all our other investments, they turned out all right.
They were for small amounts, 100 credits or so.
I was counting on that money. You put me in a terrible spot.
I didn't put you on the spot, Curtis. You insisted I take your money. It was your money, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course it was, except for a few hundred I borrowed. But it has to be paid back right away.
Well, I'm afraid there is nothing I can do.
Well, look, you've got to help me. If the Space Patrol finds out I've been having business dealings with one of the firms I inspect, I'll lose my job.
Well, you didn't worry much about that when you were winning.
It was foolish, I admit it. But I was relying on your business judgment. If this gets out, I'm finished.
Oh. Perhaps I should have realized you weren't in a position to risk so much money. Tell you what. Suppose I return those 10,000 credits to you.
Will you, Mr. Trowbridge?
Now, understand, Curtis, I only do this out of the goodness of my heart. This is just a loan, you understand. It's my money you're getting. Your 10,000 is still invested with another firm, and I can't touch it.
I'll pay you back every credit when the other deal begins to pay off.
Yeah. Oh, in the meantime, you're in a position to do me a favor.
Well, what do you have in mind?
Well, you also inspect the other space factory, don't you?
Stan Larkin's plant? Oh, yes, sir.
What's his record?
Excellent. Why?
Mm-hmm. Perhaps you've been somewhat lax in your inspection. Somewhat indulgent, shall we say.
Oh, no. I'm always very careful.
Yes, but there is always room for improvement, Curtis. From now on, you can even be more careful when you check on Larkin. When are you due there again?
2 days from now.
Well, just make sure you examine his entire factory thoroughly. I'm sure you'll be able to find that Larkin is guilty of several irregularities.
You aren't asking me to turn in a false report.
Would you rather a true one be turned in on you?
All right, Mr. Trowbridge.
Oh, this may ease your conscience a little. I have a couple of men working at Larkin's factory. You wouldn't have to use your imagination too much in reporting violations.
Commander Corey's office. Cadet Happy here. Yes, sir. All right, Major, I'll tell him.
Well, what is it, Happy?
It's Major Robertson, Commander. He says Inspector Curtis is due back at Venus City headquarters tomorrow. He's been on sick leave.
Hap, remind me to spaceophone Curtis in the morning regarding the space factory report.
Yes, sir.
I can't understand what's happened to Stan Larkin's operation.
Well, who is this Larkin, sir?
He owns one of the 2 space factories circling Venus. The last 2 inspection reports have been pretty bad. Till 3 weeks ago, Larkin's plant had a very high rating.
Well, what's the trouble, sir?
Curtis listed 6 counts of defective safety equipment, including the main airlock. When he returned for another checkup 2 weeks later, 3 of the previous citations hadn't been corrected.
Well, what about the Trowbridge station?
Oh, that's excellent. You know, it looks to me as though Larkin's trying to cut corners.
It's not a very smart move with a new government contract still sitting on the Secretary General's desk.
It's not a smart move in any case, Happy. Any negligence in one of those space factories could cost the life of every man in the plant. First, I'll see what Curtis has to say about the situation. Then I may pay Larkin a visit.
Curtis at Venus City calling Trowbridge at Space Factory number 2. Curtis calling Trowbridge at Space Factory number 2.
Trowbridge here. Go ahead, Curtis.
I just thought I ought to let you know. Corey's going to blast off for a visit to Larkin's factory.
Is he coming here, too?
He didn't mention it in our space phone conversation. But better be prepared just in case he does.
I am always prepared. Did he question your report on Larkin?
No, not yet. But I'm worried. I don't want to get into this any deeper.
Now, look, Curtis, stop worrying. Just take it easy.
All right, but I won't make any more false reports.
Well, we'll talk about it later. When is Corey due at Larkin's?
At about 900 hours Universal Start Time tomorrow.
All right, Curtis. Trowbridge out. Now, what can my men do to convince Corey that Larkin isn't?
You could start decelerating now, Happy. We're nearly on the factory's orbit.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look very solid, Commander. Like a bunch of wheels strung together with wire.
Well, it would never do on a planet, of course, but out here in space with no gravity pull, it's strong enough.
Where do we join airlock, sir?
At the end of that tube projecting from the circular structure. We'll make our approach from the other side.
It looks like we've got a clear approach on this vector, sir.
Right. Let's contact Larkin and tell him we're coming in for inspection.
Commander Corey, I've been in the manufacturing business for 20 years. This is the first time I've been accused of mismanagement.
All you're being accused of right now, Mr. Larkin, is failure to correct certain faulty equipment after receiving a citation from our inspector.
But I tell you, I ordered it corrected.
Did you check to see if your orders were carried out?
Well, frankly, no, I didn't. In the past, I've never found it necessary to check up on my employees.
Mr. Larkin, our inspectors have a regular procedure to follow. Would you say that in the past, Curtis has ignored defective equipment?
I don't know whether Curtis has ignored defective equipment or not, but I haven't.
Well, then what about those last 2 reports? What about the complaints of impurities in your products?
Commander, would you like to inspect this factory right now?
I certainly would, but you haven't answered my questions.
Maybe we'll both know the answers after inspection. I manufacture plastics, not excuses.
All right, Larkin. I'll call my cadet and we'll inspect the plant. I'll say this for you, Larkin. For all, your factory is run very efficiently.
We haven't finished the tour yet, Commander. With these accusations against me, I think it only fair that you make a complete inspection.
All right. What's next?
Well, you've seen the crew's living quarters, the power control station, and the process control room. As I recall your inspector's last report, there was a defective airlock in number 2 loading chamber.
That's right. Has it been repaired?
I ordered it repaired. Come with me. You can see for yourselves. Oh, here, wait. You'd better both put on heavy coats if you're going in there.
Why, is it cold in there?
About 5 degrees below 0 centigrade. The coats are here in the locker. Here's one for you, Commander.
Thank you.
And here you are, Cadet.
Thanks, Mr. Larkin. Oh, why is the loading chamber so cold?
This chamber is where we keep the hexaplast sheets. They're moved directly into the hold of a cargo ship, which is also at 5 degrees below 0.
Hexaplast? What's that?
It's a light but very strong plastic, Happy. It's called the material with a memory.
A memory?
Oh, excuse me, Commander, the intercom. Larkin at chamber 2. Yes? Can it wait? Oh, but I'm... Oh, all right. I'll be right back. Commander, I've got to go back to the central control room. 2 of my technicians seem to have misinterpreted my instructions on the process routine. Why don't you examine loading chamber 2, and I'll join you in a minute.
Of course, go ahead.
Thanks, Commander.
Now, let's go in, Happy. We'd better secure the door to hold the temperature down.
Oh, it's not as cold in here as I expected it to be.
It's a dry cold, low humidity. These coats are pretty heavy.
Boy, there sure isn't much room to move around with all these bales stacked in here.
Now, there's the airlock at the other end of the chamber. Let's check the indicator and see if there's any leakage.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, Commander, what did you mean when you said hexaplast was a material with a memory?
Well, it can be molded into a certain shape at a fairly high temperature. Then when it's cold, the way it is now, it flattens out.
Uh-huh.
When the temperature rises, it springs back into its original form, just as though its molecules remembered what shape to take.
What was that?
I don't know. It sounded as though something snapped.
Oh, look, up there. The top bale came undone. Yeah, somebody did a sloppy job of packing. Oh, there goes another one. Hey, look, it's moving. The cargo's shifting.
We've got to get out of here, Happy.
Hey, Commander, what's happening?
The hexaplast, expanding to its original shape. Open the door, hurry.
It's locked, sir.
We've got to get out of here in a hurry. If we don't, the hexaplast will crush us against the wall.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. This is Captain Dick Tufeld reporting the morning news direct from Terra City. First, the headlines. Commander Corey offers projectoscope to boys and girls on Earth. Space Patrol mail bags jammed with orders. The commander interrupts all communication lanes to warn projectoscope is offered for limited time only. Those are the headlines, now the details. Today, Buzz Corey is again offering all boys and girls a chance to send for the new 6-inch pocket projectoscope. This streamlined blue and yellow plastic model in the shape of the commander's rocket ship has been designed to do 3 important things. 1, to flash on and off so rapidly it can be used as a signal light. 2, to throw a steady beam of light so it can also be used as a flashlight. 3, to throw pictures on the wall by means of a special strip of film. Response from Earth has been terrific. Orders have been pouring in without let-up, but supplies are still big and work is on schedule. When a letter is received, a projectoscope is mailed at once. But Commander Corey warned in a special bulletin that the projectoscope could be offered for a limited time only. So, gang, send for your projectoscope today. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now back to today's adventure, the Venus Space Factory. Vincent Trowbridge, owner of a space factory revolving around Venus, has forced a Space Patrol inspector to turn in false reports against Stan Larkin, owner of a competing space factory. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy went to the Larkin plant to investigate. While in loading chamber number 2 of the space factory, the two space patrolmen find themselves in danger of being crushed by a rapidly expanding plastic known as hexaplasm as the temperature rises in the chamber.
Stand back, Happy. Let me try that door. Yes, sir. Somebody must have locked it after we got in here. You suppose it was Larkin? Hap, look out! Huh? Wow, if you hadn't yelled, sir, I'd have been smashed between those two blocks of hexaplasm. It's going to keep expanding till it fills every inch of this chamber. That's hard as rock. Yes, after it reaches its original shape. Commander, could it break through the hull of the chamber? By the time it does, it won't matter to us. Hey, wait. You've given me an idea. There's a bale that hasn't broken open yet. Help me drag it to the door. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's move fast, Happy. This bale feels soft. Now let's wedge it between the stack of hexaplast and the door. A little tighter. Commander, I can feel it expanding. Stand back. When those metal packing strips burst, they'll lash out like whips. There it goes. It's swelling up. Let's hope that door is the weakest part of the chamber. Hey, it works, sir. The door's open. Let's get out of here quickly. Hey, Commander, it's colder out here in the passage than it was in the chamber. Let's get to the control room. I want to hear Larkin's explanation of this. Here's the control room, Hap. Larkin.
Commander, you're safe.
And you know what happened in the loading chamber.
Yes. Did you secure the outer door to the passage?
Yes, I did. Now, maybe you'll tell me who locked the refrigeration door.
Locked it? It wasn't locked.
Oh, no? We had to use expanding hexaplast to break it open.
You were in there with that wild plastic?
Where did you think we were, Larkin?
I don't know. I settled the argument between the two technicians, then I came back here and checked the instruments. I could see the temperature was rising in the loading chamber.
And what made it rise?
The thermostat must have been defective, but it's all right now. Even if the hexaplast bursts the chamber hull, we won't lose any air in the other sections of the factory.
But I'd still like to know what made the temperature rise and the door lock just when Cadet Happy and I were in that chamber.
Commander, you don't think it was deliberate?
I don't know, Larkin. But somebody here is guilty of criminal negligence. As of this moment, your factory is officially closed.
Closed? Why?
Safety. One incompetent or vicious man in this space factory could destroy the lives of everyone aboard it. I'm going to order a ship to be sent here from Venus to remove every one of your staff to Venus City until we can have a complete investigation. I'll assign a space patrol ship to cruise alongside this factory in its orbit around Venus to protect your interests.
Very well, Commander. I'll order a complete shutdown.
All right, Larkin. Come on, Happy. We'll get to our ship and space upon Venus City. Then we'll head for Terra and organize an investigation.
Curtis calling Trowbridge aboard Space Factory number 2. Curtis calling Vincent Trowbridge at Space Factory number 2.
Trowbridge here. Go ahead, Curtis.
Are there any cargo ships loading or unloading at the factory?
No ships aren't due till tomorrow. Why?
I'm coming there to talk to you.
What about?
I'll tell you when I get there.
Now, isn't that rather stupid? You aren't due to inspect for another 10 days.
I'm nearly there. Have the airlocks ready.
Why can't you tell me what you want over the spaceophone? We're both on the scramble circuit.
I've got to talk to you. In person.
All right, come ahead. But if you are in trouble, don't expect me to get you out of it.
Commander, shouldn't we be on the Terra Vector?
I've changed course, Happy. We're heading for the other space factory on the opposite side of Venus.
Why? Is something wrong at the Trowbridge plant?
Well, so far it's not as serious as what went on at Larkin's. I've been getting some interesting information from Major Robertson, though. Trowbridge has been putting out some defective plastics, too, worse than Larkin's.
Was it in the inspector's report, sir?
No. The Bureau of Standards discovered it. It should have been detected by our inspector at the factory. Yet he's consistently given Trowbridge a high efficiency rating.
Does the same man check both factories?
Yes, George Curtis. Well, maybe he needs a vacation.
Yeah, he seemed to be right on his toes when he checked Larkin's plant.
Venus City Space Control was supposed to notify me when they located Curtis. He's off duty for 18 hours, so he must be somewhere in the city.
Oh, there's another collection of wheels in the viewscope, sir. We're getting close to the Trowbridge factory.
All right, Curtis. Tell me what was important enough to bring you here to the factory at this time.
I found out what your men tried to do to Corey with the hexaplast. You might have killed him.
Wouldn't that have put Larkin in a hot spot? As it is, this will probably finish him.
Yeah, but you don't know the rest of it. Corey had the whole crew, including Larkin, flown to Venus City for an investigation. I'll be called in to testify.
So what? That close call, Corrietta will convince him that Larkin isn't fit to operate a factory. You just calm down. Go back to Venus City and be there when he calls you.
But, Trowbridge, don't you realize? Corey will probably give Larkin and his crew a brainograph test and find out about your spies.
I hadn't thought of that.
Corey will find out you're behind this whole scheme and find out about me.
You know, I'm glad you did come here, Curtis. You can find me to Venus before Corey organizes his investigation. We'll have to eliminate those spies of mine before they're given the brainograph test.
I won't have any part of it.
All you have to do is keep your mouth shut. Being a space patrol inspector, you won't be asked to take a brainograph test, not if you play calm.
Commander Corey aboard Terra 5 calling Venus Space Factory number 2.
It's Corey. Shut up.
Corey aboard Terra 5 calling Space Factory number 2.
Now keep your mouth shut, Curtis. Let me do the talking. Venus Space Factory number 2 to Commander Corey. Trowbridge here.
Mr. Trowbridge, I want to talk to you on official business.
Why, of course, Commander.
You'll be ready to join airlocks with the factory in about 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yes.
Come ahead, Commander.
Thanks, Mr. Trowbridge. Corey out.
You recognize my ship. Why didn't you stall him till I could get away?
It's too late now. He'd see you anyway. Don't worry. Just do as I say and we'll both be all right. Just get back in that living compartment and lock the door. I'll handle Corey.
What are you going to do?
Just leave that to me. Go on. Get in that compartment.
Go on, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Well, Commander Corey, this is rather a surprise.
Hello, Mr. Trowbridge. I recognized our inspector's ship at number 2 airlock. Is he in here?
Yes, he's inspecting my factory.
It was my impression that he was here 4 days ago.
Oh, you mean you didn't know he was coming here today? I'm afraid Inspector Curtis is a very thorough young man. I've been getting quite a going-over from him.
You have? Why?
Well, I'll let him tell you. He's probably in the handling room now. This way, please. On second thought, maybe I'd better tell you myself. Frankly, I tried to deceive Curtis on his last trip here. And I thought I succeeded.
Deceive him? How?
Some defective insulation.
Well, what about it?
Well, I could tell that Curtis wasn't feeling very well, and I thought I'd put it over, that he wouldn't notice. Well, I found out differently. He's going over the entire plant with a vengeance.
After I see Curtis, there are a couple of other matters I want to discuss with you, Mr. Trowbridge.
Certainly. You'll find Curtis right in here, Commander. The handling room. Just go right in.
Hey! On your feet as you get through that door after him.
Oh. Commander, I can't touch the floor. What happened?
We're floating. Trowbridge cut off the artificial gravity in here.
We're going right toward the ceiling.
Now, take it easy. When you reach the ceiling, push yourself gently toward the floor.
Yes, sir.
Gently now. You might bounce back up again. When your feet touch, make your way carefully toward the door. Remember, we're completely weightless.
I can reach the ceiling. Oh, here goes.
That's it. We're going down.
Yeah, like a couple of feathers. Oh, this is the strangest feeling.
Easy now. Your feet are almost touching the floor.
Oh, my head. Smoke and rockets, Commander. We were pulled up to the ceiling. There's the floor down there below us.
Trowbridge reversed the gravity field. The pull in this room is toward the ceiling.
How are we going to get down to the floor?
The hard way, I'm afraid. Trowbridge can keep reversing the gravity field from floor to ceiling till he batters us unconscious.
Look, sir. Everything that wasn't bolted to the floor is up on the ceiling all around us. Crates and tools, everything.
Now you see why Trowbridge called this the handling room. You can handle any object by adjusting the gravity field, no matter how heavy.
Yeah, including us. Wow, feel that. I'm pressing harder than ever against the ceiling.
Trowbridge is increasing the gravity field.
What's he going to do? Knock us out by giving us extra G's?
I doubt that he has that much power.
Well, it's strong enough so that I can't stand up on the ceiling.
If he reverses it at this strength, we'll break every bone in our bodies when we hit the floor.
Wow, this is awful. Just waiting for him to smash us down.
Happy, look down there on the wall. See that switch box?
Yes, sir?
It's right by the outer loading hatch. Maybe a gravity control emergency switch. We can just turn that lever to the off position.
But we can't reach it, sir. Not even if we could stand up.
No, but there are a lot of objects around us up here in the ceiling. Small things we could throw. If we can hit that switch before Trowbridge reverses the gravity.
There's a small crowbar. It's even hard to crawl with all this high gravity. There.
Now take careful aim, Happy. Remember, be ready to duck. That bar is going to fall back up to the ceiling.
Yeah, that's right. I'm glad you reminded me. Well, here goes.
Oh, watch out. It's falling back.
I didn't throw it nearly hard enough.
I'll try it with this wrench.
If you hit it, we'll have quite a drop to the floor.
If I hit it, we'll stay here in the ceiling till we push ourselves down. Cross your fingers.
Hey, you hit it, sir. We're weightless again.
All right, Happy. Easy now. Press against the ceiling with your legs. Push yourself down toward the door. Okay, careful now. Let's go.
Come on, Curtis, quick. Get into your ship. What'd you do with Corey? He's floating around in the handling room, up near the ceiling.
What?
Well, just as I was about to reverse the gravity pole and smash him to the floor, the field cut off. I guess I overloaded the coils. Come on, we gotta get out of here. Hurry, get it to your ship.
All right, Trowbridge, stay right where you are.
Hurry!
Commander, I didn't know you were here.
Curtis, you had the right hunch in coming back here, but evidently you didn't know just how far Trowbridge really would go.
No, Commander.
Yeah, that's right, Curtis. I might even take a brainograph test.
Happy, take Trowbridge into custody.
No, you don't. Get your hands up, Cadet.
Curtis.
Go on, you too, Corey.
Hey, what is this? Curtis, are you out of your mind?
Good work, Curtis. Now, Corey, we'll see.
Get him, Happy. All right, you two, on your feet.
I've got their weapons, sir.
Commander, Trowbridge forced me to help him. He bribed two of Larkin's guards to heat up the hexaplast chamber. I didn't have a thing to do with it.
Curtis, keep your mouth shut.
You might as well let him talk, Trowbridge. We've got enough on you right now.
Commander, I'll tell you everything. Honestly, I will. I only did what I did so I wouldn't lose my inspector's job.
Curtis, you have a peculiar idea of an inspector's duties.
Yeah, don't worry, Curtis. You'll still be an inspector. You can inspect the inside of a criminal rehabilitation center.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Gang, everybody's talking about the projectoscope, and no wonder, it's terrific. Now, here's a boy who's been talking about his projectoscope since the moment he got it. That was on Saturday morning.
Hey, Junior, look. I got my projectoscope. Man, it's really neat. Look at that. It's shaped like a real outer space rocket ship with tail fins and a radar antenna.
Sunday night, and he's still going strong.
Hey, Dad, turn out the light. There now. I'm going to show you some pictures on the wall with my projectoscope. That's Buzz Corey and Cadet Happy you see there. In a real Space Patrol adventure. It's called Mighty Meteor. And there's 3 other adventures on the same film.
And so it went with his friends on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Look at Joe. Look at this projectoscope flash signals in the dark. See how fast I can blink it on and off?
Then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday again. And this boy is still talking about his projectoscope.
Now, don't cry, sis. I'll find that nickel you dropped here in the dark. See, I got my projectoscope in my pocket. And it's a swell flashlight, too. See that beam of light? Hey, here's your nickel, sis. Good old projectoscope.
Gang, get yourself one of these wonderful projectoscopes. We have enough for all of you, and we'll send you one the day we get your order. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Write that down. Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have joined airlocks with a spaceship in which 2 criminals are holding Carol captive. Although the criminals have meekly surrendered over the spaceophone, Buzz is still wary.
Happy, I'm going to open the inner hatch. Have your ray gun ready.
Yes, sir.
You got us, Commander, with our hands up. Look, I'll turn on the lights so you can see better.
Happy, the lights. They're blinding, Commander. I can't see.
Let them have it, Rambo. They can't see. They're helpless.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Cosmic Ray Detector, when wheat checks, Rice Checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Indianapolis, Indiana, and Washington, D.C. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer, Bela Kovach, Norman Jolly, and David Duval. Dick Tufeld speaking.
Hello, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. The real Greg from The Real Evening of Old Time Radio. I hope you're enjoying the show, and I just want you to know that if you're hearing this on any other YouTube channel than The Real Evening of Old Time Radio, you're listening to somebody who has stolen my audio track. On with the show.
Wheat Checks, Rice Checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy have joined airlocks with a spaceship in which two criminals are holding Carol captive. Although the outlaws have meekly surrendered over the spaceophone, Buzz is still wary.
I'm going to open the inner hatch, Happy. Have your ray gun ready.
Yes, sir.
You got us, Commander. With our hands up.
Keep them that way.
You can put those guns away, because you can't see.
Happy, the lights.
They're blinding, Commander.
Now let them have it, Trembo. They can't see. They're helpless.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, the Cosmic Ray Detector. Gang, it's terrific. It's sensational. It's new, different, thrilling. It'll pop your eyes wide open in amazement. It'll have you whistling like you never whistled before. It'll have you yelling with excitement because, gang, this is it. The swellest regulation Space Patrol equipment you ever had the chance to own. I'm speaking of the Space Patrol Pocket Projectoscope. What does it look like? What does it do? How can you get it? Well, gang, I have the answers. It's a model of Buzz Corey rocket ship Terra 5. It's 6 inches long. It has 4 big tail fins. It has a 1-inch radar antenna. It's made of beautiful blue and yellow plastic. What does it do? It blinks on and off rapidly. Flash, flash, flash like a real signal light. It throws a steady beam of light like a real flashlight. It shows pictures on the wall like a real film projector. Complete with bulb and battery. Complete with film containing 4 Space Patrol adventures. Now you put this film in your projectoscope, you darken the room, push the radar antenna, and there on the wall you get a picture. To show a whole adventure, slide the film from picture to picture. Loads and loads of fun, and nothing like it ever before. Gang, to get a projectoscope, do this. Buy a box of Rice Checks or Wheat Checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a Rice Checks or Wheat Checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 86, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, the Cosmic Ray Detector. In Commander Corey's central office at Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, Cadet Happy is checking through a file of search mission reports from the Venus Command as the Secretary General's daughter, Carol, enters.
Hi, Happy.
Oh, hello, Carol. Hey, that's some outfit.
You like it? Dad got it for me especially for this trip to Jupiter.
Hey, it looks great. What time does your ship leave?
In about an hour. I'm going on the SS Space Queen.
Traveling in style, eh?
Well, I wanted to fly my own ship, but Dad talked me into taking the passenger transport. Is the commander around?
Oh, he stepped out about a half hour ago. I don't know when he'll be back.
Gosh, I hope he didn't forget.
Say, that reminds me. He said this folder was for you.
Oh, good. It's the data from my talks at Jupiter University.
What are you going to talk about?
Opportunities for youth in interplanetary government service.
Well, that shouldn't give you any trouble.
Well, I imagine the commander's notes in the Space Patrol will be a big help. Well, I'd better get over to the spaceport and see what's happened to my luggage.
Okay, Carol. Good luck.
Thanks, Happy. Oh, and thank the commander for these notes.
Oh, sure.
How are you doing, Happy?
I'm nearly finished filing the reports, Commander. Oh, Carol was just here. She got the notes all right.
Good. You can finish that job later, Hap. We've got to get over to the spaceport.
Something wrong, sir?
Yes, Happy, there is. One of our agents was on his way to the security lab with some of those new cosmic ray detector units. He was waylaid and slugged. The thief got 6 of the units and a copy of the formula.
Smoking rocket.
Our agent got a brief glimpse of the man who slugged him. He's not positive, but he thinks the thief might be Dolph Rambo.
Dolph Rambo? Now, where have I heard that name before?
Rambo's been questioned a couple of times in the past in regard to some gem swindles. We couldn't make anything stick.
So now he's branching out into cosmic ray detectors, huh?
If it is Rambo who did it, I think he'll try to get the detector units off Terra as quickly as possible. I have an extra detail at the spaceport now. Let's get down there and look around.
Oh, excuse me. Could you tell me where the interplanetary transport ticket office is?
Yes, I'm headed that way myself. Follow me.
Why, thank you.
Got the detectors, Hensley?
Yes, in a jewel case right here in my pocket.
No one's watching. Hand it to me.
Better be careful, Rambo. The terminal is swarming with space patrol men.
So what? Didn't you fix the detectors into a necklace the way you planned?
Yes, and it's a beauty. It would take an expert to tell the real gems from the ray detector crystals.
What about the formula?
It's hidden under a false bottom of jewel case.
Then slip it to me. In 10 minutes, I can be aboard the Space Queen.
I think these space patrol agents are looking for somebody. If they get suspicious, they'll hold the gems for a careful examination.
But they wouldn't hold me, Hensley. I've got those identification papers you fixed for me showing that I'm a representative for Jupiter Gem Importers.
It's too big a risk, Rambo. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone who was getting on the ship was thoroughly searched.
So what are we going to do? Stay here on Terra?
Ah, that's risky, too. Say, look over there. Isn't that Carol Carlisle, the Secretary General's daughter?
Where?
Over there, checking her luggage.
Yes, it is. Looks like she'll be aboard the Space Queen, too.
Well, now, I doubt very much if her luggage would be searched.
Well, what do you mean?
Just this. You go on ahead. I'll wait here. And as soon as I can, I'll slip the jewel case into one of her suitcases. And after the ship gets to Jupiter, you can steal it back from her.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Hensley.
All right.
But watch your step.
Go on now. Get aboard. I'll take another ship to Jupiter and join you there.
Commander, isn't that Carol over there by gate 12?
Yes. Let's go over and say goodbye to her. It'll explain our presence here in case the thief is watching us.
It's about 15 minutes until the Space Queen blasts off.
While we're talking to Carol, we can get a line on the other passengers. Uh-oh. Come this way, Happy. Just saw somebody I'd like to talk to. That fellow with the briefcase.
Who is he, sir?
Rambo. Get on the other side of him in case he tries to make a break. Leaving Terra, Rambo?
Oh, Commander Corey. Yes, Commander, I'm going to Jupiter for the firm.
The firm?
Jupiter Gem Importers. I've been with them for nearly a year now.
I see. I wonder if you'd mind coming with me to the guard office.
Why, is something wrong?
I'd like to ask you a few questions. It'd be less embarrassing in private.
Oh, naturally, I have no objections, but the Space Queen is due to blast off in a few minutes.
The ship will be held here until we've finished our checkup. If everything's all right, you'll be aboard, Rambo.
Oh, very well, Commander. I'll come with you.
Would you mind if we examined your luggage?
Certainly not. But, may I ask what you're looking for?
If you have it, you know what I'm looking for. If you don't, it doesn't matter.
Satisfied, Commander?
Oh, not quite, Rambo. What did you find out, Happy?
All the luggage has been checked, sir. Nothing.
How about Rambo's?
His is okay, too.
All right, Rambo, you can go now.
Thank you, Commander. I must say your men have been very thorough.
That's their job. The Space Queen will be blasting off in a few minutes.
Yes. Hope you find what you're after. Whatever that may be.
Well, sir, looks as though we drew a blank on Rambo this time.
Happy, you and I are going to blast off for Jupiter and Terra 5 and see what we can find out about Rambo and his honest business venture.
This is Dolph Rambo on Jupiter calling Burton Henchley aboard private space cruiser J437. Rambo calling Burton Henchley.
Henchley here. Go ahead.
Henchley, something's gone wrong.
What do you mean? Where are you?
At the Hotel Juno in Jupiter City.
Did you get the ray detectors?
No, they weren't in Carol's suitcase. I checked right after the luggage was taken off the Space Queen.
But they got to be. Are you sure you picked the right one?
Yes, but they weren't there. The jewel case was gone.
Now listen. Don't get panicky. The girl probably has it. Where is she staying?
At the Olympia Hotel.
Well, I'll be landing at Jupiter City in a few minutes. Just sit tight till I get there. We'll search her room.
Suppose she's in it.
Figure some way to get her out for a while. A fake phone call ought to do the trick.
Yeah, but what'll I tell her?
Well, that's your problem. After all, it should be simple for an experienced conman like you.
All right, Henchley. I'll think of something.
Happy? Yes, Commander? You want me to take over the controls?
Oh, no, thanks. Space Control has cleared us for landing. I'll bring her in. I just wanted to tell you that our suspicions of Rambo are well-founded.
Oh? You mean he's the one that slugged our agent and took the ray detector?
He might be. At any rate, this gem importing firm he works for has a dubious reputation. Space Control just relayed some information on it. Jupiter Gem Importers is run by a man named Burton Henchley. And Henchley blasted off from Terra right after the Space Queen.
Did they find anything aboard his ship, sir?
No. Henchley was clean. Very likely he was the one who was talking to Rambo at the spaceport.
Well, I wonder why Rambo didn't go with Hinchley. If they're both going to Jupiter, it would have saved a fare in the Space Queen. Well, maybe business is so good they don't have to worry about credits.
Well, it could be that Rambo intends to pick out a future victim among the passengers. After we land in Jupiter City, we'll pay Carol a visit and then check up on our gem experts.
This is Carol's room, Henchley, 1209.
Is anybody looking, Rambo?
All clear.
It's locked. We'll have to use the magna key. In here, quickly. Now, let's get to work. See, we got about 20 minutes before she realized that there is no Professor Blackwell who's going to meet her in the Juno Hotel coffee shop.
Pretty good gimmick, wasn't it? When I found out Carol was here to talk at the university, I thought she'd probably fall for something like that.
Yes, very clever. Now let's see if you're clever enough to find a jewel case.
And that suitcase there on the rack, that's the one it's supposed to be in, isn't it?
Yes, but it's been partly unpacked.
See, like I told you, it isn't here.
She must have found it on the ship. Look, here on the dressing table.
That it?
Oh, it's the case, but the necklace is gone. She's either wearing it or she had it locked up in a hotel wall.
Now, what are we going to do?
Well, we'll have to wait till she gets back.
Yeah, but suppose she's turned the jewels over to the Space Patrol.
See now. See if the formula is still in the case. Yeah, it's still here. Well, my guess is she's wearing the necklace. After all, she'd never suspect that some of the gems are really ray detector crystals. Wait, what's this?
A spaceogram. Look, she started to send a message and was interrupted. To Secretary General Carlisle, Terra.
It's to her father. Dear Dad, what a wonderful surprise. I found the necklace when I opened the suitcase on the ship. You really shouldn't have. That's all the farther she got.
Oh, my phone call as Professor Blackwell interrupted her.
Oh, that's a break. Supposing she'd send this spaceogram.
Yeah.
I'll just take this message.
Listen, someone's at the door.
It's probably Carol. We won't get rough unless we have to, but we're going to get her out of here.
Here we are, sir. 1209.
We won't stay very long, Happy. Carol's probably anxious to prepare a speech for the university.
Yeah, and I'm anxious to find out what Rambo and Hinchley are up to.
Carol, it's Cousin Happy.
Well, didn't the clerk tell you that Carol just got back, sir?
Yes. Well, she's here, all right. The door's ajar.
Well, maybe she's in another part of the suite unpacking.
I don't think she'd mind if we went in. Carol, are you here? Oh.
Hey, what's been going on in here? Chairs are upset, and the things on the dressing table are smashed.
Let's look around.
Carol? Carol!
Well, she's not in here.
Gee, sir, what do you suppose happened?
Carol's been taken away. By the looks of this room, she wasn't very willing to go. Happy, notify Jupiter City Space Patrol. I'll start questioning the hotel staff.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, how's your morning takeoff? Are you blasting off with your jets really roaring? Are you riding your bike like Buzz Corey rides his rocket? I mean with your speedometer smoking like a volcano on Venus. In other words, Space Patrollers, are you supercharged in the morning? Well, here's the way the Commander Corey gets supercharged. He tucks away a power breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the super cereals. Try Rice Chex today. What'll you say? Delicious. And try Wheat Chex today. So swell tasting, you'll eat more and more and more and more. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, the only cereals in the universe with that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. The only cereals in the universe with a picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside of the package, and the only cereals in the universe with that mysterious magic space picture on the inside of the package. The super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. So, gang, 1, 2, 3. Get ready to blast off to your grocer's forum right after today's Space Patrol adventure. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Cosmic Ray Detector. Buzz and Happy are investigating the mysterious disappearance of the Secretary General's daughter, Carol, from her hotel room in Jupiter City. Knowing that Carol's luggage would not be thoroughly searched for the stolen Cosmic Ray Detector crystals, the two thieves, Burton Henchley and Dolph Rambo, had put the crystals in one of Carol's suitcases. They intended to retrieve them before the luggage could be removed from the Jupiter City spaceport to the hotel. But their plan misfired when Carol accidentally discovered the crystals, which the thieves had disguised by working them into an expensive-looking necklace. While Happy examined Carol's hotel room for clues, Commander Corey has finished interrogating the hotel staff.
Find anything, Happy?
No, sir. Maybe one of the lab experts could make something out of these smudged fingerprints. I can't.
2 technicians are on their way over now. I finally located a maid that's pretty sure she saw Carol. She was with 2 men. They were going down the rear stairs.
Did she say Carol was struggling?
According to the maid, she didn't appear to be. Of course, they could have held a ray gun on her. The maid thought it was strange they didn't at the elevator.
Now, here's one thing I found. It may not mean much, sir, but, well, it was in the wastebasket. Here it is. It was all wadded up.
A spaceogram. Carol's father.
She must have decided to rewrite it. It isn't finished.
Dearest Dad, I opened my suitcase on the ship to get a book to read, and there was this beautiful necklace. I was so surprised. Necklace?
That could be a motive, all right.
Someone in the ship may have seen it.
Rambo.
Possibly. Rambo doesn't go in for strong-arm methods. Besides, taking the necklace would be one thing, but forcing Carol to go with him, well, that's something else.
Well, maybe she didn't have the necklace with her, and the crook was making her take him to where it was.
But where else would it be? Carol just arrived here. It would be here in her room or in a hotel vault. I'll check with the manager. That phone call, I wonder.
Phone call?
The desk clerk said a Professor Blackwell of the university called Carol shortly after she checked in. She told the clerk she'd be back in an hour, but came back much earlier. Happy, let's get over to headquarters.
Yes, sir.
We'll check with the university on Professor Blackwell, and then I'll space-phone the Secretary General for a description of that necklace.
Rambo, I'll let you out here. Go to the spaceport and get clearance for our ship to blast off.
What about Carol?
I'll take care of her. Take her to the lab till I hear from you.
You're going to leave her there till somebody finds her?
No, we'll get her aboard the ship. Once we get her out in space, nobody will find her. And if they do, she won't be able to tell them anything. All right, Rambo. Get out and hurry to the spaceport.
Are you sure you can handle her? And drive, too?
Yeah, if she gives me any trouble, the paralyzer ray will quiet her down. Now get going.
All right, Henchley. I'll call you at the lab.
It's only a few blocks to the jewelry lab, Carol, so don't make it difficult for yourself.
Well, I don't understand why you're forcing me to come with you. You could have tied me up in the hotel room and gotten away with the necklace.
Of course. And within an hour, you'd have the Space Patrol looking for us.
All right.
Take your hand off that wheel. Stop that. You idiot. You... And now, see what you've done, you... come here. Get back in this car.
Thanks for the ride.
Come back here. Come back.
I just checked with the university, sir. There's no Professor Blackwell on the staff, and nobody there knew that Carol had arrived on Jupiter.
Then that call was designed to get Carol out of a room while they searched for the necklace. I've talked to the Secretary General. He didn't give Carol that necklace.
Well, then who did?
I don't think it was ever intended that Carol find it. It was smuggled into a suitcase back on Terra.
By Rambo?
Or his partner. They figured that Carol's luggage wouldn't be searched.
Yeah, but it was searched, sir.
It was a clever trick. They simply wanted to get the jewelry through.
Certainly. No one would suspect the Secretary General's daughter of having jewelry that wasn't hers.
Well, here's the important point, Happy. Rambo is supposedly a messenger for a legitimate gem importer. Why couldn't he openly carry jewelry?
Hey, that's right, sir.
Unless something else was being passed off as jewelry.
The ray detector crystals.
Right. And perhaps the stolen formula. I'll get it, Hap. It may be for Captain Raymond. He's using Major Young's office temporarily. Commander Corey here.
Commander, this is Carol.
Carol, where are you?
I'm in the Jupiter Arcade building at Public Communications Booth 27.
Are you all right?
Yes. I managed to get away from Rambo and Hinchley. They're planning to blast off from Jupiter in Hinchley's private cruiser.
Are they at the spaceport now?
Rambo is. Hinchley somewhere near. I managed to cause an accident with his surface car.
All right, Carol. You stay right there in the arcade building. Happy and I'll be right over to pick you up. Come on, Happy. Let's get going.
Expecting someone, miss?
Hinchley.
Don't spread any alarm, Miss Carroll. I've got something here that's more painful than a paralyzer ray. Now, quietly to my car. Rambo should have my ship ready by now.
I've looked all over the arcade, Commander. She's not here.
Did you check the communication booth?
Yes, sir, and the cafe.
I told her to stay right here.
Maybe she saw Hinchley or Rambo.
That's what has me worried.
Oh, but they wouldn't try anything here in this crowd.
If they suspect that Carol called me, they're desperate enough to try anything. Get into our surface car, Happy. We're going to the spaceport.
So now you see, Miss Carroll, that break for freedom didn't do you a bit of good.
Yes. We're hundreds of DUs out of Jupiter now.
Where are you taking me?
Well, your part of the trip is just about over. We have to get rid of you. It's regretful.
Hinchley, look at the rear view scope.
Huh?
Looks like something's coming after us.
Spaceship. Increase the sensitivity. Let's see if we can identify it.
It's a Space Patrol battle cruiser.
Commander Corey.
Now, I am glad I brought you along. Corey won't dare fire on us now.
Commander Corey aboard Terra 5, calling Hinchley and Rambo aboard private cruiser J437. Commander Corey to Hinchley and Rambo.
What are we going to do?
That's Corey's problem. Let him worry about it.
Corey to Hinchley and Rambo. I'm right behind you. Stand by to be boarded.
Here, I'll talk to him. Hinchley to Corey. Let me give you some advice. Turn around and go back, and keep the rest of your space patrol away from us. We got Carol Carlisle aboard.
I'm giving you a chance to surrender, Hinchley. Better play it smart.
Corey, if you come any closer, we're going to push Miss Carlisle out into space without a spacesuit. I thought that would cool you off. Rambo, stop her. She's running back up.
Hey, you come back here.
Rambo, grab her quickly.
I'm warning you. I mean business. Come out of that compartment. Open up, you little fool. Open up or I'll break the door down.
Go ahead. Rambo, did you catch her?
She locked herself in the compartment. What are we going to do now?
The only thing you can do is give up. You can't harm Carol now. Well, what's your answer?
All right, Corey. You win. We'll cut our velocity and stand by to be boarded.
I'm coming up to join airlocks.
Check Hinchley out.
You'd cut off the space phone, Corey. I'd never known we couldn't carry out our threat.
We're not through yet, but I want Corey to think so.
Yeah, but what can we do now?
Listen, get a couple of high-powered atomo lights. Rig them up so they're focused on the inner hedge.
Atomo lights?
Yeah. Stand in front of them. Then when Corey comes through the hedge, step aside. Before he can recover from the glare, we'll take care of him for sure.
Position to join airlocks, Commander.
Stand by with magnetic holding field.
Standing by, sir.
Airlock secured. Apply holding field. All right, Happy. Into the airlock.
Yes, sir. You think they'll try anything, sir?
We're going to be prepared just in case they do. Have your ray gun?
Yes, sir.
All right. Open the outer hatch. Now into their airlock. I'll go first.
You got us, Commander, with our hands up.
Yes, you can put those guns away.
Because you can't see.
Happy, though. My eyes!
Let them have it, Rambo.
I got the cadet.
Oh, yeah? Where are you, you coward?
Right here.
If I could just see where you were so I could get my hands on you.
Where are you, Hap?
Over here, sir.
Then this must be Henchley.
Hang on, Happy, I'm coming. Thanks, sir, but I think this'll do it.
Nice going, Hap.
Oh, for a while there, I thought they had us.
That was close, all right.
Buzz, Happy, are you all right?
Yes, Carol, and you?
Oh, I'm fine.
Oh,
Commander, here's the necklace. I found it in Hinchley's pocket.
Oh, good. Hang on to it.
Hey, but which ones are the ray detector crystals?
We'll let the lab experts figure it out.
Oh, Buzz, look at the time. How long will it take us to get back to Jupiter?
I don't know exactly. Oh, about an hour. Why?
Well, if we don't hurry, I'll be late for my lecture at the university.
Oh, fine. She was pretty nearly thrown out in space, and now she's worried about the lecture.
What's your subject for the lecture, Carol?
Government service. A job with security.
Security, she says.
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Hey, gang, imagine the fun of owning a model rocket that shows pictures on the wall. Imagine the fun of owning a rocket you can use as a signal light and also as a flashlight. Well, the new Space Patrol Pocket Projectoscope does all these things. Yes, sir, it's a film projector, signal light, and a flashlight all in one. Nothing like it on the face of the Earth before. It comes with a real strip of film for showing pictures on the wall. And, gang, wait till you see what those pictures are. 4 complete Space Patrol adventures with Buzz Corey and Cadet Happy. Listen to these titles. Space Pirate, Men from Mars, Robot Invasion, Mighty Missile. Don't they sound terrific? You bet. And just think, gang, you can show these complete Space Patrol adventures on your wall. You just slip the film in your projectoscope, darken the room, push the radar antenna, and there on the wall you have it, a real picture. So, gang, don't wait not a single day. Send for this wonderful new Space Patrol Pocket Projectoscope just as soon as you can. Remember, it's a film projector, it's a signal light, it's a flashlight, all in one. A 6-inch blue and yellow plastic model of Buzz Corey's own rocket ship. And it comes to you complete with bulb, battery, and film. To get a projectoscope, buy a box of Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the cereals that bring you the magic space picture. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good in the USA only and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in an underground passage deep beneath Saturn City, attempting to capture a plutonium thief, Victor Drumlin. Drumlin has burst the atmosphere pumps and is drawing deadly methane gas from Saturn's atmosphere into the lower levels. Protected by a shielded hideout, Drumlin refuses to surrender.
That methane gas isn't going to stop us, Drumlin. We can break that door down before it reaches this level.
That door is built to shield against an explosion, Corey. The kind you're gonna hear in a moment.
What does he mean, Commander? He's bluffing, Happy. Methane isn't explosive.
It is when it's mixed with ordinary air and ignited. Listen.
What's that, Commander? He's turned on the generators, Happy. If he overloads them, he'll ignite the gas and blow up Saturn City.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Secret of Sub-Level 7, when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Dayton, Ohio and Baltimore, Maryland. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Bela Kovac, Ken Mayer, and Virginia Hewitt. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday, every Saturday, when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and good hot roastin' present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in an underground passage deep beneath Saturn City, attempting to capture a plutonium thief, Victor Drumlin. Drumlin has reversed the atmosphere pumps and is drawing deadly methane gas from Saturn's atmosphere into the lower levels. Protected by a shielded hideout, Drumlin refuses to surrender.
That methane gas isn't going to stop us, Drumlin. We can break that door down before it reaches this level.
That door is built to shield against an explosion, Corey. The kind you're going to hear in a moment.
What does he mean, Commander?
He's bluffing, Happy. Methane isn't explosive.
It is. When mixed with ordinary air and ignited. Listen.
What's that, Commander? Let's turn on the generators, Happy. If he overloads them, he'll ignite the gas and blow up Saturn City.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Secret of Sub-Level 7. Say, gang, how are you at imitations? Well, this is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking, and here's my idea of how a cosmic surface car sounds with just ordinary fuel in its tank. Vroom! But. Now here's that same car with super fuel in its tank. Vroom! Yes, sir, that cosmic surface car is really roaring now because it's supercharged with super fuel. And, gang, the same is true with you. What happens when you have ordinary fuel for breakfast? Well, you move like this. What. That's right, you're just a putt-putt. But when you fill up your tank with super fuel, man, you're supercharged. So eat a power breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex and get supercharged. Flavor galore in every bite-sized biscuit. So get the super cereals today, Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And remember, inside of each package, you get a mysterious magic space picture. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Secret of Sub-Level 7. All day long, huge crowds have thronged United Planets Park on the man-made planet Terra. All the leading scientists from Mercury to Pluto have been demonstrating improvements in spaceship equipment, in surface cars, also in such home appliances as the Diatronic Chef, which will prepare any one of 1,000 different dinners in 30 seconds merely by dialing a number. Cadet Happy has been a fascinated spectator at most of these exhibits. Now he's returned to Commander Corey's office at Space Patrol headquarters.
Commander.
Well, Happy, didn't expect you back for another hour.
I thought I'd better give you this note, sir. It's marked urgent.
Who gave it to you?
That's the odd part of it, sir. I don't know. Somebody in the crowd slipped it in my belt somewhere in the Hall of Science.
Evidently someone doesn't have much confidence in our official message service.
It might be a joke of some kind, Commander. One of the new cadets testing me to see what I'd do.
I'm glad you brought this to me, Happy.
Is it important, sir?
If it isn't someone's idea of a practical joke, it's very important. Listen to this. 9 months ago, 250,000 credits worth of plutonium was stolen from reactor plant number 5 on Jupiter's third moon. You want to know who was behind that theft? Come to apartment 15J, Einstein Terrace at 1300 hours Universal Star Time today.
Smoking rockets. What's the signature, sir?
There's no signature.
Well, they're not taking any chance of being caught. It must be somebody's idea of a funny joke.
Except that the theft of plutonium wasn't made public, and they're still looking for the thieves. Happy, go to the electro directory and see who lives at 15J, Einstein Terrace.
Yes, sir.
You'll find Einstein Terrace in City Zone 5.
I've got it, Commander. Now the address, 15J. The indicator panel says Vogel, Edmund R., occupational code number 3-146.28.
Happy, it's 12:22 now. We'll have time to make a quick check on him in the files before we fail.
This is a pretty fancy neighborhood for a production analyst.
We must get pretty good pay.
Depends on how good they are, Happy.
Yes?
I'm looking for Edmund Vogel.
I am Edmund Vogel. What can I do for you?
I'm Commander Corey of the Space Patrol. Cadet Happy here gave me a message.
Message?
Perhaps we'd better talk inside, Mr. Vogel.
Why, yes, of course. Come in, gentlemen. What's this about a message, Commander?
Were you at the Hall of Science in United Planets Park at any time today?
Why, no. I had intended to go, but some urgent business came up.
Mr. Vogel, see this envelope?
Yes?
Did you write that address or order anyone else to write it?
No, I don't know a thing about it. What makes you think I do?
The message inside asked me to come here at 1300 Universal Star Time.
Hmm? But what about?
If you don't already know, you have no reason for contacting me, and we'll just consider the incident closed. Sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Vogel.
That's quite all right, Commander. Here, I'll open the door.
Oh, one more thing, Mr. Vogel.
Yes?
Do you know of anyone who goes in for practical jokes of this kind?
Oh, no, Commander. I'm afraid my friends and acquaintances are. Well, you might consider them a little on the dull side.
Do you know anyone who has a grudge against you?
No, Commander. I'm completely mystified by the whole affair.
All right, Mr. Vogel. Thanks for your cooperation. Let's go, Happy.
Goodbye, Commander. Well, they're gone, Mr. Drumlin.
I know. I heard the whole thing.
Did you think I handled it very well?
Yes, but you could have handled it better, Vogel, if you hadn't written that note in the first place.
But I explained it to you. I needed the reward money. You haven't given me what you promised. I couldn't even find you.
I got your message all right, but I couldn't risk answering them. However, I had my men watching you just in case you tried informing the Space Patrol, which was a lucky hunch on my part.
I've told you I was sorry. But now that you've promised me my money and I've denied writing that note, everything's all right again, isn't it, Mr. Drummond?
Yes, as long as you watch your step.
I promise.
I'll give you the money right now. But remember this. I couldn't have taken the plutonium without the help of the information I got from you.
But at the time, I didn't know why you wanted it.
Yes. I'll try to make Corey believe that.
Thank you very much.
And don't forget, this definitely makes you a party to the crime. Think that over the next time you feel like sneaking notes to one of Corey's men.
It won't happen again.
I'm sure it won't, Vogel. In fact,
Here are those handwriting blow-ups, Commander.
Good. Major Robertson certainly rushed them, too.
Well, this is just the preliminary check, sir. The Major says an expert is working out the detailed analysis.
Let's see what we've got here.
Well, this is a blow-up of the note, and this is a magnaphoto of Vogel's own handwriting. And these are notations he made while working on charts and reports for his company.
They seem to correspond pretty well with the letters and figures in the note you found in your bag.
Major Robertson says there are at least 6 similarity characteristics.
Pretty conclusive, Happy. I'd say that Vogel wrote the note all right.
But why would he deny it?
Perhaps something happened to change his mind.
How do we find out for sure, sir? We'll wait for the experts to finish the analysis?
There's a quicker way. We'll bring Vogel here for a brainograph test. Let's go back.
He doesn't seem to be home, sir.
I'll try the door. Locked. We'll use the magnet key and have a look around. Oh, from the looks of things, I'd say we're a little late.
You mean someone else had the idea of searching Vogel's place for evidence?
Happy, it looks like Vogel suddenly decided to leave and packed in a great hurry. These clothes lying around are freshly pressed and laundered. They don't look as though they've been pawed through by anyone searching for something.
Yes, sir, that's right.
This whole place has the air of a man who suddenly decided to run away. In the confusion, had a hard time deciding what to take with him.
He certainly must have decided to travel light.
Happy, look around, see if you can find any letters or spaceograms.
All right, Commander.
Oh, here's an example of Vogel's writing in the notepad by the spaceophone. They're just figures.
Maybe they'll match the figures in the note.
I'll take them along. Let's see. They were written in a hurry. One line has been crossed out. There's some way of knowing what these numbers mean. Here, take a look at them. Huh?
Yes, sir. 59-1400, that's crossed out. And 63-1430.
What do they suggest to you?
Well, how about the time? 1400 and 1430 could be universal start, right?
Yes, it could. It's after 1400 now.
Yeah, but 59 and 63, I draw a blank on those.
Vogel may be planning to leave Terra. Space Control Special Information Section. Commander Corey calling.
Yes, Commander. Lieutenant Graves here.
Lieutenant, are any space flights scheduled to blast off from Terra at 1400 and 1430 Universal Star Time today?
I'll check with operations immediately.
I want all flights, commercial and private, and their destinations. This is top priority.
Be with you in a minute.
I'll hang on. Happy. While we're waiting, keep searching this apartment.
Somebody's at the door, sir.
I'll see who it is and bring them in here. I don't want anyone to tip off Vogel that we're after him.
Yes, sir.
Vogel, Oh, sorry. I must be in the wrong apartment.
Will you step in, please?
Look, obviously I have made a mistake. Sorry to have bothered you.
My orders are to bring you to Commander Corey.
What's this all about?
You'll save yourself a lot of trouble if you just come in. How about it?
Sure. Anything to oblige.
Commander's right in here.
Commander, I think I'm entitled to an explanation.
Are you here to see Vogel?
Vogel, why...
He mentioned Vogel's name when I opened the door, sir.
Yes, I came to see Vogel. Where is he?
That's what I want to know. Do you have an appointment with him?
Well, not exactly. I talked to him about doing a production survey for me. And I thought I'd drop in and clear up a few questions that have been bothering me.
Who are you?
My name is Drumlin, Victor Drumlin. I represent a firm that has a new hard metals extrusion project. Vogel was recommended to me by an acquaintance. I scarcely know the man.
When did you see Vogel last, Mr. Drumlin?
Let me see. It was 2 days ago. We had lunch together.
Did he seem worried about anything? Anxious? Nervous?
Not that I noticed. I hope nothing is wrong.
Information section to Commander Corey.
Just a moment, Mr. Drumlin.
All right, Commander.
Corey here. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
I have the information on blast-off time, sir. Flight 59, blast-off for Venus, 1400. Flight 82, blast-off for Earth, 1421. Flight 63 for Jupiter, 1430. Nothing more till 15:05.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Corey out. Well, Happy, it looks as though Vogel was interested in that 1430 ship for Jupiter, Flight 63.
14:15 now, sir.
We'll have time to pick him up. Mr. Drumlin, Mr. Drumlin, what's the matter?
Get it, Doctor.
Catch him, Happy?
I've got him, sir.
Let's put him here on the couch. Easy now.
You're going to be all right, Mr. Drummond. Just take it easy. Here, I'll loosen your collar.
I'm sorry to be such a nuisance.
Oh, that's all right.
Thanks, Cadet.
Commander, he's got my ray gun.
Drumlin, what's the idea?
I'll show you, Corey. Turn around, both of you.
Do what he says.
Now. I just have time to get to the spaceport and stop Vogel.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, ever hear the story of the boy who heard music every time he ate something that tasted real good? A piece of cake, and he'd hear drums. A dish of ice cream, and he'd hear this. And when he tried Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the super cereals, he'd not only hear drums, and the piano, he heard the whole band. And no wonder that boy heard a whole band. Chex are terrific. Rice Chex is crisp shredded rice in that modern bite-sized design. And Wheat Chex is golden shredded whole wheat in that same wonderful, easy-to-eat bite-sized design. And hey, each one of those bite-sized biscuits is loaded with zing and zip. A good breakfast with Chex and you're supercharged. So get those swell-tasting super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And remember, inside the package, there's a mysterious, magic space picture. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Secret of Sub-Level 7. Buzz and Happy have been knocked unconscious by Victor Drumlin to prevent them from finding Edmund Vogel and discovering that Drumlin is the mastermind behind the unsolved theft of a large amount of plutonium from a reactor plant on Jupiter's third moon. Leaving Buzz and Happy in Vogel's apartment on Terra, Drumlin has raced to the Terra spaceport to keep Vogel from boarding a Jupiter-bound spaceship. Calmly, casually, Drumlin scans the crowded terminal, then approaches a nervous-looking man pacing near a row of public communications booths.
Going away, Vogel?
Mr. Drumlin?
I hope you're not planning on taking the 1430 ship to Jupiter.
How'd you know that?
From Commander Corey. And if I hadn't... interfered, he would be here now instead of me.
What have you done? What have you got me into
Now, take it easy. I'm here to help you. We'll blast off right away in my private cruiser.
No, leave me alone. I don't want any more of this. Here, I'll give you back your money.
I don't care about the money. Your behavior is attracting attention. Here, let me give you something to quiet your nerves. Don't be alarmed. It's just an electro-injector treatment. Just step inside this communication booth until it takes effect.
Mr. Dunn, please.
I don't want to go inside this boat. There are comfortable seats for both of us. Just sit down. That's it. Now, we'll just sit here pleasantly as though we were phoning a mutual friend. Of course, in a moment, when the electro-injector takes effect, you won't be able to talk, much less raise an alarm.
Listen to me.
However, you will be able to walk where I guide you. Keep your hands away from the control switches. If I hear the operator's voice, I'm afraid I'll have to finish this interview rather unpleasantly.
Let me alone.
I can't leave you here to spill all you know to Corey. You'll be safe with me in sub-level 7. Don't try to talk. You'll have nothing to worry about. Corey will never find either of us in sub-level 7. That's the old underground section of Saturn City that was sealed off years ago when the new levels were finished under the eastern end of the city. That's where I've been hiding out all these months. All right. Let's go. Stand up. That's it. You go to my ship, and if anyone asks any questions, I'll merely say that I'm a doctor, and you're my patient, and we're going to Mars.
Happy.
What happened?
Pal Drumlin knocked us out.
Head feels like a meteor hit it.
We'll exchange symptoms later. Look at the time. It's 14:55.
Too late to stop Vogel.
Let's hope Drumlin is too late to warn him. I'll call Space Control to hold Flight 63 when it lands at Jupiter City, and we'll get over to headquarters and see what we can find out about
It isn't very much farther, Vogel.
It's so cold and dark down here.
When the passageway turns, we can turn on the lights. Then it's just a few yards further to my living quarters. You'll find them quite comfortable.
I don't like it down here. It's like being shut up in a tomb.
No one will think of looking for us here. We'll have light and heat and plenty of food. All the convenience of city life, with none of the congestion.
How long will we have to stay in sub-level 7?
Oh, when you get used to it, it's pleasant. It's as pleasant as living on the surface of a planet. The old atmosphere plant and power plant are still in working order. The city could use them in an emergency. Now.
Happy, has anything come in about Vogel while I've been out?
Not a thing, sir. Except that he definitely wasn't on the ship to Jupiter. And I haven't been able to locate much information about this Drumlin either, sir.
Drumlin must have been in on this plutonium theft with Vogel.
Well, maybe Drumlin's the brains behind all this.
If he is, he won't hesitate to remove weaklings like Vogel if they threaten his safety. Here, Happy, put this on the microtape playback.
Yes, sir. What is it, sir?
It's a reel of tape from Spaceport Communications.
Oh?
Public booth number 23 from the delayed transmission circuit.
Delayed transmission, sir?
It's a news service for civilian space travelers, Happy. You wouldn't come in contact with it ordinarily, since our personnel use official facilities. But in the public booth, there's a special switch that turns on a tape recording device.
Mm-hmm.
You give your name, the name and location of the person you want to talk to, and give the message, and then the communications operator transmits the message at a later time.
Oh, I see. Oh, like if a man has to make a space trip in a hurry and his wife isn't home, he goes into a booth, presses a switch, and says, "Myrtle, this is Joe. You weren't home when I called. Had to go to Venus on business. Be back Friday."
Now, that's the idea. This particular tape you're queuing up caused a problem. There was no information indicating where it was to be relayed, but luckily the operator checking the tape recognized a couple of names. All right, turn on the playback.
Yes, sir.
Don't try to talk. You have nothing to worry about. Corey will never find either of us in sub-level 7. That's the old underground section of Saturn City. It was sealed off years ago when new levels were finished under the eastern end of the city. That's where I've been hiding out all these months. All right, Vogel. Let's go. Stand up.
That's the end of it, sir. It's Vogel and Drumlin, all right? But how come their voices are on a delayed transmission tape?
Must have gone into a booth for the sake of privacy. The tone of Vogel's voice, he wasn't too happy about it.
No.
Either one of them accidentally kicked the switch that turned on the recorder, or
Vogel managed to kick it on without attracting Drummond's attention.
In Saturn City.
Down in the 7th level.
We can space upon Saturn City and have them surrounded in no time.
Yes, if we didn't care about what happens to Vogel.
Huh?
Drummond wouldn't hesitate to get rid of Vogel if he thought he could escape by himself. Drummond probably knows that ancient underground section of Saturn City better than anyone.
You're right, sir. What do we do?
We'll blast off to Saturn City and contact the city engineer. We'll get maps of the old underground region. Then you and I will go down there and...
Mr. Drummond.
Yes,
How long are you going to stay in this awful place? I've asked you a hundred times.
I know you have, and I'm getting sick of it. Shut up.
Then tell me.
All right. I will. If you had any sense of gratitude, or any sense for that matter, you know I brought you here to spare your life.
It wouldn't destroy me.
No. But I knew the space patrol had a chance of capturing.
Mr. Drummond, why?
You're a weakling, Vogel. You tell everything you know about me if Corey pointed a finger at you.
But I didn't. How about yesterday in my apartment?
Yeah, you got rid of Corey for a while. Because you knew I was in the next room, ready to blast both Corey and you if you spilled a thing. But you didn't have the brains to deceive Corey completely.
But I can't spend the rest of my life cooped up in this sub-level 7.
I'm tired of listening to your whining, Vogel. You live in sub-level 7 or not at all. On the surface of any planet, Corey could find you. I'd be finished. So make up your mind to live here or not at all.
I'll go crazy down here. I'm used to using my mind, figuring, planning. Down here, there's nothing to think about.
Shut up! Warning system has picked them up. Somebody's here in sub-level 7.
They must be coming after us.
But you keep quiet. Can't be more than 2 or 3 of them. Possibly just a routine inspection by a couple of engineers. I'll turn out the lights so they won't suspect we're in here. We must be getting close to me.
Yes, according to the chief engineer, the most likely place for Vogel and Drummond to hide out. The old engineering living room. It's right around this next turn.
What do we do? Rush them?
Maybe our best bet. Draw your ray gun.
Ready, sir.
The door to the living quarters is just a few yards around the corner.
Let's get them. All right, Corey. Hold it. Hold it right where you are. Better go back the way you came, Corey. You can't get us. Go on. Get going.
Drummond, can you hear us? Then listen. All the entrances to the upper levels are guarded. You're trapped. If you don't believe me, just try to escape.
Listen, I know ways out of this sub-level region that the engineers don't know about. You're the one who's trapped. Listen. Do you hear that, Corey?
Yes.
Those are the old atmosphere pumps. Right now, they're pumping raw ammonia and methane into the lower levels and separating the methane.
Cut them off, Drumlin. I'm coming through that door.
I wouldn't try it. That door is built to shield against an explosion. The kind you're going to hear in a moment.
What does he mean, Commander?
He's bluffing, Happy. Methane isn't explosive. Neither is ammonia.
Not by themselves. You couldn't explode raw Saturn atmosphere. But, Commander, I'm pouring pure methane into the lower levels. And I'm going to explode that methane. I'm going to ignite it.
Even if you could, you wouldn't be such a fool. You'd blast all these lower levels apart.
That's right. And I can do it. Listen. Hear that, Corey?
Drumlin, what are you doing?
Those are the old generators. I can overload them. Somewhere in the lower levels, something will blow out. The spark will ignite the methane.
Drumlin, listen to me. You'll blow yourself up.
No, I won't. You and the cadet will get it first. Then the explosion will spread through the lower levels. There'll be panic up above. On the surface, and I can escape. Who's going to worry about capturing me and Vogel when the whole city's exploding underground?
Turn off those generators!
Commander, it's blowing up.
Unless we turn those generators off, you'll blow up the entire city.
That was the 10th sub-level. It's only a matter of seconds.
Come on, Happy. Let's charge that door.
What's more? I'm increasing the power, Corey.
With all your weight now, Happy?
Yes, sir. They're broken in. Run for it, Vogel.
I'll get Drumlin, Happy. You turn off the generator.
Yes, sir. You're too late, Corey. Nothing you can do there.
Need some help, Happy?
No, I found the switches, sir. There.
Well, that doesn't happen. The danger's over. I'll handle Drumlin. You hold Vogel.
Yes, Commander.
Commander, this man Drumlin threatened my life. He forced me into the whole thing. He stole the plutonium.
Yes, Vogel. When we get back to Terra, you can write us another note.
And this time, Vogel, do us a favor, will you? Sign your name.
An exciting preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
This is Cadet Happy, gang. I just saw a top priority bulletin from communications. You know what it said? It said there isn't much more time to get a projectoscope because the offer soon ends. Jump in, Jupiter. You just can't be without a projectoscope. Why, it's terrific. It's shaped like a rocket ship, the commander's rocket ship, and it's 6 inches long, and it's made of plastic, and it's blue and yellow, and it's got 4 big tail fins and a radar antenna, and gosh, I'm running out of breath because the projectoscope is just so wonderful I can't tell you about it fast enough. You better take over, Captain Tufeld. I'm grounded.
Well, gang, while Hap catches his breath, let me tell you about all the fun you can have with your projectoscope. First, you can show pictures on the wall with it. Comes with film containing 4 Space Patrol adventures, 24 pictures in all. Put this film in your projectoscope, blacken the room, push the radar antenna, and a picture flashes on the wall. To show a whole adventure, slide the film from picture to picture. It's a swell signal light, too. It flashes on and off, quick as a wink. Also, it throws a steady beam of light so you can also use it like a regular flashlight. Now, remember that bulletin Hap mentioned? This offer will soon end. So, gang, send for your official Space Patrol projectoscope today. Buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in a private space cruiser heading toward Jupiter when suddenly...
It's a cosmic torpedo right off our port side.
Well, who could be firing at us?
I don't know, but he's within range. The next blast will get us sure.
He hit us that time, sir. The power's gone.
That's not all, Hap. The hull is punctured. We're losing all our air.
Be sure to listen next Saturday for the exciting story, Treachery in Outer Space, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Dayton and Columbus, Ohio, and Baltimore, Maryland. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer and Bella Cobot. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol! And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a private space cruiser heading toward Jupiter when suddenly...
It's a cosmic torpedo right off our port side.
Who could be firing at us?
I don't know, but he's within range. The next blast will get us sure.
He hit us that time, sir. The power's gone.
Well, that's not all, Hap. The hull's punctured. We're losing all our air.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Treachery in Outer Space.
Jet jalopy are we riding in anyhow, Captain Tufeld? We'll never get to Terra City at this speed.
I know what's the matter. This surface car's just got ordinary fuel in it. Well, we'll drive into this filling station here and fill her up with super fuel. Let's try her now.
Wow, This jet car is supercharged now.
Sure thing. There's super fuel in it. And, gang, there's a little lesson in this for you. Ordinary fuel for breakfast, you're just a putt-putt. Super fuel for breakfast, you're supercharged. So, gang, my advice is eat the super fuel Buzz Corey has in the morning. I mean wheat checks and rice checks, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. Real swell tasting, and they both have that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. So don't be a putt-putt. Eat the delicious super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice checks and wheat checks. And remember, inside the package, there's a mysterious magic space picture. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Treachery in Outer Space. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy and their space battle cruiser Terra 5 are headed toward Jupiter, where Buzz is to hold a conference with the governor of that giant planet. But they've just received a message concerning a wanted bandit ship reported in the area, and Buzz has changed vector to head toward Jupiter's third moon.
There's no sign of another ship in the viewscope, Commander. Maybe the pilot of that Saturn patrol ship was mistaken.
The ship he was chasing may have already landed on Jupiter's third moon.
Then it's going to take us a long time to locate it, sir. Number 3 isn't a very big moon, but it's still got a lot of surface.
More area than we have time to search right now, even for 1 million credits worth of amplitron.
But, sir, if we're not going to search for this ship, why are we going to the third moon?
I'm going to pay a visit to the Gold Star Express spaceport. It's the one spaceport on number 3 moon where they don't ask many questions.
You didn't say it was a small cargo job?
But that's all. There are dozens of small cargo ships shuttling between Jupiter's 12 moons, and the Saturn's moons, for that matter. The Gold Star Express operates 3 or 4.
Not a very big outfit.
No, but you get a lot of revenue by repairing ships owned by even smaller operators. The workmanship isn't always of very high standard, you remember.
Yeah, that's what Gold Star got in trouble about last year.
Of course, Rex Stranner may have learned his lesson. We'll have a talk with him, and then we'll blast off for Jupiter City.
Loring? The amplitron's all unloaded.
Oh, Mr. Stranner, I've been crawling all over the spaceport trying to find you.
Yeah. Yard foreman told me. What's the trouble?
Slate Rackman is out to get you.
I'm not surprised after that neat double cross my boys just pulled on him. We're in the big time now, Loring. We're as big as Rackman himself. Or we will be after we dispose of that amplitron.
Yeah, but what about Rackman?
I outsmarted him once, I can do it again. Another deal. We let him plan the whole robbery, how to get the crates of amplitron out of the Saturn warehouse, then we step in a day early and do it ourselves. So we don't have to split them. Now stop worrying and see that my ship's ready. I want to blast off at Venus in an hour.
You can't blast off.
What do you mean I can't blast off? Got to make arrangements to dispose of the amplitron.
It's just what Rackman's waiting for. He's going to blow your ship to bits.
Sure of this, Loring?
Ask Broder. He overheard a couple of Rackman's men talking about it in that Saturn City hangout of theirs.
Well, he's not going to bluff Rex Stranner. I'm blasting off of Venus on schedule.
Yeah, but Mr. Stranner, you know that cruiser of his. He's got weapons on it that could fight off a space patrol squadron. You wouldn't stand a chance.
Commander Corey aboard Terra 5 calling Gold Star Express, Jupiter Moon number 3.
Corey?
Commander Corey calling Gold Star Express Spaceport.
I'll talk to him. Gold Star Spaceport to Commander Corey. Rex Stranner here.
Mr. Stranner, I'm 5 minutes out of Moon number 3. I want to land at your port and talk to you.
Why, certainly, Commander. What about?
I'll explain when I get there. I need your cooperation.
Of course. I'll have the space lock cleared for you.
Fine. Hurry out.
Why do you suppose he's coming here? He must suspect something about the amplitron.
If it was a regular Saturn to Jupiter patrol ship, I'd say you were right. But Corey wouldn't be here so soon after the robbery.
Suppose he starts looking around.
You won't find anything. We'll hide the amplitron cases underground. We'll spray the rocket exhaust of the ship that brought it in with liquid air. It'll be as cold as if the ship hadn't been spaceborne for 2 days. Get the crew on that right away.
Yes, Mr. Stern. Say, why can't we get Corey to go after Rackman? After all, Rackman threatened your life.
Corey'd want to know why. Wouldn't be smart to tell him.
Yeah, but maybe we could work it something like this. Tell Corey that you want to make up for that jam you were in last year and tip him off about some crime Rackman did.
You'd get Rackman out of the way. And he might suspect you informed on him. And still have Rackman's gang to contend with.
There must be some way we could use him.
Wait a minute, I've got it. Instead of getting Corey to go after Rackman, We get Rockman to go after Corey. Now listen. When Corey lands, I'll bring him in here. You have one? I'm sorry, Commander. Your ship's the only one to come into our Gold Star spaceport in the last 16 hours. Business has been pretty slack.
Well, has any ship requested landing permission and then canceled it within the last few hours?
No, I've been here all the time myself. I'd know about such a call.
Happy, you checked over those ships in the repair hangars. What do you think?
Well, 2 of them were small cargo jobs, but by the looks of them, they've been there for days. The rocket exhausts aren't even warm.
I see.
As I promised you, Commander, I'll notify the Space Patrol Jupiter whenever a ship does come in, for any reason at all.
Fine, Mr. Stranner.
What was that?
Came from the direction of our ship. Come on.
It sounded like the whole atmosphere dome collapsed. Hey, smoke and rockets, Commander, look! Somebody backed a truck into our ship.
Worse than that. He rammed a metal beam right through the hull.
That clumsy ox. I'm going out there and tell them.
You tell your driver to pull the truck straight ahead now. I think the Endurium beam will pull out without causing any more damage.
You heard the commander, Mr. Loring. Tell that driver to move that truck.
Yes, Mr. Stranner. All right, Davis, move it. Forward this time. That's clear.
Well, the next thing is to get it repaired.
Commander, I hold myself personally responsible for this inexcusable accident. My company will repair the damage.
All right, Mr. Stranner. Let's wait till Happy comes out of the ship. Maybe we can have the men and equipment. Some delicate wiring is affected.
Who couldn't have backed his truck into that old cargo? No. He's got to pick the flagship of the commander-in-chief of the Space Patrol.
That could have been worse. The driver didn't do it intentionally.
Very gracious about it, Commander. And since you insist, I won't fire them.
Doesn't look so good, Commander. I mean, as far as the quick blast-off's concerned.
What's the damage, man?
The outer and inner hulls are pierced, the power cable broken, emergency air supply conduit snapped in two. Nothing really difficult to repair, but, well, it'll take some time. 3 hours, anyway.
Now, my men will get on it right away. I'll have them drop everything else.
3 hours. It'll make me late for my appointment at Jupiter City.
We could space it in for a patrol ship. They'll come and get us.
Why don't you take my private cruiser over there? It's quite fast. I'm sure you'd have no trouble operating it.
Won't you be needing your ship?
No, not until tomorrow. By then, your ship will be ready.
Well, if you're sure it's not an inconvenience, I'll take you up on it.
Excellent. That makes me feel a lot better.
And if you don't mind, we'll blast off right away.
The ship's all ready.
Good. Hap, let's get some of our gear out of Pair of 5.
Right.
Good work, Mr. Stranner.
Well, Loring, let's see if Rackman will carry out his threat to blast my ship to bits.
Don't worry, Chief.
This isn't a bad little ship, Commander. Stranner keeps it in pretty good shape.
Yes, but I don't care much about using a civilian ship for official business.
You know, I honestly think Stranner would have been offended if you had refused.
Still, if it wasn't such an urgent appointment with the governor, I'd have waited for one of our patrol ships.
We ought to get to Jupiter City right on the nose. Wow, what was that?
Cosmic torpedo right off our port side.
Cosmic torpedo?
I'll take the controls, Happy. Put on the rear view scope.
Yes, sir.
One of our patrol ships must be firing at us.
Without a spacephone challenge?
Maybe Stranner's spacephone receiver's out of order. Seems all right. The meter's checked.
Wow. That was too close. It rocked the ship. Commander, look in the view scope. It's another private cruiser, and it's closing in.
Happy, go to the locker, get a couple of spacesuits. If our hull gets punctured, we'll still have a chance.
All right, Commander.
I'll try to find out what this space pirate wants. Private cruiser J3587 calling private cruiser S642. Hold your fire. Hurry with the suits. Cruiser S642. Hold your fire. This is Commander Corey of the Space Patrol and cruiser J3587.
What do you think you're fooling, Stranner? You're not fooling.
This is not Stranner. It's Stranner's ship, but this is Commander Corey. Who are you?
Yes? Well, I'm the Secretary General.
Who are you? Stop firing those torpedoes and answer me.
Nice try, Stranner. That's Commander Corey gag, I mean. But you can only fool space, wreck, and fun.
Happy! He's knocked the power out. Hurry with those spacesuits. He's blasting the ship to pieces. We're losing air.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hey, watch it. Hold everything. Here he comes. And he's running right this way. Wow! That's a boy here in the neighborhood, gang, and he's always supercharged. Eats rice checks and wheat checks. That's why they're the super cereals that help to supercharge you. Uh-oh, he's running right in this direction again. I better get out of the way fast. Man, that boy has the speed of Buzz Corey himself. Well, gang, how about it? How about getting supercharged so you can whiz along just like that? Here's all you do. Have a good power breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the delicious bite-sized super cereals. They help to turn on your starter, help to make you bright as a light, help to keep you right on the beam. So don't wait. Get Rice Chex and Wheat Chex today, the swell-tasting super cereals that help to supercharge you. And remember, inside of every Rice Chex and Wheat Chex package, there's a mysterious, magic space picture. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, Treachery in Outer Space. Slake Rackman is blasting Rex Scranner's spaceship, believing his double-crossing partner is inside it. Actually, Scranner has plotted so that Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are in the ship. Thus, Scranner figures he's saving his own life and at the same time eliminating Buzz Corey. At this moment, Buzz and Happy are in the badly battered private space cruiser trying to get into spacesuits as their air pressure rushes through twisted hull plates into outer space.
Into the airlock. Quickly, Happy. I can't breathe. We can put on our spacesuits in there. Hurry, Hap.
Yes, sir. There's no air in the lock either.
It escaped when we opened the hatch. I'll turn the valve up.
Oh, that's better.
Get your suit on quickly, Happy.
We're going to jump out of the ship, too?
Not if that cruiser stops firing at us.
What did he say his name was, sir?
Rackman. He's after Scranner.
Isn't he ever going to stop?
Going to be sure no one's left alive in this ship.
I've got my suit on, sir. I'm ready to leave the airlock any time you are.
Close your helmet faceplate and we'll go back into the control section.
Ready, Commander. Open the inner hatch. Wow, what a mess. If it stayed in the control section, it could have been finished for sure. Rackman sent a torpedo right through here. Where is he now? The view scope's erect. Look through the nose port. See that streak of flame? Hey, he's leaving us. Because he figures he's finished Scranner. Commander, it's sure lucky you thought of these spacesuits. That big hole in the ship could be finished by now. We'll call Jupiter Space Patrol and have them send a ship after us. But the spacephone is knocked out. Use the ones in our suits and hope they'll reach Jupiter. Just hope Rackman doesn't come back. Say, why do you suppose he's so anxious to do away with Scranner? That's just what I've been wondering, Happy. First, we gotta find out who Rackman is. Then we may have a clue. Scranner's sure lucky he wasn't aboard. I'll bet he wouldn't have thought of the spacesuits until it was too late. For the time being, we'll keep this little incident a secret within the Space Patrol. We won't release any public reports. Let this Rackman assume he got rid of Scranner, then we'll watch for his next move. I see what you mean, sir. If he found out it actually was you and Scranner's ship, he'd go into hiding, but quick. Our next move is to reach Jupiter. Emergency call to Space Patrol Jupiter. Commander Corey and damaged private cruiser off number 3.
Well, Loring, I'd say Corey's had plenty of time to reach Jupiter City.
Should we check to see if he's arrived yet? Just to be sure?
We'll notify Jupiter City Space Patrol that the commander's ship has been repaired, that it can be picked up any time. It's convenient. That'll show the Space Patrol that we're very cooperative. Then maybe they'll let us know if something happened to Corey.
What do you mean, if? What chance would Corey have in your ship against Rackman's armored job?
Right. Now, while I call Jupiter Space Patrol, you give the boys orders to start loading those crates of amplitron. I'll take them to Venus right away.
But suppose the Space Patrol comes to pick up Corey's ship while we're loading.
What if they do? They're going to suspect us of loading stolen goods right in front of them?
I guess you're right.
Sitting pretty, Loring. Rackman got rid of Corey for us. And when he finds out it was Corey and not me, he'll go into hiding. He won't dare show his face anywhere. Order the men to load the amplitron. I'll call Jupiter Space.
Space Patrol Jupiter calling Commander Corey. Space Patrol Jupiter calling Commander Corey. Corey here, go ahead. 2 ships are on the way to the location you've given us, Commander. A patrol ship to bring you and the cadet to Jupiter City, and a space tug to get the damaged ship out of the space lanes. Good. Be sure to inform all personnel not to reveal information as to who was in this ship. Yes, sir. Oh, Commander, we've heard from Gold Star Express Spaceport on number 3. Yes? Mr. Scranner says the Terra 5 has been repaired and that they're waiting further instructions. Send Scranner this message. You will be informed when Space Patrol personnel will arrive to remove Terra 5. Your cooperation appreciated. I have it, sir. Do I put your signature on it, sir? No, keep my name out of it. Your commanding officer will sign it. I'll take it to Colonel Harris immediately, Commander. Thank you. Hurry out. Then you're going to let somebody else bring our ship back to Jupiter City, Commander? No. You and I will go back to number 3 when we finish our business on Jupiter. For the time being, I don't want anyone outside of the space.
Men are loading the Amplitron cases into that Class C cargo ship, Mr. Schreiner. They ought to be ready to blast off in an hour.
Good.
Heard anything about your ship? Or Corey?
I received a spaceogram saying that Space Patrol personnel would pick up the Terra 5. It was signed by Colonel Harris of Jupiter Space Patrol.
If it's just a routine pickup of the ship, why would the colonel be involved?
Exactly. Well, why wouldn't Corey's name be on the message? Obviously, because there's no longer a Commander Corey. I've seen it happen before, Laura. This is the kind of official smokescreen that always goes up before some important announcement.
Private cruiser S642 calling Gold Star Express Spaceport on Jupiter Moon number 3.
It's Rackman.
I know what he wants. But remember, you don't know anything about me except that I blasted off some time ago.
Private cruiser S642 calling Gold Star Express Spaceport Jupiter number 3.
Gold Star Express, Jupiter number 3. Go ahead, cruiser S642.
I would like to speak to the person in charge.
Well, that'd be Mr. Schreiner, but he isn't here now.
I know that. But who is in charge in Mr. Schreiner's absence?
Why, I guess I would be Bart Loring.
Oh, Loring. Yeah, sure. Well, this is Slade Rackman.
Yes, Mr. Rackman.
You probably know I had an arrangement with Mr. Schreiner.
Yes, he mentioned it.
I'm sure he did. However, since Mr. Schreiner isn't coming back, that puts you in charge of Gold Star Express.
I don't understand. What do you mean Mr. Schreiner isn't coming back?
Well, he made the mistake of double-crossing me on that Saturn Amplitron deal. I have just blasted his spaceship apart. Now, I want to land at your port and talk to you.
Oh, what about?
My share of the Amplitron.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, don't be a fool, Loring. Now that Schreiner is gone, come in with me. If you don't, I'll send a cosmic torpedo into your atmosphere shell and destroy every one of you. Well, what do you say?
All right. Well, you make a deal. Act scared.
What do you mean, act? You heard what he said. Mr. Rackman.
Yeah, Loring.
I'll be glad to discuss your proposition.
Good. And in case you plan anything clever, one of my men in another spaceship has instructions to blast your atmosphere shell down. If I'm not spaceborne in 13 minutes.
Just come in, Mr. Rackman. I'm sure we can reach. Come in, Mr. Rackman.
I'm glad to see you're a man of sense, Loring. Far more sensible than Schreiner. Now, let's get down to cases. Where's the Amplitron?
Being loaded into a ship.
Schreiner,
You left me to die in my ship.
But who was in it?
Commander Corey of the Space Patrol?
He did say it was Corey on the spaceophone.
You thought it was a trick. Of course, you were so anxious to do away with me.
Well, I'm glad it was Corey. Now you and I can operate without much fear of being caught. Now, look here. Here's my proposition.
Let it, Rackman. I don't need you anymore. But I can give you a small job in my outfit. In an advisory capacity.
Me? Work for you? Why, you're nothing but a space mechanic and a small-time one at that.
You got your choice, Rackman. Come in with me and keep quiet. And I'll tell the Space Patrol who blasted my ship and destroyed Commander Corey. Well, which is it?
All right, Schreiner. I'll come in with you.
I hope you appreciate how big-hearted I am.
Yeah, sure.
Space Patrol Cruiser J-83 calling Gold Star Spaceport, Jupiter Moon number 3.
I'll handle it. You keep quiet. Gold Star Spaceport to Space Patrol. Go ahead.
I'm acting on instructions of Colonel Harris at Jupiter Space Patrol headquarters. I'm bringing in the pilot who will fly Commander Corey's space battle cruiser back to Jupiter. Do I have permission to enter your atmosphere shell?
Of course. The Terra 5's all ready.
Good.
Space lock will be ready at your approach.
Thank you. Space Patrol Cruiser J-83 out.
Yeah. Well, Rackman, it looks as though you did a good job. Sending someone after Corey's ship.
You must have finished him all right, Rackman. You hear that, pilot? He said he was acting on orders of Colonel Harris.
What about my ship out there on the port?
Well, let's send a few men to work on it. It'll look just as though it's in for repairs. Until Corey's ship blasts off, Rackman, you...
Got the velocity, Happy. There's the Gold Star Spaceport dome.
Commander, are you going to ask Schreiner why Rackman would want to blast your ship to pieces?
First, I want to find out just who Rackman is. Jupiter City headquarters didn't have anything on him at all. Maybe a personal feud. Uh-oh.
What is it, sir?
Ship down there inside the atmosphere dome. It's a private cruiser, number S642.
Rackman's ship?
Yes.
Yeah, but if he wrecked Scranner's ship and thought he did away with Scranner, what's he doing here at Scranner Spaceport?
An interesting question, Happy. Let's find the answer. Come in. Well, gentlemen, as the ship... And a cork. Yes, Scranner. Why the surprise? Oh, hey. Didn't you expect me to come back to my ship? Yes, except that you didn't identify yourself when you called in for landing procedure. Well, where's Rackman? Rack, the man who brought in that private cruiser out there near the east hangar? That ship was merely brought in for repairs, Commander. It seemed to be in good condition when it was blasting cosmic torpedoes at your ship. Don't understand. Look, Scranner, somebody blew your ship to pieces thinking you were in it. Someone named Rackman. Now his ship is here in your spaceport. How do you explain it? What is there to explain? Quit stalling, Scranner. Cadet Happy and I saw some men loading a cargo ship, hauling crates out of an underground storage vault. The crates look very much like the type in which Amplitron is packed. How about it?
I think it's about time someone took over who can handle things. Don't move, Corey.
I suppose you're Rackman.
That's right. Loring, move in and get the commander's weapons and the cadet. Go ahead. I got them covered.
Sure, Mr. Rackman.
I see I wasn't thorough enough when you were in Scranner's ship. But that's a mistake I can easily correct right now. Hurry up, Loring. Take the commander's ray gun.
Hand me your ray gun, Commander.
All right, Loring. Here it is. Get Scranner, Happy.
Yes, sir. You're a fool, Corey. You're two against three.
Not now. That evens it up, Commander.
Oh, watch Loring.
Hello, Loring.
All right, Scranner. Want some more?
Wait. Commander, please.
Had enough?
Yeah, you've got to revive Rackman. Hurry or we'll all be destroyed.
Oh, fine.
He told me if he wasn't out of this atmosphere shell in half an hour, his men would blast a cosmic torpedo in us. We've only got 5 minutes. Bring him, too. Let him tell his men he's all right.
Come on, Scranner.
Commander, I mean it. A torpedo through this shell would destroy us all.
Forget it, Scranner. I don't think Rackman's men are worried about him right now. Look out there, above the dome.
Space? Dozens of them.
I took the precaution of making a spacephone call when I was inspecting Terra 5. You're safe, Scranner.
Yeah, Scranner. Where you're going, you'll be safe for a long, long time.
We'll return in just a moment with a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Gang, there's not much time.
What do you mean, Captain Tufel?
No, sirree, there's not much time.
Hey, Captain, not much time for what?
To get a projectoscope. This offer will soon end.
You had me scared. I already got my projectoscope.
Ah, lucky you, but say, gang, how about you? Have you sent for your projectoscope yet? You better send for it today.
It's a signal light, flashlight, and film projector, all in one.
And it's shaped like Buzz Corey's rocket ship. Bright blue and yellow plastic and a full 6 inches long.
What a signal light. Wait till you see how fast it blinks on and off. Golly.
What a flashlight. Wait till you see the swell beam of light it throws.
And what a film projector. Wait till you see the wonderful pictures it shows on the wall.
Gang, it comes with a strip of film containing Buzz, Corey, and Cadet Happy in 4 Space Patrol adventures. Mighty Meteor, Space Pirates, Men from Mars, and Robot Invasion. Slip the film in your projectoscope, darken the room, push the radar antenna, and a picture flashes on the wall.
To show a whole adventure, you just slide the film from picture to picture.
But remember, the projectoscope offer soon ends. So send in for your projectoscope today. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in a surface car driving through the Venus Mountains toward the Space Patrol testing grounds. As they speed over the dangerous road, they're unaware that a container of sleeping gas hidden in the car is expelling a dangerous vapor.
Wow, I've seen these cliffs from the air, but I never realized how high they really are.
Oh. From this road, it's a 1,000-foot drop to the bottom of the gorge.
Hey, Commander, you sure you don't want me to drive it?
If you get sleepy, it would take us to doze off.
Hey, Commander. Commander, look out. We're headed for the edge of the cliff. Hey, Commander, wake up. We're going over.
Be sure to be with us next week for the exciting adventure, The Immortal Brain, when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Roastin' again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Columbus, Ohio, Wilkes-Barre, and Scranton, Pennsylvania. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket! Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer, Bela Kulvach, Norman Jolly, and David Duval. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Roastin' again present Space Patrol! And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Roastin' present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a surface car driving through the Venus Mountains toward the Space Patrol testing grounds. As Happy carefully guides the car over the dangerous road, they're unaware that a container of sleeping gas hidden in the car is expelling a dangerous vapor.
Wow, I've seen these cliffs from the air, but I never realized how high they really are.
From this road, it's a 1,000-foot drop to the bottom of the gorge.
I wonder why I'm so drowsy.
I'm a little drowsy, too.
Oh, hey, Commander, there's a patch of fog or something ahead of us. It's a turn of
fog.
Happy, look out, we're heading for the edge. Huh?
Hey, we're going over the cliff.
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, The Immortal Brain. Gang, it kept coming closer and closer, faster and faster. And now it's here. Yes, the day is here, right smack on top of us. The last day we can offer you the Space Patrol Projectoscope. The Projectoscope, the 6-inch rocket that flashes on and off like a real signal light. The Projectoscope, that blue and yellow plastic rocket that throws a steady beam of light like a real flashlight. The Projectoscope, the sleek, streamlined rocket that flashes 24 different pictures on the wall, one at a time. Pictures of Buzz, Corey, and Cadet Happy in 4 exciting Space Patrol adventures. Fun galore. But, gang, don't wait. This is the last time we can offer you the Projectoscope. Just buy a box of Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Immortal Brain. Long before the era of space travel, electronic computers proved their worth. With lightning speed, they foretold the path of rockets and predicted the weather. In the 30th century, these amazing electronic brains supply information and guidance for government leaders and all major industries. The giant government computer on Terra helps keep the economy of the United Planets in balance. Although most privately owned electronic brains proceed in an honest manner to supply special information to business firms, one famous computer in Venus City, known as Future Incorporated, is operated mostly for the benefit of unethical investors by Anton McDermott. Right now, McDermott is in his office talking to a new client, Brandon Fergus.
So you've finally come around to subscribing to our service, Mr. Fergus.
Well, I don't see how I can afford not to, Mr. McDermott. My competitors have been beating me at every turn. And at this rate, I'll be broke in 6 months.
5 months.
What's that?
Our computer gives you 5 months. Of course, now that you're using the information given you by Future Incorporated, that prediction will be revised. More optimistically, I'm certain.
Well, I certainly hope so. You charge enough for your predictions.
You'll find it pays, Mr. Fergus. Your competitors have.
Yes, I know. I thought I was getting all the information I needed from this government computer.
Well, that gives you the overall trends in industry and business. But we give you specific predictions for your own particular interests. However, the government computer is excellent for the overall operations of the Space Patrol, for example.
Space Patrol?
You've had an unpleasant experience with the Space Patrol, Mr. Fergus.
Well, I had a nice, profitable arrangement on Jupiter last year. Commander Corey broke it up. He said it was illegal.
Was it?
Perhaps. But Corey just better not trust me again, that's all. You're not interested in my trouble. Well, let me give you a check for the first 3 months.
Fine, Mr. Fergus. What's that you've got there? One of those new check projectors?
Yes. It's shaped like a regular pen. See?
You set the figures by turning those small rings on the shaft. I see.
Then when you press the button on the end, the numbers and my signature are projected onto this specially sensitized check paper. Like this.
Say, that's quite a gadget. May I look at it?
Of course. Here's your check.
Thank you. I'm sure this will be a profitable association for both of us.
Oh, I hope so. You must have inherited your father's brains.
Mr. Fergus, I consider that a very high compliment.
Well, I mean it. Well, I'll be running along now, Mr. McDermott.
All right, Mr. Fergus. You'll be getting your first report on Future Incorporated in about 3 days.
Oh, Mr. McDermott, you understand now that I don't want to get mixed up in anything illegal.
Of course not, Mr. Fergus. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mr. McDermott, are you free now?
Oh, yes, Gilson. Fergus just left, and he signed up.
Good.
I was amused at something he said. He told me I must have inherited my father's brain. If he only knew how close he came to the literal truth.
You mean your father's brainograph records?
Yes, all his ideas on economics, all his vast knowledge scanned by brainograph and recorded on tape. No wonder we've got the best computer service in the solar system. Our computer can draw upon my father's memories and intelligence, just as though he were alive.
Now, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Mr. McDermott. Something's gone wrong.
What do you mean?
You know that problem you asked me to feed into the computer regarding the probable government plans for a new city on Saturn?
Yes, I've already bought most of the land in that area. Well, what's the trouble?
I fed in some new data from the government, and our computer keeps teletyping nonsense. The same meaningless phrase over and over.
What is it?
Well, here's the tape from the computer, sir. Cancel GOC.
Cancel government operations computer?
The machine sort of hesitates and makes a few false starts. Then out come these letters every time. It doesn't make sense. Why would the computer tell us to cancel out a whole source of information? Its main source, the government operations computer.
Wait. The machine only has a vocabulary that we've built into it. Maybe it's trying to tell us something it hasn't words for and is using the nearest substitute. Cancel. Cancel might mean more than just eliminate data. It might mean destroy. Literally destroy.
Oh, but that's fantastic.
Yes, of course. That's it. The machine is trying to tell us that the government computer is recommending a change of plans about the location of the new city on Saturn.
But that would ruin us.
Of course. Our computer's answer is to destroy the government computer.
Well, that's out of the question, of course. What's this thing on the desk?
Oh, that's Fergus's gadget, a check projector. He must have left it. Gilson, you've got to go to Terra and destroy that computer. Immediately.
But, Mr. McDermott...
There's no other way out. And I know how it can be done.
Straight down this aisle, Happy, behind relay panel number 68B. That's where the trouble started.
Yes, sir. Gee, this computer's a complicated thing.
It'll take weeks to repair the damage, even if we put every available technician on the job. Here. See that small black metal case?
This one? What does it do?
It's not a part of the computer, Happy. It was put here deep inside the control unit wiring to sabotage the computer.
That little box blew out this whole big machine?
Yes.
Well, who would want to do a thing like that? What would they gain?
It's hard to see how anyone could profit from it. This is the work of an extremely irrational and vicious mind.
Oh, you mean somebody really blew his rockets?
Mm-hmm. And paralyzed the largest, most important electronic brain in the solar system. Not only paralyzed it, but burned out memory banks, relays, and indicating instruments.
Somebody must have a grudge against everybody.
He succeeded in slowing down a lot of important projects. The economy of the whole United Planets will be thrown out of balance. You've got to find another computer. There's only one big enough to handle the job.
Which one is that, sir?
Future Incorporated in Venus City. It's not time to investigate the company, but they have an amazing record for correct predictions. It's run by Anton McDermott.
McDermott? That name sounds familiar.
Anton is the son of the late Samuel McDermott, the famous economist and historian.
Oh, were you a friend of his?
Yes. Never knew his son, Anton, very well, but Samuel McDermott and I were working on an idea together.
What was the idea, sir?
Well, you know it's possible to make a brainograph recording of a person's thoughts and memories.
Yes, sir.
I persuaded Mr. McDermott that he should leave such a record behind. It'd be much quicker than writing books. In the case of a genius like McDermott, it would preserve thousands of ideas that would otherwise be lost.
Mm-hmm.
Our plan was to devise some way to transfer these ideas and facts to the memory bank of a computer. And that way we could benefit from a brilliant man's thinking ability, even after he passed away. At least we thought we could preserve part of it.
Gee.
McDermott told me he'd found a solution, but I was called away on a mission about then. When I returned, it was too late.
Hadn't he written it down?
No. At least no mention of it was ever discovered in his papers after his death. His son, Anton, turned all of his father's notes over to the government.
It's sure too bad he couldn't have lived a little while longer.
Eventually someone will solve the problem, but right now we've got one of our own. We'll blast off for Venus City and see if young McDermott will let the government.
Commander, anything I can do for a friend of my father will be a pleasure.
I appreciate that, Mr. McDermott. But you're doing a public service, not just a personal favor for me.
Do you have any idea what motive was behind this sabotage of the government?
Not the slightest. We haven't any clue as to who wrecked the Terra machine, except that he obviously knows quite a bit about computers.
I certainly hope you catch the vandal, Commander.
We will. McDermott, you'll receive some tape-recorded data for your computer's memory banks in a few hours. Then you can go to work on our Saturn problem.
Excellent. Will you be going back to Terra right away?
First, I've got to visit the Space Patrol testing grounds outside Venus City. Cadet Happy and I will drive over in the morning.
I don't envy you the trip. I understand it's a nerve-wracking ride over that winding mountain road.
Yeah, it would be easier to take an atmosphere ship, but as long as we have to be here on Venus another day, I thought I'd go the slow way and enjoy the scenery.
Well, then I'll see you again before you blast off for Terra.
Yes. Thanks a lot, Mr. McDermott.
Don't mention it.
Mr. McDermott.
Yes, Gilson, what is it?
Something really is wrong with the computer this time. I think we overloaded it.
What?
Well, pardon my saying so.